Welcome back to Big Festival, the largest gaming festival in Latin America. So if you're still not with us, make sure you come to São Paulo Expo, where we are. We still have tickets, and I think today we're going to have a big crowd. So those of you who are here, those of you who are watching online, you might ask, well, what can I see if I go to Big Festival? Well, we have more than 200 game stations. We have the largest players in the market. Just from the stage here, I can see Nintendo, Epic, Xbox, Banco do Brasil. So we have a lot of great stuff for you. So if you're not here, you're definitely invited to join us at the largest game festival in Latin America. We have a business-to-business area. So we're here to make business. We're here to have fun. It's a great thing. Yesterday in the morning, we talked a lot about the international market. How can you take your company abroad? What are the necessary steps? And let's remember that we have stages happening at the same time here. Stages 1, 2, and 3. So if you're here and you want to check out our agenda, just go to our website, bigfestival.com.br. And if you're here at the venue, we have a big screen with the agenda there as well. And let's remember, we have 4 stages in total, because besides the 3 we have here, we also have a stage called The Enemy. So a lot of great content for you to follow. Today, we are going to start our day with a talk called Driving the Future of Games, the Bandai Namco publishing ability. It's a huge player in the market. And to start the agenda, we're going to have Antonio Herbst for Bandai Namco. He's going to be with us. They are a Japanese developer that had developed Pac-Man and a bunch of other great games. I'm sure if you're a gamer, you have been following their work from the beginning. Like I said, this is the topic of our talk, and we are going to hear a little bit about the structure and the processes of the company that will drive forward the developing of games in the world. So I believe our speaker is ready to take the stage. Is Antonio ready? Is he with us? Oh, there he is. I'm going to invite him on stage. Let's welcome him. And again, if you're watching us from home, make sure you join us later. Hello, Antonio. Welcome. Stage is all yours. See you soon, guys. Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me? That's great. Let me just place this here. All right. I don't have a clicker. All right, sorry guys. We're ready. So again, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for being here. I know it's early, it's Saturday morning, we have a lot to do, so thank you for joining us. And the second thing I wanted to tell you is, just as a warning, this is going to be a more technical presentation for professionals in the area. I don't have videos on new content or things that Bandai is developing. So I just don't want to let you down. If this is not your focus, please don't get offended. I just wanted to clarify exactly what we are going to present for you today. All right. So I have 3 things to cover in this presentation. I'll talk a little bit about myself, then I'll talk about Bandai, and then I'm going to talk about the 021 fund. So I'm going to give you a little bit of information so you can decide if these suggestions make sense to you, and then later we can talk a little bit about Bandai is looking for, what do we look for when we're looking for new franchises as a publisher, and later we're going to discuss about new ways of connecting to Bandai regardless of the type of technology, company, or service that you have. All right. So my name is Antonio Herbst, as mentioned before. I'm head of brand development for the Americas. And my team is part of the corporate development and business development teams at Bandai Namco Entertainment America in the US, which is connected to the Bandai Global team. Just to give you, just so I know, who here knows about Bandai? How many of you have watched Bandai? Okay, not so many. How many of you have played any of Bandai games? This is the issue. If we had a little bit more people, I'm pretty sure the results wouldn't be so different, because usually people don't know about Gundam, and when you show one of the mobile suits, all of a sudden we get a few more hands. But when you start talking, okay, let's play, let's interact with the brand, our level of interactions in the Americas is not exactly where it is in Japan. So if I do my job correctly, perhaps in the next big festival, my presentation is going to be a little bit more interesting to you. But for now, I just wanted to give you a quick intro on exactly what I'm going to cover. So for the scope of this presentation, the reality is that I have been very lucky in my career. I've worked for companies that went quite well, and I had a good experience in bringing games and brands from a region where they were very famous into other regions where they were not so known. So I know a little bit about PC, mobile, and console, and how to develop marketing actions. And because of that, I helped companies a lot to look at new games and new franchises to invest. So when I'm talking about pitches, when I'm talking about the suggestions that I think should be explored, this is based on what I see, both on what we have in Brazil as well as Europe and Japan. Okay? So let's get started. Let's get down to it. Let's talk about Bandai. The great thing about Bandai is that if I ask you what is the first thing that comes to mind when I say Bandai, I think I can tell how old you are or what you're doing in Brazil. Because for me, it's Zodiac Knights. But then you have Dragon Ball, Naruto, and if you're truly a gamer, then we see Tekken, Other Green, Dark Souls, and others. But basically, Bandai is a very large company globally, and we have a great focus in games, anime, toys, and collectibles, and some franchises. I have divided games from franchises, but usually we see those things together as a consumer. But for me, they are different, because for games, we are telling our story as Bandai in the game first. So X-Combat, Tekken, all these are franchises owned by Bandai, but they are more focused on the game than on the story itself, at least initially. Gundam and Pac-Man are franchises that are much broader and much more focused on the characters than on the different applications that we have for them today. But this is the consumer's perspective. As a game developer, as people who work in technology, usually studios, they look for Bandai for those reasons, but they also look for our global experience and the infrastructure that we have in terms of distribution, both digitally and in retail, our ability to help developers do the porting between PC and console, and something that we work with, because we not only launch games and forget about them and go to the next one. Bandai has a very large catalog operation, so your game end up with a longer lifespan, because we will launch it and then support it with promotion activities and other follow-up actions that will increase the time your game stays in the market. And of course, we have a lot of know-how on Japanese culture and brands that could be integrated, which also helps if you're looking to work with Bandai Namco. So as part of the process, we receive a lot of game pitches. And this is quite relevant for the big audience, in my opinion. And then based on what we see, we look if that game could be adapted to our portfolio, what is the successful experience of that studio, the demo, how the visit goes. This is what's standard. But other things that we look to assess if we want to invest in the games. That doesn't mean that if we say no to a game, the game is not good. It only means that as publisher, we are looking for the next big franchise, something that we can develop in a more transmedia approach. But what I really wanted to tell you is, based on what I have seen here and what I have seen for quite some time as well, I have a few suggestions when we receive pitches. I talked to a lot of developers at the festival. It was excellent. Thank you for the opportunity, by the way. And it was quite clear for me how this works. When I watch a really well done pitch, I can really understand what your game is all about. But it's not so clear for me sometimes to understand why is your game going to work or not. So I wanted to cover 3 topics that I analyze when I'm watching a pitch that might be helpful for you. So I look at the game itself, the team, and the data. And everything is written down here. Of course, you can read it. But the idea is that you are the experts at your games. But it is extremely important that besides showing the game, you can also share your business perspective and your understanding of the market. It doesn't have to be something like too complicated, but that helps us understand how you believe your game is going to work. So what is your strategy? Are you going to be a copy? Are you bringing something new to the market? Are you going to compete based on cost? Or are you going to do something better and more expensive? I don't know what's the difference between them, but it's interesting to learn what you think, because it's no longer just about the game, but what the game can do. Because every game brings something new, all of them, especially we as gamers, we know that games, they come from the heart. They are a work of passion. But if we are trying to enter a market that is already highly competitive, is that value that we bring enough? So these are the questions that I'm trying to answer as I read, or as I'm doing a play test, or when I'm assessing the potential of a specific game. So talk about the game, yes, but also talk about how the game is going to work. But then think about the team. I saw that at Big as well. Some studios don't have that. Others can add like references from previous games that the studio has developed. But if the studio hasn't had any experience, sometimes you have individual experiences. Abra Games and other agencies bring that to the pitch, because especially if we are not from Brazil, it's not clear how much experience that team has. So help us understand how much you know about this, who do you know, and of course we have integrity to discuss, but I'm not going to cover here. We're going to start from the principle that we are all working with integrity, but that of course is a due diligence that we do later. And then data. I know that the publisher is going to help you identify who is your audience, what is the potential for your game, and how to explore it. But at the same time, it is interesting to know from the developer's perspective, how do you see the market? Some pitches, they don't offer us any numbers. Some, they say, oh, based on the region we want to work, these are competitors' sales. That is okay, but let's be realistic. I understand what you're saying, but based on that, how much do you think you can capture of that market share, and why? So it's nice to go a little bit beyond that initial stage of showing the competitors for us to understand what you are thinking based on your strategy. So if you're giving me data to justify the existence or the size of the game, how does that work? Is that piece of data relevant? Showing that someone sold 4 million units, it's a little bit relevant, but are you focusing on selling 4 million units? Maybe not. And that's okay. I'm not necessarily looking for something that is going to sell that much. I am looking for someone who knows what they're doing and is realistic about what it can do. So you don't need to do sort of a overly detailed research or too complex, but please help me understand what are you thinking about as you develop the game, because this is what it's all about. You are the experts at your work, and people who are reading your pitch are also experts at their jobs. And what we are doing is trying to balance the potential with the risk. And when you show me, even if it's unknown, but that you are aware that it's unknown, that eliminates a little bit of my questions, because I know now that you don't have all the answers, but you know where to look for them. So this is the big takeaway from this presentation, I think. I hope it's useful for you. It's something that I have seen here at Big Festival quite a lot, and I think it can help you. But I'm also open for feedback, so perhaps later we can talk and tell me how it works, if this is something that you already do in Brazil, or if I'm presenting something quite different that I'm the only person looking for. Now I want to talk about 0 to 1 Fund. I mentioned Bandai as a publisher, as a company that looks at a game, invests in it, does marketing actions, etc. But that's not the only way to work with Bandai. It's not the only way for game developers to present as a pitch. So I have 2 members of 0 to 1 Fund with me here, and I'm going to give you a quick intro on what we're looking for, how does the fund work, and how you can be part of it. So this is a VC fund, and we are looking at investing at startups, not necessarily related to games, but we're talking about startups that have interesting technology for the market, in this case in Brazil. So what do? We try to establish new business models, or we try strengthening something that we already do today. So we're looking for consolidation, synergies, and ways of collaborating with companies in our portfolio. So there is no restriction on the size of the company or the stage of development. No, what we are actually looking for is if that company is relevant for our market. So there are 5 main areas of investments: community, AI, Web3, digital and physical, of course, because we have a lot of toys, and emerging markets, where Brazil comes into play, because Brazil, Latam, this is where we fit in. And what is interesting here is that, again, you don't need to be a company that works exclusively with games. When I talk about strategy, we are working in all areas of consumer experiences. So we started with discovery, we go through testing, engagement, monetization, recommendations. So you don't necessarily need to be the creator of those experiences. You have the creator, you have companies delivering the services, you have companies that expand those services and transform them into something different. This is all fair game, and we're willing to talk about it. So when I say we talk about collaboration, integration, and synergy, these are not just buzzwords that I'm throwing out there. Here are some examples of investments we have already made, and we integrate them with our franchises. We use these companies and help them grow by using content that we produce or own. So we have examples here from Phoenix and Genies. So we either use a franchise like Pac-Man, or we integrate them with professionals from our area, or we have content that is created based on the licensed products that we have to help with discovery, success, and to foster the growth and the professionalization of these companies. This case is a little bit different, but you can see we are present in NFT and other markets, and we are creating content by combining the investments that we make. Another thing that we do is to use data, insights, and learnings from other companies that we have in our portfolio in order to amplify and improve the results of our own businesses. So when we talk about Soft Gear or other companies that we have acquired, their technology is also used when we start to develop games and when we work in services that can connect these companies. And of course, we also make strategic investments when we think of blockchain in areas that we're still not clear where they're heading to, but we know that probably they're getting somewhere. So we try to establish a strategic presence in these technologies as well. So these are all areas that we would love to explore more. But what are we looking for in LATAM specifically? Well, our idea is to grow our presence or the presence of Bandai brands in this market. And that can happen in different ways. We know that doing marketing for LATAM and Brazil, I know how to do that. Trying to explain why we need to do that or how we need to do that and how those things are going to work in Brazil is completely different from doing the same thing in Europe, US, or Japan. And at a certain point, it's not so efficient for us to run that from a different region. I'm not based in Brazil. This is the first presentation that I do in Portuguese since 2008, so thank you for your patience, by the way. But we need partners. We need contact points. We need to have this connection with Brazil, and this is what we're looking for.
That can happen through IP licenses. For example, you can use our games or our characters in your collectibles and etc. Or publishing. So companies that are experienced in providing publishing and also marketing in a relevant way to our market. Or co-development, which is investing in a studio to develop a game, just like I explained, so that we can grow the game and the company and etc. So we are interested in talking to companies that have a good track record or a good presence in Brazil, Mexico, or other LATAM countries. It doesn't mean that if you don't do that, we don't want to talk to you. Yes, we do. But I want to give you an overview of our strategy and also our investments and where we want to invest the most. Well, I managed to finish the presentation. We still have 5 minutes left. Thank you very much for being here. I can see that many of you are watching stage 2. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm here to take them. And we also have 2 members of our Brazil team. And let me grab my headset. If you have any questions, I'm here to take them. Thank you very much. We have a question back there. So we are going to take the next 5 minutes to take your questions. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for the presentation. And second, we are studying, we are going to a university. So I would like to know if you have any projects to support universities and not just startups that are starting out in the business. Are you interested in projects like that? If you could give us more color on that, that would be great. Well, maybe, absolutely. I think that would be the answer. I think that there is an interest for investing and understanding the university, the college scenario in Brazil. I don't know if 0-1 fund would be the right tool to do that. We would need to talk and understand a little bit better about what you're doing. I think we are looking for companies that are more established. But that doesn't mean that we don't want to invest in these projects. For example, I work with Gundam, and I'm looking always at options to integrate our values in terms of technology and development, sustainability, and setting the stage for the future, which is very relevant for our brand, with the college universe. So I don't have a clear answer for you now, but I personally, since I have this position, I am looking at other areas that we can explore, but this is not the focus of the 0-1 fund. But I know that the college scenario has changed a lot. I remember in 2018 we were trying to develop games. We didn't have any engines. We were working on the math side of things. So I'm very impressed about the things that I've been seeing, and I have been talking to many people as well. So I don't have an answer for you as of now, but after seeing how this landscape has changed, I'm interested in it. I am very excited about that. I'm very excited about how things will unfold over the coming years. Thank you. We still have some time for another question. Good morning. How's it going? I would like to know more. I'm sorry if you addressed that in your presentation. I was a bit late. But I would like to know more how you select translators and localizers from Japanese to Portuguese and how that works in Brazil and in the Americas in general. I have not talked about that, but our localization process for Brazilian Portuguese and neutral Spanish is not different from any other company in the region. We usually work with one or two service providers. Some are bigger than others, and there's keywords, and there's a new company owned by Gustavo Nader. So we have production teams in our American team and our European team that get in contact with the localization vendors. We usually don't have problems. Well, let me rephrase it. I have not heard of many problems in that area, but this is how we work with localization from Japanese to Brazilian Portuguese. And also neutral Spanish. Thank you so much, Antonio. We don't have any time left, but thank you so much. And you said that it had been a while since you last presented in Portuguese, but I think you're lying. It was a great presentation. And you said that we would know how old you are from your presentation, but you just mentioned Pac-Man, right? So a round of applause to our guest, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Guys, we have a full day today with a lot of content, but we are going to take a quick break now, and we are going to be right back. Thank you. Today we are going to have big players in the market here with us. We started with Bandai and now we will have Pacific Drive here with us in our next panel. The next panel is Drive Like Hell, Navigating the Narrative of Pacific Drive. And I would like to invite Carrie Shell, the lead narrative designer at Pacific Drive, to tell us a little bit more about how to create dialogues and narratives that matter to players. We're going to talk about techniques to establish emotional connections with characters that are off-screen while the player explores freely the narrative and the game. And if you have any questions, please use our website, ask.bigfestival.gg. You can submit your questions, and if we have time, Carrie will take your questions. I'm looking forward for this next talk. Carrie Shao, if you would like to join me on stage, please. Hand of applause to Carrie Shao. Com você, Carrie. Obrigada.
To my talk, Drive Like Hell, Navigating the Narrative of Pacific Drive. Bear with me as I use the clicker and my computer at the same time. Thanks for coming today. I'm so excited to be here. This is my first time at Big Festival, but not my first time in Sao Paulo. I was here for the first time last November, actually, and I had the best time eating all your amazing food and seeing all the great sights. So I am thrilled to be back here for this festival I've heard so much about overseas. First, a little bit about me. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and I've been in the game industry for a little while now. In my time, I've worked on many projects in a lot of different roles. To touch on a few, I was the... that is not clicked through. There we go. I was the producer on League of Legends, Hello Neighbor, and Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. I've led marketing projects on games like Psychonauts 2, Sayonara Wild Hearts, and Terror Battle. I've done PR and communications on games like The Binding of Isaac Rebirth and Space Channel 5 VR. And my narrative and writing work can be found also in League of Legends, Totemic, Not Tonight 2, and also Perispera, which was developed by Talon Industries in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Currently, I am the lead narrative designer and writer on a game called Pacific Drive. We're releasing later this year on PS5 and PC. And I'm working with Ironwood Studios on their debut game. The core team is based in Seattle, Washington, but we have a lot of remote members such as myself. And here's our trailer for when we announced our game in PlayStation's State of Play in September of last year. Oops, let's see, go back. Can roll the trailer.
Trespassing on government property. Evacuate immediately. Alert, alert. You are within the bounds of the Olympic exclusion zone. If you can hear this message, you are trespassing on government property.
Warning, an instability front is approaching. Take immediate shelter in a stabilized area. Locations impacted include sectors Delta and Echo.
Another one? After all.
That's Pacific Drive. So there's a whole lot going on in that trailer. We released 2 trailers so far, and that was only our first announcement trailer. So let me break down what you just saw. Pacific Drive is a run-based driving survival adventure, which means you make your home base in a garage. In your garage, you'll repair your car, you'll research upgrades, and plan drives, which then become your runs. While on those drives, you'll scavenge resources, you'll face all sorts of hazards, both natural and unnatural, and brave the environment to survive. Your car is your only companion. It's your mobile fortress, it's your doctor and your shelter. Sometimes it's your guardian angel. So ultimately, what you do with it, what you fill your trunk with, and where you go, it's all up to you. The setting for the game is a sci-fi version of the Olympic Peninsula, which you can see here. So it's the Pacific Northwest region of the United States. You can see that red pin right there in the upper left of the U.S. That's where the Olympic Peninsula is. It's just west of Seattle, which is right there on the right side of that map. And this whole area you see there is the Olympic Peninsula. It's in the real world, it's super beautiful. It's lush. It's about 9,300 square kilometers of rainforests and lakes, rivers, beaches, just pristine nature. It's a wonderful place. In our game, though, we've kind of taken that beautiful area and ruined it a little bit. Something bad happened there, and as a result, the peninsula has become the site of what we call the Olympic exclusion zone. It's a place that's been walled off by the government and abandoned for decades. Really, the only thing we know about it are that rumors. There are a lot of rumors about what happened inside, but we don't really know if any of them are true. So there's a lot of things you might expect to encounter in a place like this, and anomalies, radiation, secret government sites, maybe Bigfoot. The list is long and varied and fun, and you have to play the game to see which of these are true. Spoiler, it's all of them. The game is coming out later this year in 2023, which means that some of the storytelling methods I'm talking about today have actually not been revealed yet. I said we've only had 2 trailers so far, but I am keeping this talk spoiler-free, so you can listen freely and still be fresh for the game. In the end, I am a writer, and spoilers matter a lot to me, so you are in good hands today. In Pacific Drive, one of the main narrative problems that I set out to solve for our game is how do you deliver meaningful dialogue when a player A is overlooking a serene forest, B falling off a cliff at 100 kilometers per hour, or C doing both at the same time? Because all of these can and will happen as you play the game, especially if you're as good of a driver as I am in video games. And here's a live example of this exact problem. Go ahead and roll the video. So here's a clip of what it feels like to be playing Pacific Drive. I'm going to play it twice, and this is the first round. So I just want to point out a few things as you watch this clip. You have a first-person view. Oh, I can use my laser pointer. You have a first-person view. You've got your speedometer. You've got your fuel gauge, which is like kind of running a little empty. You've got a lot of instruments on your dashboard to look at. Don't worry about it. Here on the right is the health and armor of all of the parts on your car. So whether they're doing good, if your tires are in good shape, you are in that environment I talked about. Those are dangerous. Don't crash into them. Those are landmines. And you see this orange gateway pillar. That's how you escape the level. So you've got all this stuff going on. You're trying to get to this escape. You'll notice you're on a surface road, but it seems to be good conditions right now. But where it's raining or wet, you might be sliding all over the place. So consider you're controlling this car. You're a little bit out of control. All sorts of things are going on. Here is what it looks like to be inside of a storm. So at the end of your level, if the instability gets too high, there's a storm that closes in on you. So you need to escape before you get swallowed up by the storm. Here's what it looks like inside the storm. And that's a little bit of what you would kind of experience going through. So as you're playing this game, you would be looking at all these things. I didn't also get to mention there's resources you want to keep a lookout for. I mentioned you're going to be scavenging. So in addition to avoiding all these dangers you just saw, you're also looking for resources. So what I want to do now is I'm going to play this clip again, and this time put yourself in the driver's seat. Imagine you've got a controller in your hand, you're turning that wheel, you're looking for resources, and but I'm going to tell you a story as I do it. So if you can actually go back and play the same video again. All right. This is a science fiction story called Youth by Isaac Asimov. Tell me, said the industrialist, what do these friends from space want in return? The astronomer hesitated. He said, I will be truthful with you. They come from a denser planet. Ours is richer in the lighter atoms. They want magnesium? Aluminum? No, sir. Carbon and hydrogen. They want coal and oil. Really? The astronomer said quickly, you're going to ask why creatures who have mastered space travel and therefore atomic power want coal and oil. I can't answer that. The industrialist smiled. But I can. This is the best evidence yet of the truth of your story. Superficially, atomic power would seem to preclude the use of coal and oil. However, quite apart from the energy gained by their combustion, they remain, and always will remain, the basic raw material for all organic chemistry. Plastics, dyes, pharmaceuticals, solvents, industry would not exist without them, even in an atomic age. Still, if coal and oil are the low price for which they would sell us the troubles and tortures of racial youth, my answer is that the commodity would be dear if offered gratis. Now, sorry, oops. It's time for a pop quiz. So I read to you a story as you're hopefully focusing on the video. What's the name of the story I told you? How many characters are talking in this story? What were the names of the characters in the story? What were they talking about? What did the creatures want? I'll give you a moment to think about all these answers. Anyone have any? Show of hands. Any answers? Here's your answers on your right. How did you do? Did any of that stick in your head while you were watching that video? Again, sorry for pop quiz flashbacks here. I hate pop quizzes, but I wanted to share my point, which was that it's really difficult to listen to anything while you control a car. Add to that dodging the hazards, fighting your car as it swerves off the road. Imagine something's grabbing your car and pulling it back and forth. While the weather is getting bad, that is a whole lot of challenges. I can barely manage it. Again, as me, I've been working on this game for 2 years. It's hard for me to control this car. Now you're asking me to listen to a story. That's the problem narrative faces in Pacific Drive. So when you have a story to deliver, let alone a science fiction one, as our story is, there's a lot of exposition. There's long conversations. There was a lot of dense science fiction words. That's a big challenge, and that's the design space narrative lived in for Pacific Drive. So of Pacific Drive's main creative pillars, there's 2 elements that heavily influence narrative design. The 2 I'm going to talk about today are emergent driving stories. So when you're out on a drive, you're going to encounter a variety of, as you saw, terrain, resources, and encounters. All of them are differently randomized. The game is designed to allow for emergent interaction between the car and the world and the hazards, so every run will be different. The goal of that is to allow for moments of player-created accidents, complications, and solutions. So an example of this is a common story you'll hear when playing the game. I was out on a supply run when an abductor grabbed my car and pulled me into a landmine field. That's those crash test dummies you saw in the clip. That wasn't so bad, except when the storm started at the same time and my closest exit was up a mountain. Luckily, I had my good tires and I got out just in time. So the narrative we tell has to bend around the fact that the player could be doing any of these things when trying to tell you a story. It's possible that you could be in a moment where you're gathering resources, you're in this lovely forest, and it's very calm. Or you could be doing exactly, what this description is telling you, where an abductor grabbed you, you're fighting for your life. The same story is playing in both situations, and narrative had to kind of be prepared for that. And related to that first pillar, this is a survival game, and the minute-to-minute gameplay can be peaceful, challenging, and everything in between. So we needed to handle that while delivering story. The framework of the game is that, again, you're alone in a long abandoned exclusion zone with the car as your only companion. So a big part of the world and the story is the feeling of isolation, the things that people do in face of that, and the narrative needs to support kind of all these things simultaneously. Okay, to quickly highlight some of the tools that you'll recognize that narrative uses in games, and we considered all of these. You've got your cutscenes, cinematic sequences. Everything is scripted and tightly controlled, so the player sees the viewpoint, the mood you want, and you pause the action. The player doesn't have any input here. You can also take away camera control in the middle of walking through something or in the middle of a battle. You can take the player's camera, push it somewhere and say, look at this. Force an introduction. Could be an animated boss introduction or panning the camera to show you a location. We also have our classic walk and talks. These are airlocked sequences, usually devoid of action or at the very least set up in such a way that the player probably won't die in the middle of you telling them a story. So that's, again, if we need to deliver 5 minutes of story, guess what? You're walking down a corridor for 5 minutes. We love that in narrative. And when you do have to talk during action, it's generally kept pretty short, right? So you'll see real-time direct instructions, quick reactions to what you're doing. It's usually a line or two at the most that can play over what you're doing, right? If you're walking towards the door, they can warn you about the door. The classic audio logs, these are usually optional collectibles. If and when you pick them up, they're located in areas related to the log, right? You could press play at any time. It may or may not autoplay. Again, these are generally kept pretty short. We all love know and love BioShock, in those examples, they're kind of usually 1 to 4 sentences, maybe 30 seconds at the very most. They're designed to be missable. If you don't collect them, you can continue on. You won't miss anything in the story necessarily or the main part of the story. They're also short, right? So it can be easily interrupted. So if a boss battle or an enemy comes at you in the middle of it, it can get interrupted or continue playing and it'll just kind of pass on and you won't worry too much about it. Again, both of these, I'm emphasizing, these are kept really short. You want to control the sliver of time where you take control away from the player or you're asking them to really focus on what you're saying. Today, I'm going to talk about 2 of the narrative frameworks we chose to use in Pacific Drive. So one, we decided not to have cutscenes or stolen camera control. The player looks at whatever they want to look at when they want to do it. This honors the creative pillar of making space for emergent gameplay. We also decided to have off-screen characters completely, so you never see any characters that you talk to, including yourself, the player character. This is mainly for scope, as we are an indie-sized team, and the game is so focused around vehicles and environments and resources and materials, so we don't have creatures for the most part, we don't have characters, and there's no traditional combat. So when it comes to approaching not having cutscenes or on-screen characters, the first major question is, where are the characters, what can they see, and what can they do? We need to know this first so we know what perspective the characters speak from. Are they an all-seeing eye? Are you GLaDOS? Are you a creepy character that sees everything you can do and comments on it? And if so, is there evidence of cameras everywhere in your level, right, to support that fiction? Or you could have a character that's more of a god's eye view, invisible, they still see everything. It could be even a character that's a dungeon master, controlling you, puppeting you a little bit, or a character, or someone that it could even see inside your own head and know your thoughts, right? This is fiction, we can kind of do whatever we want here. In this case, the point of view is clear, and why or how a character knows everything would be pretty clear. Or, on the right side of the slide, is your character a limited point of view? So in Firewatch, for example, you talk to another character through your walkie-talkie, but she is miles away. She is maybe looking through binoculars at you, and so she can react to a forest fire in the distance, but only things that she could see with kind of human eyes is her scope of what she knows and what she can tell you. If a character is miles away or whatever their location or access to you is, that changes a lot. That really defines the relationship you have with this character and what they are able to tell you and how they are able to help you. For Pacific Drive, we chose the latter. We are a limited point of view. You're on your own, and the characters can only help you so much. One reason for this, as I mentioned, you are in the wilderness. You're in a long-abandoned exclusion zone. It's not a place you can imagine cameras installed everywhere, and if there were, where would you put them, right? Because it's full of trees and full of just, again, it's 3,900 square kilometers, right? It's a big area. Also, and this was fun, the game is set in 1998. So while we took a lot of liberties with the law of physics and the natural world, because again, we are science fiction, we get to do that, grounding the technology in its time was important too. So I gave the characters 2 touch points. 1, GPS, and 2, wireless data. So GPS, at first, as a reminder, this is what GPS looked like in 1998. The data is crude, it is real time, it's absolutely not perfect. The characters can kind of like guess at where you are, right? The view distance is not that bad. So maybe they can tell you're on a bridge, but certainly not what you're doing on that bridge. Also, if we think about internet or wireless data, it was really basic at that time. You and the characters can pass some data back and forth, but it is crude, it is unreliable. Again, you're in the woods. And so you can do things like scan a map and upload the data, and then the characters can react to it remotely, right? Or power on a machine, and maybe they have access to an electrical grid, so they can say, I see you did the thing I told you to do because the power is on now. That limits your point of view, but that also allows us to tightly control, what we're telling the player and what they see and what they need to do themselves. As far as the characters and how they reach you, I love this one. So again, we are a car-based game, so they mainly speak to you through the car radio, which is right there. I think in the actual game, I think we moved it up to the top panel, but the radio is a one-way communication device, right? You can't respond to them. It means you can't confirm, you can't say yes to what they're doing or what they're telling you, you can't question them. They just talk to you one way, and you just kind of have to deal with it. As a result, the characters are not your tour guide. If you're driving past a lovely location, they're not going to talk to you about it. They're not going to tell you a story about it. The exception is that they'll talk to you when it's a mission critical element. If you need to press a button and you're kind of missing it, we're a video game, we're going to tell you after all, but you're not going to hear their constant reactions. And that's a deliberate choice because, again, we're talking about isolation. You're alone at this zone. The characters are not going to be sending, health packs to you or gas tanks while you're out on a road trip. And so you need to feel abandoned, you need to feel on your own, and this helps sell that. Okay, and on to the topic of off-screen characters, which was the second framework I mentioned. With Pacific Drive, we've tackled on a lot of content for a game of our team size. I wanted to take a moment to show you Team Ironwood Studios. We're an indie studio. We are working with Kepler Interactive. And this is not all of our team. We're missing some team members since our last website update, but this is a good chunk. And as you see, it's a good amount of people, but we still had to make really strong scoping choices. And again, because we're so heavily focused on the car, the environment, the interactions with the hazards, we decided to not have character models, as I mentioned earlier. You don't see any of the characters talking to you. Again, they're connected to you through radio. You also, if you look down at your body, you're not going to see your arms. You're not going to see your body. You're going to hold up tools, but they're going to float in midair in the way we love in video games. And that's a constraint we're working with. We also added on an additional constraint that even if you didn't have a body, sometimes your player character could still talk. We decided not to have the player character speak either. That was a personal preference. That wasn't necessarily based on a scope of work, but it went hand in hand with you're a character, you're kind of a blank slate, and you get to be whoever you want to be in this game. Even though you have a non-speaking character, you still have a lot of communication choices in narrative, right? So examples we know and love. We love a classic silent JRPG protagonist. They can gesture, they can mime, they can go ... and all the characters pretend to understand them. Lore check, Cloud does actually talk. This is just a good screenshot. But you also have or just straight text-based conversations, right? The main character doesn't have to talk, but you could still choose how you want to react. That's totally valid too. Or the player just doesn't talk. They don't communicate with the NPC at all, and we just accept that. And again, with Pacific Drive, we chose option number 3. You do not communicate back to the characters. You have a car radio. They are broadcasting over the waves to you. Of course, when the player character doesn't speak, a lot of challenges become immediately apparent. It can really feel one-sided. The conversations do not feel like an equal exchange, right? It can make you feel powerless or railroaded when someone's just telling you what to do constantly. It can have the side effect of disconnecting you from your action, which is a subtle feeling you might not always realize is happening for you or the player. You also run the risk of someone just barking commands at you all the time. Go here. Press this button, kill this boss. This can make the player feel passive, even if they are the ones taking the action. And then when a character can only listen and not react, that means you can sometimes end up delivering story with really long exposition or monologues, right? You don't have natural pauses for conversation. You miss the opportunity to layer on questions or fight back against what the player is telling you to do or the character is telling you to do. So one way I decided to approach this was to create multiple off-screen characters. They talk to each other while you listen in. This allows conflict and vibrancy and a little bit more depth of storytelling than if someone's just talking to you alone. But again, this creates drawbacks. The dialogue is a lot longer. Here's some amazingly written examples of direct versus conversation. So if you have one person, again, a GLaDOS or some sort of type who's just talking at you all the time, they might give you an instruction just like this, right? Go through the door, turn on the switch, do this. It may not look safe, but it's the best chance we have. Whereas if you have multiple characters in a conversation, you can have a little bit of back and forth, right? You can have somebody questioning those instructions. You can layer on a little bit of emotion. Maybe you as a player would feel that it was a little scary. I don't really trust this person, but you couldn't voice that or make it heard. So having another character in the room allows you to do that. It's the same information conveyed. You can see it's a lot longer. It takes more time, but it can feel better. You can shape an emotion around what you're hearing. Where am I pointing? Nope. Oh. Sorry, my screen down here is not updating. There we go. Okay. So another challenge of having a non-speaking character without a physical body, how do they make the player care about their part in the story? And the good news is you do this in the same way that you would write a main character in any story. First, you make the player the inciting incident for the conflict, right? There's a reason the character is here, and the story would not have happened without them. And as I mentioned, in our story, the Olympic exclusion zone is long abandoned. Nobody knows what happens inside, and the story only starts because the player shows up. We wonder, how did they get inside? How will they survive? Were they brought here for a reason? These are all questions with the player as the center. They are the catalyst for this story. Second, you want to put the player in the middle of the character conflict. In Pacific Drive, you meet characters who still live in this Olympic exclusion zone. It's a place where no one should live anymore. They are going to fight over whether to help you, whether to trust each other, what you should do, where to go. And as you as a player are driving around facing increasingly difficult drives, the tension between the characters also begins to escalate too, right? So this allows extra conflict on top of what you're doing and adds extra weight to everything that's at stake. Lastly, you also want to make sure that the player is the only one who can resolve this conflict. In our game, the side characters' hands are tied, narratively speaking. They need the player's help. They cannot solve this problem on their own. Again, you're the reason the story is happening, and they need your help. We all have to learn to work together or against each other to achieve our goals, which may or may not be the same. A great example of this, and honestly where I got the inspiration to do it this way, was Myst, if anyone's played the original Myst. In that game, you are a character, you're helping out two brothers who are trapped, right? You're just some person, and they are two opposing forces pulling back and forth on you. And through their conversation, they are fighting, they are telling you the backstory, and that's similar to what we're doing here in Pacific Drive. As much as choosing this approach solved it, like all game dev solutions, they are drawbacks. The scenes are long. They're much longer than originally targeted, maybe too long for, again, what we're asking the player to listen to as they're driving a car and skidding off a mountain. Some segments range from 30 seconds to 2 minutes, which is a long time. It is more time required per character, right? So every time you add a new character, you exponentially increase the number of character relationships. If you just have one character, you manage you and that person. When you have two characters, then you have many more relationships, 3 characters, right? It's a relationship between every single character and everybody together as a group. It requires time spent on all of those dynamics. You have to introduce each character, you have to introduce all the relationships, you have to add the conflict, and you have to allow that conflict to have enough time to sail to a smooth ending. It's a big balancing act. Sorry. Let me go back. So balancing the storytelling meant splitting the narrative up into different priorities. First and most important are the immediate mission relevant voice-over instructions, right? Get to the observation tower, to find the map, to go where you need to go. This interrupts any other narrative going on. It's short and snappy, as mentioned earlier, because the player needs to know what to do next. You have story supporting mission details. So, while they go to the observation tower, we're going to tell them why they're doing it. To test my theory, we're going to have to get you close to the anomaly. These would be confusing to miss, but they wouldn't break the game. You would still know where you need to go and kind of figure things out through context. There's basically side conversations. These are story relevant, but absolutely, if you miss these, you'd probably wonder why everybody's fighting, but you could get through it, right? Hey, driver, something you should know about why we don't trust that person you've been talking to who's been giving you instructions. Lastly, there's always world lore. Audio logs, found text documents, headset scanner. These are things that I use deliberately there that fill in the gaps of the worlds because the main story is going to focus on the first three things. As you move through the missions and as the characters talk to you, that's what they're going to be talking about, their conflict, your reason for being there. They're not going to be telling you, hey, by the way, this zone was established in 1955, and let me tell you all the stories about all the people who lived here. It's not going to happen so much, so we do it through this found, world building. And I promise no spoilers here, just want to say that the audio logs for Pacific Drive are one of my favorite parts of the narrative. I'm really excited to reveal that in the future, sometime this year. And so all of that, what does that sum up to? Did it work? Here's my answer. I don't know. The game's not out yet. It comes out later this year. So we're going to wait and see. Ultimately, I don't know if we solve the problem of dense exposition. Certainly every sci-fi movie, every game has this problem. Like, how do you deliver it? How much did your player actually get from the story? You don't always know. And so while we put together tools to try to help you recall the story, ultimately it's up to the player and if they're going to pay attention or not. We're going to have to assume that they're going to miss parts of it and live with that fact. And we are a run-based game, so we chose to layer on a series of story missions and objectives, but it's so player dependent, right? Someone could play our game and not do any of the story missions, and they could play for 100 hours and have a great time. And we allow for that, and especially as a narrative person, we support that. That's great. You're here for a game. We're not going to, force you to listen to the story if you don't ultimately want to. All right. So thank you all for coming today. Again, it's a really pleasure to be here. Thank you to Big Festival and Abra Games for bringing me here to speak. It's wonderful to see all the incredible talent and work here happening in South America, and hope to come back soon. Of course, when it comes to indies, your support means a lot. So if you could wishlist us, that really does help. And I'm also going to be around today. I'll take some questions now. But if you see me on the floor, please say hi. I'd love to meet you all. Give me a shout on Twitter, any of the above. And if you have questions, there's a microphone that's going to appear. If you don't have questions, you can answer my questions, which is basically where to get the best food here in Sao Paulo. And if there's any sites I should not miss while I'm here. Thank you. I'm going to put my headphones on now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Bye.
Test. Can you hear me?
Ooh, there it goes. Yes.
Oh, okay. First, congratulations for the Pacific Drive. This is an amazing game. I was thrilled to see when it was announced. I'm definitely gonna play it. And my question is about how you organize the structure of the narrative inside the development team. Like, how do you put this to all the development team to know what you're writing, what's the narrative about, and how can they use this in other parts of the game? For an example, like how the artists can use the narrative design to make the assets that they need, and if you do like a GGG or an internal document that regulates it. That's my question about the structure at all with inside the Pacific Drive development.
Well, thank you. And everyone heard the question. I don't have to repeat it, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, so as I mentioned before, so we're a remote team. So the answer was certainly a lot of documentation. Our team really circulates its information on Notion very well. So on Notion, Originally, before I joined the game, there was a GDD, right? It was just broad strokes of the narrative, which more informed the environment and maybe some of the characters. And by the time I came on about 2.5 years ago, that was when we started to build out more lore Bible things, right? So while I was writing the script, I was building out the lore Bible at the same time, a lot of character sheets. The art team drove a lot of the just the art by itself, but narrative, I could come in and talk about the time period, right? So I mentioned a lot that the game is set in 1998, but it's about a 40-year-old exclusion zone. So we have architecture and story from all the lives lived, from the 1950s in that game. So there was a lot of, I'm trying to think of what documents I made. I definitely made a character Bible, lore Bible. I made a timeline sheet, right? So the timeline of our game is maybe over 80 years, including when the first character is born. So it was a big timeline sheet of, this character's life, what was going on in the world, what's going on in our worlds, and passed off documents that way. Trying to think of what else. As I wrote the script, which was a traditional screenplay format, I wrote a lot of summaries because I did not imagine that most people, including the artists who are very busy, are going to read through the entire script. So I did a lot of summaries where every chapter, I talked about what actually happens in the chapter, what happens with the characters, what the player is actually doing. And even at a higher level, we would break down, as I mentioned, we have story missions, right? So your linear quests. In each quest, we would also talk about what is the emotional mood of every scene, what is the atmospheric mood of the scene. So all those teams can come together and, put together in Notion in one page, say, this is a page for quest 1. Let's talk about what the mood is, the player character, how are they feeling at this moment? Do we want to be tense? Do we want it to be fun? And then, what are the supporting elements in that map? Is there a town? What is the history of that town? Is it important to the map or is it just there? So it was, for us, while a lot of this is kind of couched in narrative did not necessarily drive all of it, right? Art team would come in with their ideas, design team would come in their ideas. It was a very shared experience. Thank you.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
Hey. I also wanted to say congratulations on the game. It looks amazing. I can't wait to play it. My question is more about how important is replayability for your team, if the emergent gameplay experience was something that you guys decided on because of replayability, or if you meant for the game to be like a one-play experience like Firewatch or something like that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Replayability. In the end, we try not to use the word roguelike, right? Because there's very specific definitions around it, but we're a road-lite, someone told us. Road as in the road. So we do consider ourselves a road-lite, and that was always the origin of the game. So replayability was kind of number one. And an example of that is not only, I showed you our team size, we're a smaller size team, but with such a big environment, we also had to be careful about we wanted to make as many maps as possible, and there was a kind of production guideline of we don't want to hand place as many things as possible. So all the trees you see in the game are actually placed by a tool that we made. Structures sometimes, things are randomized. So rarely will you ever say, hey, on this map, when you cross this area, it's going to be, landmines or this type of anomaly blocking your way. It's going to come from some sort of spawn pool, right? So we specifically were like, all right, in this area, these things might spawn in the forest, and go have at it. And sometimes, many times when we're playtesting the game, the interaction of the systems surprise us, right? So we have, without being too specific, we have a lot of different anomalies that can attack you, attack the car. It can grab onto your car and pull it left or right. So maybe one anomaly or an AI basically is going to grab your car and pull it in one direction. It may pull you off a cliff. It may pull you into the exit for safety, or it might pull you into a bunch of landmines, right? So that replayability factor was absolutely kind of the guiding principle of the game. Thank you. 2 more minutes.
Hey, hello.
Hi.
Really loved your talk. I've loved the game since I saw the PlayStation showcase, so it's really exciting to hear more about it now. So I wanted to ask about how do you handle scripting triggers or stuff like that? Does conversation start when you appear in a certain location? Do you have any kind of logic in the game to say, like, if the character is crashing into a landmine, then certain dialogues won't activate? I'm pretty curious about that. And I'll go ahead and also ask, what's your favorite coffee shop? Because I love coffee too.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. Well, I don't know which question to answer first. Let's talk about the triggers. Yes. So ultimately, while there in that team slide I showed you earlier, what you may not have noticed is that there was only 2 writers on the team and 2 narrative designers. So while we do script for these things, it's probably not enough, right? We know we want to script for certain things. If a storm activates, it's the kind of that thing that closes in on the end. We don't really want too much talking to happen there. But in other situations, it's not too much, right? Aside from, hey, you are on this quest, and when you pass something, this dialogue will play, or we know that, hey, if you're on the map, on the way to this map over here, and we know it's going to be a long drive, maybe then we'll play some dialogue as you go. But you know, as you said, we're not necessarily checking for like, hey, there's nothing touching your car. Your car's not actively taking damage. And if we were to do that, it would be good. But also, like, you know, if you're driving on the road, we start a VO because nothing's hitting your car at the moment, and something starts to hit your car, we're also not going to stop that VO, right? So it was definitely interplay of, again, like I said, we just accepted a lot of just, this is going to happen. We're going to do our best. We're going to script around it. We're in Unreal Engine, by the way. I'm doing a lot of this in blueprints. But, ooh, my time's up. But yeah, we, as much as we could, but probably not enough for as much emergent gameplay. And I'll just say my last, final, most exciting question, the coffee. It's like a minimalist Japanese coffee shop. It's literally called The Coffee with a period. They're everywhere here in Sao Paulo. That's amazing. I bought like a bunch of beans to bring home. I'm obsessed, so definitely try it. Thank you very much.
To ask because I was really curious about. I read that. Oh, I have to ask that.
Here in Sao Paulo, they're everywhere. I just don't know if people.
I think so. I think so.
Yeah.
I have to search, but I think so. But I was really curious. I know that the main objective was know more about the Pacific Drive. But when I read that, oh, coffee shop. No, I have to know now.
I'm not just saying that. It's really my favorite coffee shop in the entire world, and I travel a lot. So, like, y'all are lucky if you live here.
Thank you again, Carrie. Thank you again. Galera, vamos seguir mais.
All right, everybody, let's keep with our agenda. Once again, thank you to Carrie without giving us spoilers. She shared a lot about the game, and I know you're excited about it just like I am. But before we're going to continue with the agenda, but before that, we have a quick break. Thank you again for staying with us. Olá, eu tô aqui com a Carrie e Sean depois dessa sessão incrível que a gente assistiu. Carrie, tudo bem? Tô ótimo, e você? Tô bem também. Carrie, como tem sido a sua experiência aqui no Big Festival, além da sua apresentação?
To a lot of conventions in the United States, PAX, E3, all the big shows. And so getting to walk this floor and seeing all sorts of new games and very international games is really wonderful.
Nice, nice. And how about the Brazilian public? Were you expecting this reception?
I didn't know what to expect. I will say I've heard a lot about this festival overseas, and I always wondered. Everyone always comes back and says it's amazing. You have to go. It's very big, and I don't know. It's been incredible.
Any spoilers from the future or any special message you would like to share with the Latin American audience?
I guess please look forward to Pacific Drive coming out later this year. And definitely would love to come back, see more games, continue developing games. There seems to be a lot being created here in Latin America that's wonderful and creative. And we would love to see more of it internationally.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Carrie. Hope to see you again walking through the halls of Big Festival. Thanks.
É isso, galera. A gente já está de volta aqui.
Back on stage 2. This is stage 2. But yes, stage 1 and stage 3 and stage the anime are still on. And to decide what you want to see, you can look on the big screen just behind you, or you can go to our website. Let me take a look. Who is with me? Who is with us on stage 2? Show of hands. All right, let me ask you, how many people have you met? Has anyone ever met a friend online playing games? Yeah? Because again, the internet is a very important social tool for us. And our next talk is going to talk exactly about that. How can we discuss a topic of so much relevance socially for us? So the topic of our next topic is how video games can fight the isolation of people with special needs. This is a very in topic right now, and for that, I'm going to invite our speakers, Christian Rivolta, who is the president of Able Games, David Ribeiro, Rodrigo Ovelha, and Luis Rios, all from Able Games, and Rodrigo Rafael from INTZ. I'm going to invite them to take the stage. Let's hear it from them. Come on. There you go. We're going to have a great conversation on this topic. Something that should be discussed because our games can also be tools to meeting more people. All right, I'll leave it to them. Enjoy, and thank you again, guys. Good morning. David? Is it working? Yeah, perfect. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Big Festival. It's a great pleasure to be back on this stage. Last week, we had the same opportunity. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Christian. I'm a director at Able Games Brazil, which is an NGO focusing on accessibility for people with special needs in the gaming industry. So we work for games to become more accessible so more people can play and everybody can be part of this world that we love so much. We do that through some different work fronts. So we work on adapted controls. So we build and donate adapted controls for people with special needs. We work with game developers so they understand how to make their games more accessible. So they create the more accessible games of the future. Like we saw happen with God of War and Last of Us. We have Street Fighter 6 with incredible accessibility functionalities. And what we're doing just now, we are raising awareness among the audience. I see some familiar faces in the audience. Glad to see our friends with us, but I see a lot of people I don't know. And this is very important for us, being able to share this information with all of you. The idea of today's talk, which is how video games can fight isolation for people with disabilities, it's more of a conversation. We're not going to talk about the technical portion of it. If you want to learn more about that, go to our website, ablegames.org.br, or look for people who is wearing the same t-shirt as I am, and then we can have a more technical discussion. The idea for this talk is to have just a conversation so you can learn more about it, because everyone who is on stage here I met through video games. We wouldn't have been together without video games. And I'm certain that all of you have a similar story to tell. So we're going to have this conversation. Uzi is sitting right next to me, so I'll hand the microphone. Oh, he has his own mic. So Uzi, can you please tell us? Tell us a little bit about you. What's your history with games? What do you like doing? Maybe sell your game a little bit. I don't have actually a game yet. Let's take it easy, okay? Step by step. All right, everyone. My name is Uzi. I have a channel together with Carol the Queen called Blind Combat. And we do the most we can to make the content of games accessible, games that are still don't have accessibility functionalities. And the idea is to reach more people with disabilities and learn that they can be included in the world of games. Because I lost my sight. I wasn't born hindsighted. And when I started losing my sight, I thought I had to quit video games. But since I'm very stubborn, I insisted on it. And I noticed, as I met more people with disabilities, that it was common for people to give up, just like I thought of giving up eventually. And our work is so people don't give up, so they learn about more games with accessibility functionalities or not. The idea is to talk about games that are accessible, and if they are not accessible, we do as most as we can to include people in those games. We focus a lot on fight games, because fight games are easier to be adapted if you have if you're visually impaired. So we work a lot of that. I don't know if I'm Clark Kent or Superman. Well, for me, you're always Superman, dude. Oh, that's nice. So when I'm as Clark Kent, I work with music production. This is what I do for a living. I create music. I record rap songs. I actually came up with the song for Able Gamers. It was a pleasure, by the way. And that's it. So we are constantly working with audio. I also work as a sound designer. And this is where the game comes in. I'm still learning how to code. I'm visually impaired. I can see around 5%. I have 5% of sight. So I see one thing or another. But that's what what I try to do. When you say that you make games more accessible in your channel, what exactly do you do? Especially for those who are visually impaired. We translate images into audio. In a nutshell, that's that, which is audio description whenever necessary. We have a donation system. People can donate. So we have a fund to pay professionals to help us in this work. Nicole Somera is a great partner of ours. She helps us a lot in the channel. We also have Rafael, who does Brazilian Sign Language. We also have that. So we do whatever we can to make everything accessible. Recently, there was a trailer for Mortal Kombat 1. I'm a fan of Mortal Kombat. So I lost a lot of that because I couldn't see. And my wife and I have studied audio description, so we did an audio description of the trailer, which is quite hard because trailers are too fast. Because that's what audio description is, to describe what's happening in the trailer so those who cannot see understand what's happening, right? Yeah. And this is for accessibility in general, but speaking specifically about audio description, people with disabilities have the closest experience as possible with someone who doesn't have disability. So we cannot pause the video. So because if you don't have any disability, you're not going to pause the video as you watch it. So you have to audio describe the book in a flow. So we did a audio description for the trailer. For example, there's a new game that was launched without screen readers. So explain that. Are you visually impaired? You want to go to that part. You go 2 to the right. Yes, it's almost like a command code, so people can find the options. Command code is a little bit easier sometimes. And you mentioned something that is key for game developers, experience, right? At least for me, and I think for many people, the game trade show is an experience, right? And the idea is to bring this experience to the largest number of people or to try to make it accessible to most people. That's what we should keep in mind. I know if you're starting on indie games, you have never done anything, and you start talking about accessibility, that might scare you. But the idea is to try to bring the experience that you as game creators want people to have and think about reaching everyone. So how can we make everyone enjoy your game? Especially by playing together. When playing together, people can have conversations. Because I talk about fight games. Because he can play it. I'm not really good at them. Yeah, I feel like I'm talking by myself most times because Chris never understands what I'm trying to say, right? All right, would anyone like to speak next? Oh, DZ. DZ, tell us a little bit about you, what you do. You can talk about your company. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Zinitos. I'm a streamer at NTZ. I'm a content creator. I also work as a camera operator. I film SM Play Championships or tournaments. And I like to create content showing accessibility. I like to test the accessibility of some games. I do reviews and analysis mostly. Not just for games, but for adwares that I love. Keyboards, mouses, and other functionalities as well. That are connected to accessibility. They are very important. And that are part of a market that is growing a little bit because the market is paying a little bit more attention to the hardware part of it. How to develop a better keyboard so we can play. Something that folks from Able Gamers have been doing for quite some time, adapting the controls and all those things. That a work that gives everyone the possibility to play. Because for me, all that has changed my life. Games have changed my life. I have always been quite alone and isolated from the world. And games showed me that I was not alone. There were other people who also wanted to play and talk, and I was able to learn from other people. And that's what games showed me. They opened my world to new realities and allowed me to show my world to other people. I have glass bones, which is a genetic disorder, so my bones break quite easily. So since the beginning, I have always been a video game guy. I used to play in that wooden Atari console. I miss that joystick, by the way. And like Chris said, it gave me the opportunity to... Games have given me the opportunity to meet more people and the opportunity to be here, to make friends, which is what I wanted the most. Having people to share moments with, having people to share my experiences with. And for me, that is very important. That's pretty much it, I think. So, the idea is to show these experiences to people. This area of society that is sometimes forgotten. You promised you wouldn't make me cry. I apologize, guys. I get quite emotional when I hear these things. And there's one thing that he said that is very important. We see that people with disabilities, talking to them, they suffer a lot of prejudice. We still face that. And we notice that video games can't put everyone on the same ground. Everybody's the same when playing. There's a case of someone, I wrote it some time ago about that person in a blog. And we used to write together, play together. He lives in the north of Brazil, so I never met him personally. And he told me some time ago, Chris, do you know I have a disability? I said, I had no idea. And said, I used to hide that because I was embarrassed. But today, looking at the work that Able Gamers does, looking at Fabricio, who is also with us, listening to you talk about this openly, I'm more comfortable to talk about my disability without fearing any prejudice. And this is part of our work as well. Sometimes we hear that, oh, we have many more important things for people with disabilities to worry about than video games. Of course, that's true. But look at the level of importance that games have in people's lives. They can accept themselves. They can talk openly about their disability. This is also very important. I'm sorry, got some interference on my headphones. All right, I'll hand the floor to Ovelha. He's a little bit embarrassed to speak. But Ovelha, tell us a little bit about your history with games in a nutshell. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I'm not used to speaking in public. A lot of people, right? I'm neurodivergent. I am part of the spectrum, the autism spectrum, which is a blessing and a curse at the same time, as I like to say. Our IQ is extremely high, but our social skills are completely broken. I've been involved with games for a long time. I don't know if you remember a magazine called Hero. I was part of that team that founded this magazine. And then I created Hero Games that took a different direction. And then I became graphic producer at Heavy Metal Illustrator magazine, a European magazine that had the greatest illustrators in the world working for them. I was beta tester for Blizzard playing Warcraft. I would drive them insane because I think completely differently. So I was one of the few players that could travel around the Warcraft world, and I found out zillions of bugs that existed. For me, it was complicated because I'm 52. So autism, this became a discussion 10 years ago only. So when I was young, I was just considered a crazy guy. I was mental. Those were the three things people would call me. I was supposed to have been locked up. My mom was the one who said no. He's just different. He thinks differently. And thank God, one of the directors was my uncle, a great neurosurgeon, and he said no. He just sees the world differently. He sees everything differently, and he thinks differently. That's all he does. I was bullied a lot at school because I was constantly daydreaming. And I was thinking, what are flies made of? How does light travel? Again, I'm really, really different. I have very few friends. But once people become my friend, I'm always there for them. Sometimes in meetings, I participate in very large meetings. And the first thing that I say I'm neurodivergent, so I apologize if my conversation sound a little bit arrogant. But I'm very straightforward. There's no filter when I speak. And this is a terrible thing in all levels. And games really changed my life in all areas of my life. I have been playing since TK85, with a cassette, a cartridge. It was 125K. It was incredible. It took half an hour for the game to load. And the games were written. You used to read and say, you need to type, there was a clause that said, open drawer. Oh, you found this. So I have a long history in the game industry. And then I went to comic books. I am one of the first Brazilian colorizers. I work at Art Comics next to Mike Deodato, all these big guys. And then I left the market. They brought me back. And I went back to comic books. And I didn't stop. And then I met Chris. I'm sorry, by the way. Sorry for that. It's complicated because people like me, I'm very visual. So when people talk to me, people make a lot of fun of me. Because as soon as I hear something, I start imagining it. So yeah, I put myself in a lot of tough situations. So I worked coloring for Marvel, DC. And currently, people like to know about this, but I don't like talking about it. Because I think people should like me for who I am and not what I do or who I represent. I'm the global curator for Batman, Legal Justice, Jurassic Park in terms of accessibility. I'm the one to develop solutions that are part of this crazy universe. And it took me a long time to get there because people used to tell me, this is too out there, it's not going to work. And I told them, yes, it will. And today, I'm considered to be a guy who speaks of the future. So I talked a lot about NFTs and a number of things. And someone who brought me to the world of accessibility was someone who saw me. I was painting a Batman for Comic-Con. I'm one of the directors at Chiaroscuro. I'm in charge of art stalling. I was painting a Batman, and someone walked in and said, I'm blind. And said, oh, come on, guys. This is a live stream. I'm painting painting. I'm blind. And I said, so what are you doing? So I dropped the live stream, and I started talking to him. And I was embarrassed to find out that he was really blind. His eyes were white. The first time you see someone like this, you are really impressed. And he was playing Mozart. And that really got to me and said, I'm sorry. I had no idea. I was not used to this. And I started talking to him, and he knew a lot of shows. It's like, he's a geek. And then I said, because if you're neurodivergent, you get my attention when I get curious. So sometimes I'm talking to you, you're talking to me, it's not interesting. I'm just going to turn around and walk away. So that has happened quite sometimes. And no one can control that. So I started talking to him, and he started telling me. And it was very difficult for me to enter the accessibility world because I didn't know how to talk to people. So the first time I fell, he told me, Ovelha, we see just like you do, but we see in a different way. That was the first slap in the face. The second slap in my face was, okay, that guy's blind. Say, oh, you're blind. No. I have a visual disability. I said, okay, sure. And I went to talk to the second guy. Okay, so you have a visual disability. No, I'm blind. And I said, come on, guys. How can I talk to you? And I talked to a third guy, and I told him, I don't know how to talk to you. Are you blind? Are you visually impaired? Do you have a visual disability? What should I call you? And he told me, call me Andre. Call me by my name. And I said, okay. So I took a lot of beats. I'm passionate for games and for the entertainment universe. And I'm passionate about able gamers. I enter a lot of fights. I even scare Chris sometimes. And this is me. I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of time notion. Sometimes I speak too much. But I have a crazy story with a lot of accomplishments. One thing that Ovelha said that is quite important is talking. Like I said, the topic or the term today, people with disabilities, this term has changed a lot over the years. I think it's a much more humane term today because we're talking about people first, people with disabilities. It's important for people to come first because first they're people, later come their disabilities. So I think what he was trying to say is just talk to people. It's important for you to understand their reality. It's a little bit of what we're trying to do. And talk to them like normally, like take it easy. They just want to talk to you. They just want to be together like everyone else. Now I'll hand the floor to David. We have an interpreter who will be translating to you. David, tell us a little bit about your history with games. Hi. My name is David Ribeiro, and I would like to say thank you to Able Gamers for the invitation to be here. It was very special to me. I'm deaf. I'm 26. And I have a long history with games because since I'm deaf, I used to live in isolation because I couldn't communicate. I couldn't have social contact with people. But games gave me a new perspective on my world because I started to understand that I could build relationships with other people who had disabilities. And they showed me that we can reach our goals. We can face our limitations. And I have a relationship with my friends and other deaf people who are also gamers. So for me, it makes me really happy. I feel represented. For example, I'm going to talk about Fortnite. I love this game. And it showed me accessibility. It gave me the possibility of making a lot of friends. And my circle of friends only grew after it. And I no longer feel alone because now I'm part of a community. And that makes me feel really good. That's what David had for you. Do you have any questions for him? Production, is that how much time we have? I was scared we were going to be late, but we still have 20 minutes to talk to you. Because again, the idea is to open for questions. If you're in the audience and you have a question, we are available. So what we are doing here at Big Festival is something that I have never seen before. So we have on stage a deaf person, a blind person, a person with autism, and a person with a physical disability, which pretty much represent the 4 major disability types that we have out there. Everybody together, talking, sharing a stage. And this is very important for me. I don't have any disabilities, and I'm here together with them, and we are all equals. It's important to highlight that I'm a person without disability today, because age is going to get to all of us. And this is an important thing to mention. Today, anyone, whether it's men, women, poor, rich, black, or white, you can develop a disability overnight because of an accident, because you get a disease, or because you get old. And it's not the end of the world. It is going to happen to everyone, and we should be ready for it. I have a huge backlog of games, and I want to play these games when I'm older. So make sure you come up with accessible games so I can play them when I'm older. Because when we're older, we're going to have physical, visual, auditive, and cognitive disabilities. It's going to happen to everyone. That's why the topic of disability is so important. Besides that, like I said, even though I don't have a disability today, I use a number of accessibility functionalities when I play. Some games, they see accessibility as quality of life. It makes our lives much easier. So I wear glasses. There are prescription glasses, but I'm tired. I leave my glasses in the car. I want to watch a TV show. I want to watch, I don't know, I want to play a game or something on TV. I increase the font size. I'm not young enough to do button smashing or quick time events or those type of things in games. Or sometimes I'm tired when I'm playing and I don't want to have to react fast. So I increase the quick time event time or skip it. These are all accessibility functionalities that Quinn implement. And these are functionalities that Able Gamers covers in a course. So we have created an accessible development technique. It's called Accessible Game Experience. The material is available for free on our website if you want to learn more about it. There's also a workshop. We give you a certificate in the end, and I'm, of course, trying to sell it for you right now. Uzi took the course, Ovelha as well. Some people in the audience have already taken it. Please, show of hands. So if you want to talk to them about it, feel free to do so. And we cover all those things. And these are functionalities that are useful for everyone. So they will make your game better and more pleasant to more people. And the more people you have playing, the more they're buying it, which is also something nice. So any questions from the audience?
Hello, good morning. First of all, thank you very much for being here and for giving this great talk. And this is actually not the first time I watch your talk. And for us, for developers, I would like to know, to what extent do we develop games according to our limitations? For example, for me, I don't speak English. And, we wanted big developers to translate the texts into Portuguese so that more people had access to what the game is trying to tell. And last year, when I was watching your presentation, I thought that we really missed an analysis about that from the developer's perspective. So my question for you is, considering a virtual reality and expensive reality, I would like to know your perspective about that. Is that accessible to everybody? Or maybe we should take more care and pay more attention to accessibility in augmented reality and virtual reality? Who wants to take that one? Well, I am visually impaired, and I have only 5% of my eyesight. And of course, disabilities, they range in a whole spectrum. So if you can develop a game for those who are fully blind, but if you can develop your game for those who are visually impaired, that's great. There's no 100% accessibility because disabilities are very diverse. The very few experiences I had with VR were not good. However, I believe that the technology has improved, and VR can be a tool not only for gaming but also for cool experiences. For example, if you visit a museum, VR can be a great technology to help me, because sometimes in actual museums I cannot get close to things. So VR can help me a lot with that. So I have not had any great experiences with VR, but I think it is a nice field to be explored. Yes, it's like we said, for those who have a low eyesight, sometimes you need to get too close to the image to see it. And in a museum, you cannot touch the items. But maybe with VR, you have that option of zooming in, for example. Digital technologies can help us with that. That can be interesting. Design patterns. You will need to do a DLC of the design patterns for VR and mobile, and I think that we are going to launch something in that sense this year or maybe next year. The course and the materials, they are not rules. They are about concepts. And your creativity as developers will dictate what you are going to do and the solutions that you can come up with. Yes, and I think that's actually, and I said that on many occasions during the course. I don't know if you agree with me, but in my opinion, if you cannot make your game immersive, that's okay with me. I don't think there's an issue with that. You can do something that is not related to your game whatsoever, but what is important to me is to be part of the experience, no matter how. If you have an option that will change the graphics completely, but I can have the same conversation about this game with another person, for example, if I can talk to Chris about the game, that's okay with me. I played The Last of Us with a color filter, so the characters all look blue or red, the items are yellow, but when I talk to someone else about The Last of Us, it's the same. Sometimes I talk to developers and they tell me, oh, but that's not part of the story of the game. It doesn't matter. What matters is the experience. And that's why it is important. And, for those who can see, it is very hard for us to, imagine a different experience. That's why it's so nice to talk to people with disabilities to understand their perspective. When it comes to extended realities, Dell created a prototype of a hat that turns the sounds in the game into vibrations. Davi tested that hat, and I would like him to tell us what he felt. It's not VR, but it's some sort of XR, extended reality, extending the reality of the game to a person who cannot hear. That's true. I was very touched when I saw that possibility, of perceiving sound. In the past, I didn't have that perception, and I really wanted to know what it was like. And sometimes people wanted to talk to me and they would poke me, but the Dell head was exceptional because I felt something that I had never felt in my life, which was sound. And, you know, I started to imagine what a gun sounds like or footsteps. You know, that feeling was amazing. I really enjoyed it. I was very happy about it. And that's why I felt that I was, you know, feeling the same things as those who can hear. I am deaf, but I was feeling the same things. It was perfect. I really enjoyed it. It's still a prototype, but you can look it up. It's called Gaming Cap. It actually won the Silver Lion at Con, and David is in the video, actually, in the promotional video. Can I talk about that as well? Just a second. Just so you understand the minds of a neurodivergent person, you know, for me, I don't understand the meaning of difficult and impossible. When we work on a deaf cap, for example, I told Dell that was so larger than games. You know, if you can customize the hat, if you can customize, for example, the trigger, you can use that cap, you know, for other purposes. For example, a deaf mother that can know when the child is crying, for example, you know, the hat will let her know that the baby is crying. And that's what we do as neurodivergent people. We break things down and rebuild them again. We think in a completely different way. And accessibility is about that, to do things differently. Accessibility, as I see it, is about comfort, to bring more comfort to absolutely everybody. So when you go to a museum, for example, and I fought with many people about that, if you are disabled and you can touch a statue, for example, why only people with disability can touch that statue? You know, everybody can do that. So I get upset about some things, you know. But you can come talk to Ovelha. You know I look scary, but you know, it's just who I am. Next question. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Luciano. I am deaf, and I am friends with Davi, and I'm very proud to see deaf person on stage with you. And I am addicted in games. I love to play, but I have a question. Many times most developers and programmers, they can hear. So I would like to know if a deaf person could possibly be a developer. What do you think about that, Davi? Do you think there are too many barriers or limitations to that? Do you think it would be possible? That's a great question. Well, let me tell you how I feel about that. When I started to work in this field, I realized that people are sometimes neurotic about the process. Of course, we are not going to give up on that, but we need to continue to make efforts, you know, and learn more from other deaf people and, you know, make petitions to understand what the problem is like for deaf people who want to be in that position. And Nintendo, for example, allowed us to do exactly that. You know, we were able to show Nintendo that deaf people can do it all. There are some barriers and limitations, obviously. We know that some people know sign language, some people who can hear, and we still have to work on subtitles, for example, when it comes to accessibility. But, you know, we can exchange some ideas about how deaf people feel in terms of accessibility, but it is important for us to never give up. We need to continue to strive and show that we are capable. Yeah, accessibility is something that we have to continue to strive for. You know, The Last of Us and other games, we know that there are awards now for games that are more accessible, and that didn't happen overnight. We don't expect you in your first game to do a 100% accessible game. That's not even a thing. It is impossible to have a 100% accessible game. And Big last year did not have any ramps to come up on stage. We do have it now, and we also have sign language interpreters at the booths and on the stages. You know, it doesn't happen overnight, and we sometimes make mistakes in the process. We learn and we get better, and we continue to look for better solutions. You know, I think that what we need to think about in that question is that regardless of the challenges and whether it is possible or not, it is important for people with disabilities to be involved in the process of creating the game. And of course, that should be anywhere, you know, like whether you have a game company or a restaurant, because we want to have the same experience. And you know, what people with disabilities always say is that they need to be included in the process. Your game will be more inclusive if you have those people as part of your teams. Just like Ovelha said, he learned more about accessibility by talking to blind people. You know, people who can see won't tell him what it's like to be blind. You know, we need to be there. We need to be in the companies, and we need companies to understand that and embrace us. And more than learn about disabilities, you know, you meet a new person and you can make a friend, and that's the goal of our talk. I saw someone raise their hands to ask a question. Well, I really relate with that. I'm sorry, where are you? I can't. Hi. I really relate with the field of game accessibility. I have some sensory issues. For example, I cannot really rely on the sounds of the game because sometimes I cannot process. After some time, I cannot process the sound. And there are some games that, you know, take a lot of hand gestures, and I try to focus. So not only in terms of accessibility, but also when it comes to people who have some other sort of accessibility issues, for example, gender accessibility, like in The Sims. That community is getting stronger, which is very important. And my question is actually twofold. What do you think the future looks like in terms of accessibility? What are the steps that we are taking right now? And in terms of mechanics, I just played a game in which in some parts you could, you know, do some things that the game would do for you. So if you were struggling at a certain point in a fight moment, the game would play that part for you, but it wouldn't restrict you. And it took me a while to get used to that kind of mechanics. And considering those mechanics, what do you think is the best one for those who are hard of hearing or who are blind, or, for example, Rodrigo? What is the type of mechanics that really surprised you? Well, for me, when it comes to movements, for me, it was the best one, you know, to see that we're evolving. You know, since we need adapted controls and joysticks, we need to adapt the shortcuts. And I'm just like you sometimes. You know, it takes me a while to activate a few functions and features, and I keep on trying, but then I realize that, you know, my life should be made easier too. But I think we have evolved a great deal, and I think from now on we're going to see functions and features that will make our lives easier, or maybe not that, because some people think that that would ruin the gameplay, but that's not about that at all. It's much more than that. It's much more related to, opportunity, providing opportunities for us to experience the games, and that's what we want. We want to have the same experience that other people have. We want to play, for example, Super Mario World. We want to take Yoshi and start running, I think that for me that is essential, and I think that these types of mechanics have been growing a lot, and they will continue to grow if they give opportunity to more people to have that experience, in a smooth way, in an easy way. I really like your question, and I would like to offer my comments. The best accessibility feature that you can add to a game is the one that addresses the problems, the person's problem. For example, the challenges for Ovelha, Davi, and Rodrigo, they are completely different. So it's very personal. I think it's more related to what your game is proposing and the challenges that you want in it, and the barriers that can, hinder the possibility for these people to play the game. You asked about the future of accessibility. I think it's a very promising future. I think that more and more tools will be created and more studios will bring solutions. We can see some awards out there, for example, in the Game Awards. And here at Big, every year I'm going to ask Eliane and Rodrigo to include an award at Big for the most accessible game, and I think that would be absolutely fantastic. And this is a growing market. In Brazil, we only have estimates. We don't have a specific figure, but I believe that we have 25 million people in Brazil playing games, people with disabilities. In the United States is 50 million. In Europe, it's 48 million people with disability playing games. So these are three markets that amount to 125 million people. I'm sure that all of you would like to sell 125 million copies of your games. It's a huge market, and also legally legislations are evolving. We have a specific act for that here in Brazil. In the United States, they have the Americans with Disabilities Act, and there is a similar law in Europe. So I think that this market will grow as people start to implement those solutions. And the third point is why to implement accessibility solutions. And those 3 points are included in our course. Well, I think that this is the Captain American argument. We do it because it is the right thing to do. We're going to include more people. We're going to allow more people to talk about your game and participate in it. I don't think we have any time left for questions, so I would like to give you one last chance to, say thank you to our audience. Well, guys, thank you very much for being here. You can follow me on all social media. I'm always there talking about accessibility with a lot of humor. So thank you very much. Well, Blind Combat, you can find it on Twitter and Instagram. It's blind_combat. But we focus more on YouTube. You can find us at Blind Combat on YouTube. You can find reviews and accessibility information there. It would be a pleasure to have you in our channel. Well, you can find me at Rodrigo Ovelha Oficial. And the future of games is about comfort. It's as simple as that. My time is very precious, so I want to have a very comfortable experience. I think that's the future of gaming. If it's not comfortable, I won't play it, and that's it. My Instagram is at Davi_Ribeiro42. And I would like to thank Big Festival for inviting me to be here. It was great. Thank you so much. Alright, guys, and we'll be here at the festival. If you want to talk to us, please feel free to do so. Thank you. And if you want to take pictures with our guests, please feel free to do so. We are going to move on to the next panel, but before that, I know that you really enjoyed this panel, and it is about such an important topic, right? But before we move to the next panel, we are going to take a quick break, very short, for you to grab some water, and then please make sure to come back here so that we can continue with our program. What's up, guys? How are you? How's it going? I'm great. Really happy to be here. That's awesome. Before we start, I would like to know your favorite games, what you're streaming right now. Well, I'm playing League of Legends, Valorant, and Final Fantasy 16. I love these games. They're really good. I am also a big fan of Final Fantasy. To start, I would like to know your opinion about the importance of the talk that we just watched. You know, what's the importance of having these types of conversation in such a big event? Well, for me, it's all my life. It's so important to me. It speaks so much to me because that's what I am. it's my disability and it is the disability of so many people. So having the chance to be here talking about accessibility and show a part of what we go through in our reality, it's like a dream come true for me. I don't have the words to express my gratitude, for being here. I would like to thank Big Festival for giving me that opportunity. And this is very important. This is absolutely critical that we are talking about accessibility. And I can just thank you. Thank you so much. And developers, make your games accessible for people with disabilities to be able to play them. As I said, we are gamers too, just as much as all of you. We're always here and we want to be here. And that's exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. Here at the Big Festival, you have the chance to talk to developers, to those who are actually making the games. And I want to know if you have any message that you want to go out there to the people that are creating the games. Well, invite people with disabilities and ask their opinion. When you are developing the game, for example, we had a conversation about sensory disabilities, for people to be able to play Street Fighter, for example. It should be more accessible. There's no 100% accessible game, but I believe that it is possible to make them more accessible to some people. So ask our opinion, ask the opinion of people with disabilities so that you can have that exchange, that interaction, which is very important. And it can only do good to the market and developers and especially gamers. You should make your games more accessible to reach a bigger audience too. Thank you so much. Now let's go back to stage 2. All right. This was a very important talk, and of course, games are very important for us to meet more people, and that's why they should be including everybody. And now we are moving into our afternoon part of our game. We have 3 simultaneous stagers here and also the enemy. And if you want to take a look at our program, there's a screen back there where you can see everything that's going on, and you can also use our website, bigfestival.com.br. We have simultaneous stages with a lot of exclusive content, and you can check it out on our website as well. Okay, so for those of you who are not in the morning here with us, my name is Haulis, and I'll be with you on stage 2. I have been here since the very first day, and now let's start our next talk. A very interesting one with Mike Azevedo. Mike Azevedo worked in big companies in the industry. He's been working in this industry for 10 years with Blizzard, Valve, Riot, Guerrilla. And his talk is about how to work as an artist for games, illustration, and concept art. He's going to share part of his knowledge with us after working for so long in the industry. Mike, are you there? If you would like to join me on stage, let's begin our presentation. And illustration is where the game development process begins. Mike, over to you. Thank you very much for being here. Hello, everybody. What's up? How are you feeling? Enjoying the event? It's great, isn't it? Well, it is a great pleasure for me to be here. I'm very excited. And this is my first time at Big Festival. Do you come here every single year? Yes, I can see people wearing the t-shirts from the very first year, and I really enjoy it. The structure is amazing. I'm very impressed. And we know that games in Brazil, the industry is improving, is growing a lot here in Brazil. And I'm very happy. Once again, thank you very much for being here. Well, I'm going to present some slides. I'm going to show you some details of my career and the things that I did, some experiences I've had. I'm going to tell you some more about my studio. I have an outsourced studio here, and I would like to leave some time for a Q&A. So I'm going to set aside at least 15 minutes at the end for you to ask questions. And you can ask questions about anything at all. I know that there are some, classic questions that people ask, but let's begin.
All right, let's see if this works. It's quite weird because you guys can hear me, but I cannot really tell. I can sort of read your faces that you hear me, but anyway, it's cool. All right, so I'm going to divide this presentation into two moments. First, I'm going to talk about myself as an autonomous illustrator. I've worked with different games. And then I'm going to talk about my studio career. I opened a studio and I wanted to tell you a little bit about it, how it works, what we do. And again, if you think of any questions, make sure to write them down so we talk about them later. But before I start, anyone here working with art? Any artists working in the industry? Anyone here likes to draw as a hobby or trying to start their career? And who doesn't like art? All right, cool. Just so I have an idea. Later, I really would love to talk to you. And I'm going to be around. I'm going to stay. So if you want to talk to me, perhaps I could, take a look at 2, 3 portfolios. I don't know how many. And, I don't know, just have a chat, okay? I'm going to just grab some water. All right. So I'm an illustrator. I was born in a city called Osasco. My name is Michelle, and I'm from Osasco. 2 total random information that are very important for this talk. My name is not Mike. I totally came up with that. And my name is Michelle. I was born in Osasco, and I've always liked drawing ever since I was a kid. Perhaps some of you might know a little bit about my history and the work that I do. My grandfather has always been a big influence to me. I've always really liked drawing. I wanted to be good at it. And my grandpa, when he used to work, he's retired now, so he just take care of his garden. But he used to own a bar in the city, and I used to stay there all day just drawing. And my first commissions that I got was there. I used to draw for the drunk guys in the bar. He would ask me, draw a giraffe. I would draw a giraffe. And then the next day, they would ask me, draw an elephant. And then when I went home, which was actually on the second floor of the bar, I was studying the animal. I used to look at pictures in books and somehow practicing for what I would draw after school. And it was exactly what I did as a freelancer. I didn't actually get any money. They would just tell me, oh, that looks nice. But I loved it. It was great. And I've always loved talking about my art and showing my art because my grandfather used to display all my drawings on the bar's walls. So from a very young age, I was not really embarrassed of sharing what I did with others. I was not embarrassed to show that I could improve. I knew I could get better. So I was not afraid of showing people my portfolio, of getting feedback. I was not scared. I was never really scared, which is quite a common fear that most illustrators have when they're starting, artists in general. Sometimes they're afraid of putting themselves out there, putting themselves in a place of vulnerability when you have to show your art to people. Perhaps you know a little bit about my career, but in this first part of my career, I worked as a freelance artist. I studied game design in a university here in São Paulo. I think I graduated in 2014. I don't remember quite well. But in college, I started working with that. So I would ask, I don't know, for a tablet. I didn't have a very good tablet at the time, so I would borrow other people's tablets. I started working, practicing a lot every day after school. I was an intern, and I started working with illustrations for international clients and concept art as well. I think there's sort of a merit to my story. I worked really hard, but there's something specific related to the algorithm. I was a little bit better at distributing my art, perhaps. So people used to constantly see my drawings, and eventually they hired me. But of course, there's a little bit of my own merit. I was constantly trying to get better. So I started working, and things sort of went from there. I started working with bigger and better clients. I started working with international outsourcing studios, so they started hiring me. As I was living in Osasco, the same place, next to my grandfather's bar, and my career started stepping up. Started working with bigger clients. And if I look back at my career, there are some important milestones. 2014 was an important milestone when I graduated. I had pretty constant and stable work at the time, and that was important to prove to my family that that was actually a steady job. The exchange rate was not as high as it is today, but it was good money at the time to work for international clients. And then in 2015, when I started to draw cards for Blizzard, for Hearthstone, and I started sort of working regularly for Blizzard. 2015 was also the year when I attended my first international event called THU. I went there to give a talk. I had no idea why they invited me, but I was there to talk about art. And that sort of gave a boost to my work. I met some folks from Riot. They wanted to improve the League of Legends art. It was to be horrible. And I can say that because I'm not their employee. I haven't sold myself out. The art was horrible. And we started to get better. They started hiring more people. And luckily, I was one of them. I made a lot of splashes for League of Legends between 2015, 2016, 17. And that's when my career transition started. And at that time, I started to work a little bit with concept art. I started to develop some concept arts for different clients. And one of them was Guerrilla Games. They developed Horizon. I worked on the first launch of Horizon, creating the concept art for the main character. So it's half illustration, half concept art. It was incredible. And that my career started speeding up. I started teaching, and I don't know, I started doing a bunch of different things because I have always had a lot of initiative, a lot because of my family, because the way I was raised, because of this story sort of difficulties. My family, they came from the Northeast to São Paulo. I grew up listening to my grandfather tell me everything that I did was wonderful. I should invest in that. So they were really supportive. I'm extremely grateful to them, to you, of course, and to my family after that. So, because it's because of them that I'm also here. So in 2017, I opened my outsourcing studio. I can talk about that more specifically later, but what is an outsourcing studio, basically? I think most of you know this, but gaming companies, they do not necessarily have an art department in order to meet all the demands that they have all the time. Because it would be very expensive to have 40, 50 different artists creating Hearthstone cards at Blizzard. So they outsource the work. So when they need the cards, when there is, I don't know, a new season or a new update, when they need art, they call a bunch of artists. We go there, do the work, and we don't are necessarily hired by them. So it's easier for them and much better for the way we work. So I had this opportunity, a lot because of Riot. I was working with them. I started working with them in a different card game for League of Legends as well. So after I got that opportunity, I opened my outsourcing studio. We don't actually have a physical space. We work fully remote. We have people from the south of Brazil, southeast, and we have been working together for 5 years. So studio has been around for 5 years, and now we are working a lot for Supercell. So these are a few examples of what I used to do before, like an illustration that I did for the Guerrilla Games project, a Hearthstone card that I really like, and one of the splashes that I did for League of Legends on Swain. So these are three jobs that I did. All of them have blue. Perhaps I really like blue, but I think I like other colors as well. So these are just a few examples of what I used to do. Of course, I have different styles today, and that was, of course, developed over the years. I do more realistic work, more cartoon-like work, and everything in between. And today, for me, it's quite difficult for me, actually, when I'm drawing something for my sketchbook. I don't know if I'm going to draw a king from Clash Royale or if I'm going to draw something more realistic. Doesn't make any sense to me, but it's a good problem to have. It's a good thing that I have gone through all these different problems. And working as an artist in Brazil, I have never moved. I have never lived in another country, even though some opportunities did come up to go to other countries. But I like my city. Brazil is cool. I'm happy to be here. And that might sound like something quite, I don't know, silly, but for many reasons I decided to stay because I really like Brazil. I think we have very interesting opportunities in the country. And definitely I do not regret having stayed here. And actually some artists to whom I talked to, some artists that used to work for Riot, later they told me, Mike, you made the right decision because I moved out to a different country and it was not good. So I think you made the right decision. And I was very happy to hear that. I don't know, I felt good about my decisions. So it's a little bit of my studio now. So 5 years ago, we opened MAR Studio. It's a Brazilian outsourcing studio. The name is MAR, M-A-R, which is a Portuguese word that means sea, the sea. But it's also an acronym for my name. So another fun fact, make sure you write that one down so you don't forget. So it's something that might sound silly, but I wanted to put myself into the studio. And it's an easy name for people to remember. So some things about the studio. This is our portfolio today. It's very updated. We are a Brazilian outsourcing study, so we provide outsourcing services for companies abroad, especially Supercell today. Supercell is our main client. We work with Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, and a bunch of different games that they have. They are extremely cool. I love working with them. We can talk about relationship between different clients because I have worked with many of them. I can compare them. And this is definitely one of the best ones in terms of the creative freedom that I have. They give us good feedback. They want what's best for the game. So they really place a lot of trust in what we do. Sometimes we make suggestions of different images, for example. Oh, I think you need this drawing here. And we send it to them and he said, yeah, you're actually right. We do really need this. And something that didn't happen before with other clients. And now it's like sort of a constant with Supercell because we have that type of relationship. We can talk honestly about the things that the game needs and how we can come up with the best art for that. And I'm very picky about art. It might not seem that I'm like a really picky guy because I'm all smiles and fun. But I'm very picky about quality and about execution. And delivering the pure best. So the best that we can for our client and for our personal life as well. So one of the best things about our studio is this level of communication and the possibility to talk directly to clients and to actually be quite transparent with them. So we do a lot of things with our artists, for example. We share a lot of information on payments, things that other studios might not do, but I like that. We love to be transparent. We love to have that level of communication in a very straightforward way, both with artists and our clients. And we work a little bit with concept art, not only illustration. Recently, we are doing cinematics, 2.5D. They are pretty much animated paintings with songs. And I had the possibility to actually work as a director, to talk about music, to talk about the animation direction. And it was great. I've been having a lot of fun doing that. and some internal projects that we have as well. One of them, we have a bunch, but we have done a lot. But for example, we have an idea. Let's have a Christmas illustration. Everybody in the studio comes up with their own Christmas illustration, for example. This is a type of project that we do that I love. But we also have other projects that we don't talk much about because we don't have a lot of social media. But donation projects for institutions, we always, I don't know, sort an amount to donate for different institutions focusing on education and other areas in Brazil, and also to support other illustrators. So one of the projects that I actually wanted to tell you more about, but it's really, really in a nutshell, is helping some Brazilian women illustrators who want to start their careers. Because again, this is a majority male industries, like most of the gaming areas. That's great. We can do that, so let's do it. So we do have a pretty nice project of supporting Brazilian women illustrators. We provided them with mentorship, but it's quite exclusive. It's very difficult to do that for a lot of people. I see a lot of smiling women in the audience, but it's difficult to do that at a larger scale. But I definitely want to continue with the project because it matters a lot to us. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the beginning. And this slide is painful because this is art from 2011, I think. The others are quite small. You can only see the thumbnail, actually, and that's enough. This is the beginning of my career. I have always been drawing, like I told you before. I used to draw for the drunk folks in my grandpa's bar. But I was training with, like, sort of playing with digital painting, and I was starting to start my career. Starting to start. I have some interesting things that I did and still do that I recommend to you, which has to do with organizing the way you study. Something that I think it's important, even though you work in the industry, is to practice and to come up with your personal portfolio. Otherwise, it's very common to fall into this loop. See if it happened to you. You start working, and you don't have a lot of drive or time to develop your portfolio, but your portfolio is not updated because your job is not going to end. And your portfolio stays in that 3, 4, 5-year loop without anything new. And you don't have the courage to get a new job because you don't have a portfolio. But in order to have a portfolio, and then, well, it's pretty much a dead end. It's very common to see that happen. I've seen it happen hundreds of times with many people. And it's the way it is, I mean. But if you want to evolve, if you really want to upgrade your career in illustration, you need to come up with your personal portfolio. You either need to find some time to work on the portfolio, I don't know, have a month of vacation, and during the month, for 15 days, you work on one piece. So you need to make sure to find the time for that. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in that horrible loop. You have sort of that initial breakthrough. You just started your career. You're starting to make a little bit of money, but you're not still in a comfortable position. It's not exactly where you want to be. And there's no other way. I mean, it's the only solution for this problem. So I'm here to, tell you the truth, because this is what we need. And that's why it's not everyone who can really go to the next level and work with big clients, because it does demand a lot of willpower to actually study, and you need to be really organized as well. And of course, it depends on everyone's reality. It's not something that depends 100% on yourself. But this is why we as Brazilians, and this is something that I really like, we help each other out much more than other nationalities. I have been to many places. I've talked in Russia about art. It was insane. And it's very different. The way, at least, and of course, at least the people that I know, they don't see others as an enemy, but as someone that, if you get a job, you're gonna refer to them, And the first opportunity that you have, you're going to bring your friends with you. And this is great about Brazilians. And I really see this as a differentiator because we help each other out much more. We come up with groups and communities. We come up with projects and initiatives to help each other so we can all grow together. This is great. So some things are very important. Organization, like I mentioned, is something that I still have today. I really organize my time.
And I would create portfolios for each month, for example, June 2023 or July 2023. And in those portfolios, I would put only the art that I had created in that month. And that was a very good practice because it was very honest. It showed you how much you were putting out there every single month, and it really motivated me to produce more. And that's it. It is what it is. There's no way out of it. And I still have those portfolios. I think that I have over 2,000 files, representing hours and hours of my life. And it's crazy because, it takes me 30 minutes or 1 minute or 30 minutes or 1 hour, or maybe many hours to, organize everything and really stop and, take care of my personal projects. And now I would like to talk about some good practices for those who want to work with this and those who want to grow in the industry and create a career. And I think that there's something that I have learned over the past years. People are getting together around things that are good for everybody. And I would love to work on that. I would like to strive in that direction. And these are some of the good practices that have been interesting for me and that might be helpful to you too. The first one is to post processes. I really hate the ones that are embarrassed about posting a short GIF or from that process. For example, this is an example from my work with Riot, and these are the thumbnails that I created because I was not scared of putting myself out there. It's very important for you to be more active because since we get our jobs through networking and online, that exposure is necessary. You don't need to be super outgoing and texting everybody, but you need to remind people that you were there, that you exist. There are many artists that I really like, but I don't invite them to work with me because I can't remember that they exist, because it's been a long time since I last saw something by them. So that's very common. Recruiters are just human beings and their memory might be short. So if you post your art out there and if you show people that you were there, it will help people remember that you are available for work. And the final piece shows what you are going to deliver on the deadline, not what it's like to work with you. So if you post thumbnails in the process of your project, it really helps clients understand that you are going to offer some good options, and that is very good. That's very positive. There are many artists that I'm not going to mention names, I'm not going to name any names here, but there are many artists who are great, but they're not getting jobs from some clients. And when we look at their art station or Instagram, you don't realize that, but sometimes those people are struggling with getting jobs because they are really difficult to deal with. They won't post the process, they won't reply to emails, they just deliver a really good final piece, but they won't let clients know how things are going in the process. So if you're more communicative, if you are transparent, I'm sure that you are going to advance much more than other people because people will know what it's like to work with you. Thumbnails really show that. They show the process, the process with a nice a sketch color and with a nice text, a well-written text. If you structure the initial stages well, the clients will understand that they won't just simply have to trust that you are going to deliver a good final product. No, they are going to feel the potential of your piece from thumbnails. For example, if you look at the thumbnail here on the slide, you can see the essence of the final product. And that's very important for clients. And also, more thorough posts will help other artists. I benefit a lot from that, and I benefit other people by doing that, by sharing my process with you. I'm not scared that you are going to copy what I'm doing. And if you want to help me, I'm here for it. We can help each other. You know, it really helps other artists remember that you are out there, because sometimes people ask for recommendations. And if the artist sees your work, you know, it works like magic. It's crazy. And, you know, have good relationships. This is a very good example. We are all here together at the same time, exchanging ideas. But it's also about overall relationships. That's very important for me. For me, it is very valuable to have good relationships. And I've seen many big companies out there who place a lot of value on the relationship, even more than the work itself. Sometimes you are an okay artist, but you are a really nice person to deal with. You are going to deliver a product at the end, of course. And if you are a pain in the ass to work with, you know, it won't really matter the quality of your work at the end of the day. So the clients place a lot of value on a good relationship with the artist. And we are all in this together. We should respect and encourage other artists. If there's a takeaway message here that I really believe in, is exactly that, you know, to exchange ideas with everybody and not really think that, you know, you can disdain of some other artists' works because they're not at your level right now. That's terrible. That's terrible, especially in an industry that is constantly evolving. And we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe that artist is going to be your director in a few years. And I've been in this industry for over 10 years. And I hope I will have an even longer career. But I've been here for 10 years. And I've seen a lot of changes. And sometimes, you know, a person that has a crazy potential and everybody said that that person would be the next big name. And that person is not even working with art any longer. And other low-profile people, you know, just a student in your course. But since that person is applying themselves so much, they really take off oftentimes. And many artists who came before us, there are many artists that will come after our time. And art is like that. It's very important to mankind. You know, at every era, at every civilization, there is some sort of art. So if you put yourself in that context and understand your work as a form of human expression of feelings and history, you know, these games that we play, they are like history. They are narratives. All the companies that are here really want you to relate to the story that they are telling you. Even though the game might not have a great story, but they want you to relate to the characters. You know, all of that makes a lot of difference. So to see yourself in that historical context, you know, that your art is part of a big movement, something that is much greater than you, that's really cool, you know, that makes you think. It's okay if I draw this hand and it doesn't look so well. I might just, you know, draw a second hand and it's okay and not get so dramatic about it. Sometimes we are a bit of drama queens, you know. And sometimes if we put ourselves in that context, we can just draw another 10 hands and practice and move on, you know. And flexibility. You should understand your area of interest. I didn't think I was going to work for Supercell. I didn't know Supercell that well, but it's been great. We are doing the color scripts and proposing cinematics and films to them, crazy stuff. And this is one that I really enjoyed. It was really nice. I just needed to think of possible stories and do some very quick paintings for like 3 every day very quickly, and I would submit it to them, and a number of them actually. And also, when it comes to flexibility, everybody asks you about your style. I don't think we should be using that word. I think that we should be talking about taste rather. Style, you know, sometimes we tend to believe that we need to find that style that is going to be your style for the rest of your day. However, if you see things as if they were just taste, like your taste for food, you're not going to eat that for your entire life, right? You know, you like that, you like how it tastes, you like to do something in a certain way, but that might change in a few years. You don't need to have that style for the rest of your day. And I've met artists that have very strong styles, and if you were to ask them where that came from, they would say, what style? What are you talking about? And it's crazy. It's crazy to see how people can't really see that sometimes. But that happens to everybody. And the industry is not going to be the same in 5 or 10 years' time. It's not the same as it was 10 years ago. And I know there are many changes happening. They are always happening. And I know that the idea is for us to work with art and that we are going to continue to be engaged in the industry. So it is important not for you to, you know, look into things that are successful today. For example, League of Legends. I remember when I was giving classes, people would tell me that they loved League of Legends and they would do splashes. And then there was a different demand for something else, and then they moved to that new thing. So the idea is not for you to set one single goal for your life. No, you should also accept other possibilities and be flexible enough to pivot when necessary. So when you get there, when you get to the job that you want to do, you should understand that you might choose a different course as well, a different course of action. And you might find something much cooler than you thought in the beginning. Because when you are working on something, you are going to find problems all the time. It's like working for a company. Companies all look the same, you know. They want to be here with those big, wonderful booths. But they are all companies, you know, they all have boring days and projects that are not so cool. It's normal. So you need to try and, you know, deal with that. I think that's very important for an artist or illustrator. And authenticity, that's another point that I would like to address. Authenticity is something that's very important for me. For example, these are very personal pieces for me. I like Brazilian folklore, so I drew the Brazilian character Cuca, and I really like the idea of you trying to find what matters the most to you and try to remind yourself why you started and why you chose to be where you are right now, why you are sitting here watching my talk. Where did that come from? Probably is not because when you were a kid you thought that you would be rich, you know, if you were an artist. No, I'm sure that you feel like you have to do it, and you get inspiration from others that came before your time, and you think it's nice, you think it's cool. So I think that from time to time you should remind yourselves of why you are doing this. And inspiration does not come from the inside. It comes from the outside in. Don't think that you need to get, you know, inspiration from within yourself. or to be creative all the time and to create new stuff all the time and be super motivated all the time. Look for inspiration elsewhere is completely okay, to find inspiration from other artists and, people in your family, things that surround you. We should remember that art does not come from the inside out. It's something that you breathe in and breathe out. That at least makes a lot of sense to me. And I think that really speaks to my art. And use your taste to improve your art. The path that you are going to take comes from within you, your interests. You don't need to follow something or a style that I am telling you about. I hope that my talk will help you find a direction, but also you can challenge what I'm saying. You can question. It's not just because I mentioned a few names that you will have to work for those companies. There are many other companies out there, or there are companies that have not been created yet, and they might be nice paths for you as well. I hope that you find some inspiration in my talk as well. Now, lastly, I think that this has changed over the past years, and I know that there are more courses about that, the fundamentals, but I think that this is very important. You should have strong fundamentals. For example, in your sketches and thumbnails, you should practice fundamentals from time to time and find technical solidity. I think it's critical at what we do MR. Although we are very creative in our ideas, we need strong techniques. That is absolutely critical for us. And also, we need to strive for the deepest knowledge levels. I'm here exchanging ideas with you, but when I'm back home, I will study something else and learn different techniques. For example, oil painting. You can be a noob every time in your life from time to time, and I think that's what keeps me going, and it keeps me engaged in art. It helps me not feel bored. Even after 10 years, I can see that there's so much that I can learn, and I'm very excited to find what's next, what I'm going to do next over the next 10 years. And I'm anxious, I'm looking forward to see your art now and in 10 years' time. And that's it. Thank you very much, guys. Now I think we have some time for Q&A. Can you hear me? I actually wrote down a list during your presentation, and I know that other people want to ask questions, so I'm going to pick just one question in my list. Well, I'm going to ask you two questions. The first one is basically a yes or no question. Well, the answer is yes. No, I'm just kidding. You said that, it's important for you to post your process and also to show the final products as well. And you also mentioned that sometimes you have outdated portfolios and it's a lot of work to organize it. So I would like to know, what do you prefer? A lot of studies or a very good, solid piece of art? Well, I think that it's important to finish something, and more important than your question, you should think about productivity. If you are going to do a big project and finish it and post it, and that's what you want to do, that's great. If you want to have quick pieces and you are going to post them, that's okay too. So I think that question only makes sense after you start your project. It's not something that I can tell you before you start. If you want to do quick pieces, it's fine. If you want to start doing something that's longer and you're going to finish it, that's fine too. So you should start, and the answer will come from what you are feeling when you start, And, there are jobs out there for the two options. I don't think there's one option that is better than the other. It varies a lot. All right? I think we have time for more questions. Well, you're incredible to start off. And I would really like to provide art mentorship for free. I work with concept art currently, and I know that these mentor programs are very expensive. So I would like to know your advice for a person who wants to do that in the future, to pass that knowledge along. I know that there are levels of knowledge. I'm not the worst. I'm not the best either. But I know that I can help people with the knowledge that I have now. So if you would like to give me a piece of advice, it would be very helpful.
That's a great question. I've helped a lot of different artists before to get jobs. I mean, the studio actually was created because of that. I was sort of referring people to different jobs. I saw that was the only thing that I do it, so I decided to open a studio. But I think you should choose people who really want it, and very few people. Do it with few people. Like, choose one person that you're going to see like once or twice a week, and you do that for 2 months, and then you choose someone else, and you do something sort of very specific. So don't try to embrace the world and try, I'm going to offer this to everyone, or something that is more superficial. Because these mentorship programs, they have to do with the depth that you can reach in these programs. So it's more of a one-to-one interaction. You can talk more frequently about deeper topics. I think that would be more relevant. So don't look for people who have a lot of potential or people who are necessarily good, but people who actually value the knowledge that you're sharing with them. I hope I've answered it. Final question? I don't know, where are you? I'm here up front. Thank you for everything that you have done for the art community. My name is Fernando. I cannot really even say it, but my question is, what institutions would you recommend today? Institutions that deliver a lot of knowledge for concept art and illustration. Many international ones are interesting. You're talking sort of like schools, right? Education institutions, right? Yeah. I think the best one in Brazil is ICS. It's the best one, in my opinion. Very few teachers, but it's the best, in my opinion. Are you still teaching there? Not really. Not right now. Maybe in the future. But the other professors are great. They have workshops, and I think they are the best. But there's one called Art Revealing. It's another cool place. And a bunch of international ones. But again, it's that thing. You have to go to Paris and study that. Of course, that would be great, but it's sort of like difficult, right, to get there. And you have New Edge and a bunch of other ones. But in Brazil, these would be the two. And the best one is actually your network of illustrators. Other people that will keep you constantly producing. Because we do have a lot of information out there today. But it's important to keep studying. All right? Thank you. All right, thank you, guys. And let's talk later. Thank you, Mike. I love concept art. This is just like a small snapshot of everything that you do. It was amazing. I really liked it. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Bianca Schiavo. I'm going to be with you to introduce the next talks, so please make yourselves at home. But first, I have a message. Make sure you keep an eye on what's happening at the esports arena and the anime stage, because there are pretty cool things happening there as well.
Vamos agora dar breakzinho aqui para ver o que tá rolando lá no palco do The Anime.
Going on at the anime stage. Let's take a look.
Foi o primeiro Zelda. É claro, o Miyamoto estava pensando sobre a infância dele, né? Com
então, essa ideia de explorando
os cenários de agora, mas temos
agora com
aqueles
esses jogos open world, é muito legal.
Mas Zelda,
mas naquela época era muito diferente. A gente só tinha aquele ambiente limitado do Pac-Man. E Zelda também ficava sempre repetindo. Então, o que a gente jogava naquela...
tinha uma riqueza, uma profundidade que realmente me inspirou. Eu não sei dizer quantas vezes eu joguei, zerei e joguei de novo. Nossa, a forma como você descreveu parece mesmo a descrição de uma obra de arte. A diferença é que a emoção que o jogo imprime em você é interativa. Mas da mesma forma que você interage com uma obra de arte, um quadro, uma música, um filme, é uma interação, não é? Você completa a arte. Sim, eu li sobre um acadêmico que falava sobre videogames como performance. A mesma forma
so Mozart writes his score, and then a musician performs that score, and in the performance of that music, you add your own voice to it as well. So it's not like the designer of a video game is just giving you the entire experience, and you have to do it exactly as they say. I think you, the player, add your own interpretation, you add your own experience to the mix, and that's what makes video games such a...
E é isso que faz com que seja tão legal, uma forma tão poderosa de arte, porque você interage com o
Picasso doesn't want to hear
público.
from us.
Picasso não quer saber a nossa opinião,
the video game wants to hear from you and
eu
wants
acho que o
your
videogame quer saber, quer ter a sua participação.
Diga. And going back to the MoMA and your curation, and how do you find and make the collection for the MoMA? What do you think about this? What do you was after for? What do you searching for bringing and show all of these emotions to the public?
I mean, I think we're searching for the masterpieces, right? We, as a museum, seek to be a place not with just all the Picassos, but the very best Picassos in the entire world. And the same thing holds true with video games. So we're not a history museum. We're not going to have every single video game made over time, or even the top 100 video games. We're going to have a small selection, and with each one, there's of course aesthetics, it has to look beautiful, it has to have some incredible mechanics, it has to have historical value, but also there needs to be something that just moves you, right? That profoundly shifts the way you think about the world. And every one of those games that we have, we feel like really radically changed the world after that. Even the ones that are very recent. We have games from 2017, 2018. I think given some time, and people will be thinking of those as masterpieces now in retrospect.
I think this type of questions should be asked for very conventional artworks. When you look for installation, we know that was design, the way it was constructed, an artistic representation. However, source code is not as easily to people understanding. It needs to be preserved.
Yeah.
And one of your job is also to preserve source codes, right? How do you explain for the museum we have to preserve this code for the future generations?
I mean, it's the machinery that makes the game work.
Yeah.
We actually, to give you a sort of slight aside, at the Museum of Modern Art we have a film department, and they believe very much in showing film not digitized on film, so 35 millimeter, 18 millimeter films. And there's fewer and fewer of those film stock made. You know, you show a print and then it wears out. You have to make a new copy and show that again. So MoMA partly owns a factory that makes new film stock just so that we can continue to show films in their original format. And so the comparison to that is source code. Of course, you need this tool in the same way that you need film stock to be able to continue to show studio, and so that means partly owning a factory to make film stock. You have to invest in the idea of somebody understanding programming source code, and that becomes its own kind of enormous challenge because, of course, the way people were programming in the 80s is very different than how they were programming in the 90s or the 2000s and on and on. So it becomes this really incredible challenge. And we've worked very closely with computer science departments on analyzing code because, of course, there's commented source code and all of the various version histories that we go through. And it's kind of an amazing archaeology experiment to kind of go back and see, whoa, well, that's interesting, they made this choice here. But it requires some expertise, and often outside expertise. We've actually sat down with some of the coders themselves, and they can't remember what they did because it was 20 years ago. And you'll ask them, so why did you make this choice? And it's like, I don't know. I was drinking a lot that night, and I forgot to put that part in there. So it's archiving the source code, preserving it, is an active process. It needs constant support and constant attention.
Now, Paul, let me ask you this. We are obviously speaking from the perspective of those who have played video games all of our lives. But what is the reaction of the public who has never seen a video game up close, has never played, and sometimes has some sort of prejudice against this art form when they see it in a museum?
I mean, I think that kind of reaction is something that we're not afraid of. We like sort of challenging people when they come into a museum. We don't want them to just see things that they're familiar with. We want them to encounter an artist they've never seen before, a kind of art that they've never encountered before. So we love that kind of friction that happens when somebody is a little bit put off at first. But I think if you give them time and give them all of the kind of tools necessary to get into it as easily as possible, you can draw some people in. And that is hard with video games because, of course, those of us who are in the world, we all can pick up an Xbox controller and we know what to do with it. But I saw a 80-year-old Dutch grandmother come into MoMA and pick up a PlayStation controller, and it was like a caveman trying to understand a Ferrari. She just was like holding it upside down, like, where do I push the button? And so I think we have to recognize that our audience is not just people that know games, it's also people that literally in their entire life has never played a game.
In this sense, do you think VR is a more welcoming technology for those people who have never played a video game, or on the contrary, it makes them, I don't know, I don't want to put that thing in my head?
I mean, VR is very interesting. There's some really amazing work being done. I was actually saw some wonderful VR works at the Tribeca Film Festival just recently, where they actually had artists. There was a Brazilian contribution to that as well. And I think it can be, but that requires a lot of support because, let me tell you, putting that helmet on somebody that's never put one on before, it's a little threatening. It's a little bit scary putting it on. But it can be a way of entering somebody into an experience that they had never really thought about trying before.
Sure. On the other hand, you can think of gamers who have never entered a museum in their lives who will also be maybe attracted to a place like this, full of culture, and, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's
the other way around as well.
That's our goal. When we acquired the video games, the hardest part, people have asked me, was it hard to convince the rest of the museum to do it? And it was like, no. The hard one to convince was Sony and Microsoft and Electronic Arts. They were like, no, you can't have our game. You mean you want our game in a museum? So, and I think that's partly because in a lot of this tech world, there isn't a very strong engagement with the cultural sphere. They don't go to art museums. They haven't really engaged with that. I think that's typically an older perspective. I think younger gamers do actually connect with cultural institutions a lot more. But I think we want gamers to come in, and then they can engage, and they can see Tetris, and then look at a Pierre Mondrian in the same vein, and find these kind of connections. Because that's why I don't really like video game museums that are just that off on its own. I like them being part of a bigger discussion where we're looking at modern dance, we're looking at modern architecture, we're looking at modern paintings and photography. It's all part of the same shared cultural experience.
And you said something is amazing because the industry see what's the product
ver
a piece of art,
o produto como um produto, não como uma obra de arte. Então é difícil também mostrar para a indústria que esses produtos que eles lançam todos os anos, todos os dias, devem ser preservados para o futuro. Porque eles fazem parte da nossa vida.
Yeah, I think that's. I mean, I understand why companies have no real practice of keeping track of their own corporate archives or their own history. And that's not unique to video games. You'd be amazed at how bad IBM's corporate archives are. The famous IBM company is like terrible at it. Intel is very good, but IBM is bad because there's no money to be made. It's a money-losing venture, and it takes time and effort. And so many video game studios are barely scraping by as it is, just like, and it's always about the next product and the next product and the next product. Nobody needs to spend any time on something they did 5 years ago that's no longer making them money, right? So I understand that there's economic imperatives at play here, but at the same time, there's a kind of bare minimum that can be done to ensure that a work is not lost. It's amazing how many video games and the source code and things have been lost. Will Wright lost the code for SimCity 2000 because it was on floppy disks in his apartment, which caught fire in San Francisco and burned down. So there is no, his original commented programming source code is gone. Because that's all he had at almost a few floppy disks in his apartment. Closet. So I think if there can be some kind of just every couple of years, maybe, oh, I should check into this game, make sure the files haven't corrupted or anything like that.
Dá uma olhada nos arquivos para ver se eles não foram corrompidos.
What was the game that made you look at video games as an art form?
Qual foi o jogo que fez você enxergar os videogames como arte de som? Uma forma de arte. Mas qual console você acredita pode ser descrito como o console mais artístico, mais belo para você? Pensando nos últimos 30, 35 anos.
So you mean the console itself?
Está falando do console em si. Sim, o console.
The thing,
o objeto, né?
The piece of technology.
Aquela tecnologia.
For you, Guerra.
Para você.
For me,
para mim,
Atari is
eu acho que o Atari.
The first one, Atari,
o primeiro Atari.
Black block of wood.
Aquela caixa preta de madeira.
Amazing piece because it was
era
made
incrível,
by plastic,
porque ele era feito de plástico, madeira e metal.
Three times in rubber on the controller.
E borracha no controle, né?
There's a lot of materials in the design, the way it works, the way it is directly for the start. You put the cartridge and you play.
Funciona desde o início, você põe lá o cartucho e ele funciona.
Então, I might have to agree with Rodrigo.
Eu acho que eu concordo com o Rodrigo.
2600, it's that or I do really love the PS5. I think it's a beautifully designed.
Okay. Yeah, it has been compared to some beautiful architecture pieces of art as well. Yeah? It's kind of big.
Ele é grande, né?
It's a little big.
Pouquinho grande, né?
But it doubles as a space heater. So
mas ele pode, né?
It is, yeah.
Aquecer a sua sala também, deixar os pés quentinhos. E os controles?
Nintendo 64 controllers. What happened there?
O controle do Nintendo 64, o que aconteceu? Não sei o que aconteceu. É o melhor controle de todos.
It ain't. It can't be. I don't know.
Não é.
It's weird.
Estranho.
Yeah. I like it.
It's the only controller we can play with 3 hands.
É o único controle que dá para jogar com 3 mãos.
It's very helpful when you have that third arm.
Quando você tem aquele terceiro braço ali, né? O controle visionário, pensando no futuro.
Now, can you give me okay, you mentioned Zelda.
Bom, você falou de Zelda
the first game that
como
made
o primeiro
you see
jogo
video games
que fez você observar os videogames de forma diferente. Agora, digamos que você tenha aqui
land here at Big
alienígenas acabaram de chegar no Big Festival e eles falaram, me mostre um jogo.
That can be described as
poderia ser descrito
one
como
game.
Arte.
Okay, for us to understand
jogo pra gente,
why
que a
video
gente
games are
consiga entender
art.
por que
We are
videogames
aliens. We
são
want to
arte.
understand
Somos alienígenas e queremos
the
entender
human mind.
a mente humana.
Would you go with the oldies?
Você usaria,
Would you
escolheria um mais antigo,
yeah,
mais velha guarda?
Piece of art.
Que seja uma obra de arte.
I think a piece of art, I say, to show to an alien.
Eu acho que para mostrar para um alienígena,
it would be amazing.
Pitfall.
Okay. Yeah, because the jungle.
Porque tem a floresta, o homem, animais.
You have to live.
E você precisa
very philosophical the way I think.
Sair, né? Ele é bem filosófico, na minha opinião.
Beautiful is
eu acho
the sum of humanity itself in a cartridge.
Eu acho que tem a ver, né? Tem um resumo da humanidade ali naquele cartucho.
me escuta? Aí eu já...
O maior desafio do surf não é ficar em pé, é se levantar, quantas vezes precisar. E é aí, meu irmão, que o brasileiro voa, porque na boa, a gente não fica no chão, nem debaixo d'água. No surf ou na vida, o bebê é apoio pra gente levantar a taça ou a cabeça. E juntos vamos inspirar todo mundo a buscar tudo o que imaginar.
Banco do Brasil, para tudo que você imaginar. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
E aí, galera, curtiram lá? Palco The Anime tá insano, né? Mas estamos aqui no palco 2 e agora, voltando, nós temos uma palestra para você que é desenvolvedor, publisher ou simplesmente entusiasta de jogos. Bora lá, hein? A gente tá falando de Criando com CYGNI. Game Development Business Insights. Palavras bonitas, né, galera? Pois é, esse é o tema do nosso próximo papo. Vamos chamar agora ele, Meher Kalanderian, da CellWorks, para contar a trajetória da equipe independente por trás da CYGNI. Ele vai apresentar agora o roteiro empresarial que impulsionou a CellWorks. Let's give a warm welcome to Meher.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody.
Olá a todos e obrigado pelo convite. Eu espero que essa apresentação seja honesta, compartilhando minhas experiências, desenvolvendo CYGNI, construindo essa empresa e tudo mais relacionado à parte de negócios de um estúdio indie como o nosso. Independente de você ser publisher, desenvolvedor, um estúdio indie aqui, eu espero que todos consigam aproveitar essa apresentação e levar alguma coisa interessante para casa. Então, eu vou compartilhar uma experiência bem honesta aqui, trazendo algumas lições e observações. Eu sou o Meher Kalanderian, eu sou fundador e CEO da CellWorks. Eu não sou artista, não sou desenvolvedor, eu tenho um histórico de administração, né? Eu faço gestão de políticas públicas, negócios em geral. Trabalhei em muitos projetos, incluindo gerindo um orçamento de 50 milhões de libras para um governo do Reino Unido. E eu trouxe a minha experiência para essa indústria, como eu vou mostrar para vocês daqui a pouco. Então, eu fundei a CellWorks junto com meu irmão. É um estúdio que fica na Escócia, no Reino Unido. A gente trabalhava primeiro com animação 3D, 2D e efeitos visuais para filme e televisão. E agora a gente também trabalha com desenvolvimento de jogos. Eu queria que vocês conhecessem meu irmão, Nareg. Ele é fundador e diretor de jogos da CellWorks e ele é muito talentoso. Eu não estou falando só porque ele é meu irmão. Se ele não fosse bom, eu falaria, te amo, mas não vou trabalhar com você. Então, o Nareg é um autodidata, um artista 3D e desenvolvedor de jogos agora.
I put up his 20-year work because I'm going to talk to you about what it means to be a self-taught artist and not in a developing country where universities didn't really have any degrees. So this is his 20-year-old work that he's done. He worked at Pixar later on, and he did lots of. He was a lead visual effects artist for many Hollywood films, and obviously now we're doing CellWorks. So that's another demo for Narek's personal work, which I would like to share. It's around 15 years old. Bear in mind, everything you see here is done by one person. That's how super talented he is, and at the moment he's the brain behind CYGNI, All Guns Blazing, that I'm going to talk about in a bit. Music is also originally composed in-house. So when we founded Keelworks, the first stage was no intention to make immediate profits, but to learn and prepare well and do a lot of R&D. Coming from the film industry, that was a strategy we chose to take. Even though my business friends from business backgrounds told me, this is unheard of. You can't just start a business and not intend to make profits. But it was a choice. We wanted to prepare well rather than just go into it with a big head. So during this period, some of the difficulties we faced, I was the only person in the UK, and my brother Narek and Helen were in Lebanon. Now, Lebanon was facing a lot of difficulties. I'm just going to tell you a little bit of that. So we had power cuts. When I say power cuts, that means only a few hours of electricity per day. So as a result, we had a lot of generators. We had to take on generators. And I remember once when we were rendering, and I shared an apartment with Narek, and the electricity would switch off at 4 o'clock in the morning. We have to run down the building, switch the generators on, go up again, save, and switch off the computers. And that happened every day. I had no idea how he had patience. Because of that, we had to get some car batteries. We had lots of car batteries and truck batteries on the balcony. I remember once the batteries actually burned, were caught on fire. It was quite risky, but that's how it is. Not only us, it was everybody. And the banks collapsed. In Lebanon, if you had $1 million in the banks or $100, you couldn't take it. So the banks took your money hostage. And also, as you probably have known, the massive explosion that happened in Beirut not too long ago, that actually could be the view from our window because it wasn't too far. So all this didn't allow us to actually run a tech business. So Narek and Helen decided to move to Armenia. And when they moved to Armenia, guess what? The war started with Azerbaijan. And because Narek had an Armenian passport, they told him, you can't leave the country now. You need to come and help us with the army just in case. So thankfully he didn't have to go. And thankfully now he's in Scotland. Now, why am I telling you all this? I'm not really telling you all this so that you can feel sorry for all the difficulties we went. Actually, in fact, this is the first time ever I share this story in public. And the reason I do that, and I chose to do that in Brazil, in this area, is because I know that you would resonate, the people here would resonate with our difficulties. Yeah, maybe not the same kind of difficulties, but difficulties nevertheless in this region. And I know that for a fact. And that's why I chose to say this here. And I also want to give you the key messages from this, that perseverance, resilience, determination, commitment, personal development, and hard work will pay off eventually. So yeah, it may take us a bit longer, but we'll get there eventually. There's always a solution. So during this time, it was important for me to have a good understanding of the sector, to be well prepared from all sides, to establish networks, to listen and learn, from lessons learned from other people, other indies. Understand the publishers, who they are, what they are looking for, how to reach them. I always tell my teammates this thing. I say, look, if there is a hole full of shit, I can't say that, can I? Sewer in front of you, you don't necessarily have to fall in it to figure out that there is sewer in there. You can see other people falling in it. You can smell it in advance and you know, go around it. Yes, of course, sometimes we learn from our mistakes, but not always. You don't have to. So that was my plan. My plan was, while I had a full-time job, to do this. In the meantime, of course, Narek and Helen were working on finishing two CG cinematics and doing R&D and learning Unreal Engine. Why were they doing the CG cinematics? Just because that's what they knew how to do best at that time, while they were learning and preparing. And of course, the story and concept of the game we want to pitch to publishers. So what is our first game? Our first game is called CYGNI All Guns Blazing, and it's currently being published by Konami. CYGNI is a twin-stick hybrid cinematic shooter, and basically we wanted to take the good old style arcade and deliver it the way we see a shoot 'em up nowadays, in a cinematic form. Here are some images of early tests and first prototype that we did. So talking to publishers. It was time for us to talk to publishers. So we had prepared this early prototype and we wanted to talk to publishers. And just to, you know, the point here is to share experiences, my experiences, observations that I've had. You've heard probably a lot from publishers talking about how to pitch, and I'm not going to cover that. These are all very helpful. My experience as an indie company and a very small studio of 3 people, we had lots of experiences from this. And I wanted to share those observations as lessons with you today. Common message we got was that there was no track record of published titles and no online traction. I didn't understand what that meant. But I'm going to give you an example that we did. So we had something else that I haven't shown in public, was that we had actually developed a CYGNI VR. Now, what's the story of the VR CYGNI? We didn't intend to develop it. So there was this big, massive publisher, I'm not going to name them, and I wanted to really talk to them because I did my research, I thought they would be a perfect fit. So I went and talked to them, they loved what we do, and they said, look, I'm only going to talk to you if you have a VR game. I said, I do have a VR game, and my brother was not happy with that. And I said, we're going to have a VR mode for CYGNI. So they said, okay, after long meetings, they said, okay, go and create a playable demo. 6 months, fast forward, we created the demo, we came back, they loved it, and that's when all the issues started happening. Uncertainty was hanging in the air. And the playable demo, I just got a little shot for you here. Sorry for the quality, it's not very good. As you can see, Helen is playing it in the corner there. So that was a very, very early build that was done entirely by 2 people, of course. And as you can, it's just interesting. So we took this build, we went to this publisher who actually asked us to do it, and 9 months, nothing, no communication, hanging in the air. At the end, I knew I had to do something about it, so I involved other people, and finally, after almost a year of talking to them, it was a no. So this was a bit annoying, and I knew that I needed a new strategy. I needed to change my approach. So in the meantime, we never stopped preparing and learning. We continued to take on jobs to pay the bills, obviously, and received Epic Mega Grant support twice, which was very helpful during this time. And continued to talk to other publishers. Guess what? We received the same message as well. Now again, no track record and no online traction. So what did this mean? I don't even know what this meant. So I got in touch with some of the publishers who were, you know, very honest with me from the beginning, and I said, look, what does this mean? You're talking about wish list, some media track. What is this? He said, okay, for CYGNI at that time, maybe 3,000 wish list, you'll be okay. I'm like, I don't even know if that's good or bad. Okay, we'll see. So I had a new strategy. What is this new approach that I had? I wanted to put the trailer out there, take the risk. I felt like it was my final push. I quit my job, 2 months before the pandemic, very convenient, and I get an online traction plus media interest was my thing, and we have the reverse role, which means get the publishers knocking on my door rather than me knocking on theirs. Plan for the game announcement. I wanted Steam page localized in 90 different languages plus build a website. I was hoping to get an IGN exclusive and more media coverage, and I got my fingers crossed for it. So in the meantime, of course, Nada and Helen finished a 3 to 4 minute playable demo. I took that demo, created a trailer, and with original composed music. Composer is great, happens to be my uncle. Shout out to Vace. And they created this demo, this trailer, which we put out there, and we got an IGN exclusive. Mind you, everything you see here is done by 2 people only, from art to dev. And this is in gameplay, in Unreal Engine. So we were lucky. We got IGN exclusive as I planned. It was great. That followed a lot of media, organic media traction. I had a $100 bill as a marketing budget. I had no idea how to market this, but I researched, planned, prepared, and it worked. We got featured in PlayStation Magazine. It says the big 10 stories everyone is talking about. We were number 8. We didn't even have a game. That was crazy. And then organic traction happened, and we got coverage in other places as well. So the results, we targeted 3,000 wish lists. We got over 11,000 in 2 weeks, which was crazy. So many publishers approached us, and we even the ones that we refused us from the beginning, and then that's how we started talking. I learned a few things from my experience talking and pitching to publishers, which I would like to share. Take it as observation. Take it as learnings. Talking to some observations. Not all publishers can see an opportunity and jump on it. But the question is, what are you going to do about it? So we cannot sit and cry about it, so we have to do something. So it's not easy. There's no answer. But sometimes it's not you who is at fault. Not all publishers ask the right questions. They make assumptions, but if maybe they asked the right questions, they would get their answers. So make sure you go around it as well. What we did was try to create different formats, different answers to present to them in advance, just to know what they were going to ask out of experience and just put it in front of them. You have to try. Lack of organization and communication skills. Now this was my comfort zone because I did grant management and application assessment all my life. For me, assessing an application for a game was not different, and I realized a lot of the publishers don't have good communication skills and organization skills, which leads to a lot of hanging in the air, which really hurts the indies and costs a lot of money. That was a problem. More observations that larger publishers suffer from bureaucratic structures, delayed results, and more uncertainties. Lack of robust, efficient processes of assessing pitches. You would probably see that if there's any indie company here. Having a track record of published titles may be important, but not always. So some learnings from this. Not everyone who throws money at you is a good partner or the right partner. And I know from myself, from my experience, sometimes we're in desperate situations. Sometimes we just want the wheel to turn. And those kind of rush decisions, unfortunately, can hurt us later on. So we have to be careful. As much as refusals hurt, they could also be a force to push yourself more. You're after that one yes, focus on it and keep going. Focus on all aspects of your foundation. So it's very important. The foundation is not only game development, it's not only gameplay, it's not only programming. This art needs to be good as well. If there's music focused, music needs to be good, not annoying. If there's a story element, it should be great. So all these need to be balanced accordingly. Another thing that I realized later on, never argue with the publisher about forecast. Now they will ask about forecast. And I'm not saying this because I was trying to be big-headed, but I learned it the hard way. Don't undersell yourself. That's not going to give a good message. And don't throw out a number because that could put people off. So, bottom line is, I'm not going to dwell on this. Don't argue about forecast. Just go with the flow. Do your best, though. Don't make a quick judgment based on one experience with one person, especially in large publishers. That happened to us as well. You talk to one person in a massive organization and then you say, nah, they're rubbish. Don't do that. It's not fair on them either. So try to figure out alternative ways to communicate, try to find someone else to maybe approach it in a different way. Another learning was consider some practical elements, not deal breakers, but practical elements like time difference, language barriers, etc. do make a difference. So if you can, try to figure out how that works. Talking to publishers, Konami. Well, within all these publishers that we talked to, Konami was one of them. We did actually have, in fact, 2 other deals on the table when Konami's deal came. I'm not going to say good things about Konami because they're probably sitting in the audience. They know I'm very straightforward. They asked all the right questions. They saw the potential of the project and understood it. And here's sitting a publisher who was instrumental in actually creating this genre and creating the best games in this genre back in the days. And they understood what we were trying to do with this shoot 'em up game. And they were supporting us. And of course, we wanted to work with them. They believed in us and our work from the start. And guess what? We haven't regretted it since. Lessons learned from negotiating a deal. Right, so now we've got the deal. We were negotiating the deal. Some of the observations that I had. Make sure you have a good lawyer. And I know this could be off-putting because as an indie studio, you think it's going to cost me a lot of money. It's expensive. We can handle it. We just say yes, whatever, just give me the deal. Don't do that. I had worked in deals before. Never in the video games, I know, but I still signed big deals in other industries. I still learned a lot from the lawyers negotiating this deal. The amount of things that they will bring on the table is really, really great. One thing is your responsibility, though, is to pick what is the deal breaker so that you don't dwell on things too long. Know your numbers, budgeting, buffer, payments expected. This was very important. Now, budgets, again, was my strong point. I created this massive spreadsheet, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I had to take it to my accountant who had experience in this industry for many, many years. And I told him, look, come on, have a look at it. Find any problems that you can see in it. We had a great chat. He made some amendments. It wasn't enough for me. I took it to my friend who runs a video game indie studio. He's a veteran in the industry. I said, come, you've been running a gaming studio before me. See my budget and tell me what's wrong with it. Is it practical? Is it realistic? That really helped me to have a great budget that I'm still not suffering from. Have a buffer. When I say have a buffer, in the animation industry, I usually put 10%. With video games, I realize maybe it's more 30%. Development costs and revenue shares. What are the recoupable amounts? And how does repayment of financing and division of profit look like? Don't oversee this. Really focus on that. Understand the terms of the deal. Rights and royalties, creative control. These are important factors. Pick your battles and avoid tunnel thinking approach. When it drags, it puts people off. You also want to get it right. Pick and choose. If you have good lawyers, they will come and bring you 100 lists. Even if there's nothing, they will find something. It's your responsibility to make sure you know, I can live with this. No, actually, you're right. I'm going to focus on that. Pick and choose. Don't have a tunnel thinking approach. Understand the responsibilities of the publisher and ensure these are clearly stated in writing. So what are you after? Are you after marketing, distribution, the typical stuff? Right, it's fine. It's typical. I know. You know it. They know it. Make sure it's written down. Do your research. Know their experience and reputation in the industry. Thankfully, in our case, it was not that difficult. Track record of bringing the indie games to market. It's not only you who needs to have track record. They need to have track record. Go talk to other indie studios. See what's their experience with this publisher. Exit plan. Dispute resolutions. Worst case scenario situations. What happens if they pull the plug in the middle of it? What happens? What happens if they don't pay? What happens if you get delayed? If you are not delivering your deadlines? All these are relevant things. Make sure it's covered. Clarify the meaning of any provision you don't understand. Don't just say this is some legal stuff. I don't get it, but it should be okay. If you don't understand it, ask about it. Don't be afraid to negotiate and always understand the contract before you sign. So I'm going to move on to IP and trademark. IP and trademark registration is something that I took lightly. I talked to my friends in the industry. They said, we don't really bother. But sometimes it's a necessary factor of signing a deal to have, especially if the IP is belonging to you as a developer. You need to, and especially if you're going global, you have to register the IP. And then what do? If you haven't budgeted for, like me, I had to figure out a budget from somewhere else. I had to go apply for funding, grant money. I had to do extra work to get money for it. And it's never enough. What if you have an issue? What if there was a case in some country? What do you do then? These are all important things you need to think about. Do an audit search. Don't just put a name on your game and say, I like it. Do a search, see what's going on there. See if it's going to pass, if it does succeed your game. You don't want it to be too late. Budget for trademark registration. Consult with a trademark lawyer and understand the difference between lawyers who are sending applications in for your trademark and lawyers who are going to help you with a case in case something happens. There is really a big difference. Common sense and logic. This is something else I learned. Common sense and logic and trademark law, they don't go hand in hand. So don't take it personal. Okay? Just do it. So it was time to set up the company. The deal was signed, and it was time to set up the company. It was not an easy process. I was the only person in the UK. I had to worry about visas to get my brother and Helen here, and recruit, do pre-production, production, furnishing, hardware, software, pipeline. It was crazy. Never again. But I needed to put my foot in the door. I needed to prove a point. I knew it was a temporary thing. I went in it knowingly, not naively. So think about it. As the only business person, I thought I could do it myself. It was very stressful. My advice and my learning from this, if you can get help, even if it's for temporary, get help to help you with this particular stage. Building the team and recruitment. I get this question a lot. Hold on, I'm going to talk about don't grow too fast. Yes, hire who you need. Most recruiting agencies don't have indie-friendly prices. Maybe this is not common here, perhaps, but in Europe it is. You get lots of indie recruitment agencies telling you, we can get you whoever you need. Well, I realized that they don't have indie-friendly prices. They have percentages that's quite high, and it's not always doesn't always work for us. And also, they lack the understanding between programmers in game development and programmers in website building or software development. They don't get it. So that's a waste of time, unfortunately. Remote work and creative sector. Yes, this is a kind of a discussion or different viewpoints. For us, it was a creative process. We were a small team. We needed to be in the same room to be able to turn a chair around and say, right, let's talk about this. It was very important. So now we have an office. We also have some flexibility, and some people work remotely, but not always. So understand what's best for you. How do we recruit? That's a question I get a lot. How do you recruit? And I always say portfolio first. I don't care about university degrees. Don't flash your certificates in my face. I look at the portfolio only at the beginning. If I like the portfolio, I move on to the CV. Just to read, who is this person? If I like the CV, I say, okay, it's time to understand the person's personality. I want to know if this person fits in our culture, in the studio. And that's how we do the recruitment. Project management. I'm not going to be cliche about this, but planning is key. Understand and define define the goals. What are the bosses doing? You don't have to have a clear, detailed understanding for everything. At least have an idea. Because when you're a small studio, you cannot cover the whole thing. You will do it during the process. Listen and communicate. I know everybody thinks they know this, but when it comes to the practice, it always fails, unfortunately. Programmers don't communicate with artists. Artists don't communicate with programmers. Programmers and artists don't communicate with the business person, who then needs to communicate with the publisher. Go figure. So make sure that there are clear communication structures in place that encourages this communication. Agile development approach was key. I've managed a lot of projects, as I said, but with game development, it was a whole different thing for me. I learned a lot, that I need to be quick and adapt to different deadlines, uncertainties that come through the game development process. It broke. Why did it break? Nobody touched it. It broke. Nobody knows. How long to fix it? Maybe half an hour, maybe 2 weeks. How do you manage this? It was impossible. It was one of the most difficult projects we managed. Now, thankfully, I don't want to show off, but I kind of do. We haven't missed the deadline yet. We have the final one, and I hope I'm not going to miss that soon. Stakeholder engagement is key, whether it's your co-developers, whether it's the publishers. We have a very good relationship with Konami. I invite them over and they want to come over every month. My team get like, oh, Konami is coming. I'm like, look, I'm very happy that they're coming because we have a transparent thing. They get involved. We tell them everything about what's going on. They know about the issues. They actually give input. They give feedback right on the spot. And this manages expectations. And it's very, very key. Always make time for one-to-one meetings. If you're running a studio, I made that mistake. I said, we're a small team, we communicate. And I didn't do it for a while, and then I regretted it. Always make time for one-to-one meetings and only necessary team meetings. Don't make decisions based on emotions. Definitely don't. You have to train yourself to be factual. And give it the time it needs. It needs the time. You have to give it. Once I had this conversation with the publisher, I said, look, it's going to take, X project is going to take 3 years. Well, I give you £1 million more. Can you do it in 2 years? I'm like, can you give £1 million to a pregnant woman and say, I want the baby in 2 months? and then say, I want to give you another £2 million and I want the baby to be 2 years old. No, sometimes it just needs a time. Give it the time. Avoid the gap. That's a big one. That's a big one. A lot of the game development studios that I know, they're a group of nice friends, programmers who came together after university and formed a studio. They make great games, but they forget that they're running a business. And that's where the gap comes, because they finish the project, they celebrate, and then they're like, oh, what's next? And then they have to let people go. The team that they spent so much time building. They let the team go, and then they spend another 9 months by the time they pitch the project again, and they have to start all over again. Avoid the gap. Some thoughts and reflections. Continuously learn and adapt in the ever-evolving world of game development. Build a portfolio. Whether it's a studio, individual, build a portfolio. Work on yourself. Build awareness of different disciplines. It's very important, as I mentioned, to know the overall disciplines and understand them a little bit. Perseverance. Impact doesn't happen overnight. Take time to prepare well and persevere. Build your resilience. There's a fine line between what is stressful and what is being resilient. Any extreme is not good. One extreme is burnout. The other extreme is pure laziness, I guess. Stay passionate and motivated. Game dev requires dedication and passion. Stay connected to your initial inspiration. Why did you come into this in the first place? It's not going to be easy. Sometimes you're going to be fed up. But stay passionate about what motivated you at the start. And finally, enjoy the journey and the creative process that comes with it. I'm going to leave you with the final story trailer that we recently released. And I hope you enjoyed the talk.
Fine soldiers of the Leviathan, address you on this day not as a captain of the ship, but as a proud father, the resident of the only place we call home. It was war. There are no negotiations. No ceasefires with this enemy. You will go in. All guns blazing.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it and got something out of it. I hope it was helpful and useful. I know it was a bit quick, but I'm happy to take questions.
Hi, first congrats. I guess success must be exciting and also scary because now you might be moving to a different challenge. So I really appreciate the ways you guys focus on doing your core vision first, on getting a trailer and working on your first skills. But as an indie developer, how would you go about the next challenge? Would you try to bridge a gap on what the market needs, or would you guys still want to focus on that creative portfolio that is motivating and inspiring for your artists or your creative vision as a director?
Good question. So as I said, we had avoiding the gap in mind from the beginning. You need to do what you need to do to work best for your own circumstances. In our case, we want to create IPs, original IPs that are high quality, story driven. So we already had planned this in advance. During the production, I had to do some things on the side to prepare the second game and to pitch already before this game is finished. That was our approach. But there could be many different approaches as well. You could choose to do work for hire, to take a break, to recharge the batteries of the team. You can choose to do whatever you want. Maybe that will buy you more time to work on the next game that you want to do. Maybe you don't want to jump into it straight away. For us, because we already had that idea, we already had some material from it from the previously, we wanted to jump right into it. And we're still flexible for whatever happens next to see what goes on with CYGNI when it's released. So my advice would be, do whatever is best for your current circumstance, but whatever you do, avoid the gap.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to first, congratulate you on this. I also was curious onto how important the portfolio is for getting into the industry as comparison to an actual college degree and proper certificates.
Very important. Very important, because if you're an artist or a programmer, you need to show what you're doing. Unless, if it's a bigger studio, they have 55 programmers or 20 animators, and you're another animator who wants to learn on the job, then maybe it works. Because it works. Because they have lots. But when it's a small studio, I would like to say, just like ourselves, portfolio is key. Unless there is a specific position of an internship that is specified, that we can actually have the capacity to support this individual's learning process on the everything is a learning process. It depends on your project. What kind of project you're doing? Can you afford to get somebody who has a college degree, university degree in the field, but not necessarily a very polished portfolio? Can you see potential in that individual? Or is it going to be more of a hassle? Most of the time, I tried that. Most of the time, I want to do good. I want to help people. I don't have the capacity all the time. Sometimes it's creates more work. That's why we're a very small team. Every single person matters. We don't have time or capacity to actually spend teaching the recent graduate. Having said that, I never budgeted for a sound designer. I'm going to say this. And I never thought we would need a sound designer because we have a music composer. He was doing that. And I got an intern because I managed to find a little budget, temporary, 6 months, because I saw potential in that person. He came in, I gave him a lot of responsibilities. It was a big risk for us and for the person, I think. He excelled. Now he's an employee of the company. He's taking care of all the sound design. So there are success stories, but it depends on what it is. Mostly when it comes to art, we look at the portfolio for sure, and programming.
Thank you.
Oh, hi. About on the subject of the portfolio, as a programmer, I often struggle to know what's the best format for a portfolio for a programmer. What would you look for when looking for a portfolio for a game programmer?
So, when it comes to programming, the portfolio includes any kind of programming work that you've done, showcasing any of the work that you've done, and also the code. And I'm not a technical person, so I'm not going to give you throw names of different things you can present with. So apologies for that. But I can see that some of the programs we recruited, they showed us what they have done. They explained the process of the different code that they did. If it's Unreal Engine, in our case, what kind of blueprint they worked with. How, is it tidy? Is it neat? Because they're going to work in a team. Other people are going to access their work. So you need to make sure that you help the recruiter understand or be convinced that it's not a mistake to get you on board. That you're going to cover the gaps. Like, for example, it's probably common that you probably know this, that some programmers have a very messy code. It works, but if somebody else is going to access it, they would not know what to do with it. That may work if you're doing a solo dev. It's not going to work when you're working in a team. So you need to make sure you showcase that in any way you can, because we don't have a crystal ball.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay then. Well, thank you very much for your time. I hope it was useful.
Thank you.
É isso aí, galera. Todo mundo curtindo? Muitas palestras incríveis, sensacionais.
Talks. This has been amazing. I'm watching here from the backstage, but I'm here to tell you not to go anywhere because we're still going to have some talks ahead of us. So stick around. And we're back at the big festival, and I'm here with someone else who also works in the gaming market, and we're going to find out what they do and how their career went. I'm here with Rodrigo Ships. Welcome, Rodrigo. Welcome to Big Festival. It's great to have you. And first of all, we'd like to know what your life is like, your project, and how it began. Yes, I started as a general developer in 2002, and then I started going into gaming in 2007. So I started as a coder, as many of you who are newcomers, and then it evolved. Project manager. I always went more into the business side, and now I'm a business manager, the person who manages the business team for a company, and that's how we organize things in Brazil. Right, so what does a business manager do if people don't know it? The business manager is basically the person who coordinates the business team. So we're here for business. We have companies that need a publisher, that need to take the game and launch it to a console, or to Switch, or to Xbox, or PlayStation. Or if they want to have the best market in cell phones. There are many kinds of markets, right? Not only Android and iPhone, but there are different tablet systems. So we basically connect those two ends. So the business manager manages a team and does that other part of talking to investors. Like, let's say someone wants to create a new game or has a game that is ready to be launched on a specific platform. Cloud gaming is a big thing right now, like having the Netflix of games. So we have a specific team for the metaverse. So the business manager needs to understand what skills are in your team and then get funding, because at the end of the day, you can't live out of your passion, right? Depending on the size of your team, you might need to not only create your business, but create the best teams to publish your product. Hopefully one day we'll be able to live out of our passion. Maybe in the past, making a living out of gaming would be impossible, but it no longer is impossible. So you said you started working in gaming in 2007, right? So what made you come to the gaming market? Were you always connected to it? How did that go? I started coding in 2002. I had an interview at a company called SelfLogic, which no longer exists. And they said I was terrible as a coder, and they said that I had to study a bit more or I should do something else before I had an interview for them again. And then they became Ubisoft Brazil, and then Rockhead Studios. And I started as a coder. So I started working with Palm Top software. I don't know if you remember those Pocket PCs. And then I started working for Aquiris, which is now called Epic Brazil. So I started as a coder there with advert gaming, basically by connecting brands with games. So we would have, for example, volleyball games for Olympiacos. Just to talk about a brand, because that's the best way of advertising, right? Having fun with a brand. And then I came to São Paulo. I started working with gaming with Globo, major broadcaster. I created a surfing game for them. I worked with several other brands. There was a Bjork album that was totally interactive that we also made. So I managed to grow in the market. I had an opportunity of going abroad and working for companies like Disney, HBO. We now have an option to have Netflix games like Cobra Kai that was made by Flux in Brazil. So that's how my career went. And then it got to the point in which I went back. I came to São Paulo, I went abroad, and then I went back to my hometown, and I had an opportunity of working with Establit, and now I'm with Hairbit Crab for creating games for PSG, Benfica, Manchester City, just small cell phone games. And we're also doing business at a metaverse with Roblox. But there are other metaverses. Epic has its own metaverse. There's sandboxes, there's Apito. So we try to connect brands to that. So we have brands like Jamiroquai or The Walking Dead. That's what we've been doing. Great. So just to help us understand what you do, to get to where you are, to the business side, was this something that you intended since you began, or was this just like the path that life took you on? That's a great question. I've always been a big introvert. I'm the guy who is quiet in the corner and never talks to anyone. I definitely don't have a gift for it, at least in my opinion. So I started to see that there was a need for that. When I was in São Paulo, the iPhone was invented, and I thought, well, that might be a market. So we started creating advert games for iPhone. And I thought, I can get a studio. People are just going to throw money at us. We'll be happy and rich. Exactly. And then it turns out that I found out that I had to go to events, to do business, to talk to people, to sell my brand, to sell the option of an iPhone and Android game, and with iPads as well. So this entire process was, required us to start working on this side. Talking to people, giving interviews, going to the enemy, going to Omelete, showing the new games and the new options. So thanks to that, I had to, relax a little bit. I started doing podcasts of my own to try to be a little bit less shy. Of course, I'm always working on it and getting better, but I do think as a business developer, you have to not only be more outgoing, but you also need to speak English, Spanish if you can. At our team, we have French, we have Japanese people, we have, of course, people from Portugal. So that's all important. It helps you to grow. Wow, I think you did pretty well. You don't really seem like an introvert. It's unbelievable, but I also relate to that. Normally, when you're facing a camera, I can be an extrovert, but even, getting, complaining about an order at a restaurant, yeah, that's tough. I asked for fish and I got beef, but that's fine. I'll have the beef. It might not be so bad. But now to talk about your personal life. What do you do with your free time? How do you enjoy things? What are your hobbies? Maybe with your family? Well, things change. I love sports, so that's why I think I worked very well with Hamlich, because the CEO is a former soccer player. He played in Germany. He played at the Brazilian team. He left the country when he was 19. So I'm driven by sports. I like soccer. I played football for a long time here in São Paulo. Football exists in Brazil. You can believe it. And you might not be able to tell from my physique, but I used to be able to play it. I'm 40, so I can't anymore. But I also like go-karts. I have a son who's 6. So that's my entertainment. We play video games together. That's a different stage, right? Being able to play video games by yourself and then playing with someone and having that experience of producing a game. I also produced a TV show and a console game. And it wasn't only a motivation to what I did, but you're also going to have someone sitting next to you testing it and playing it with you. So obviously, playing video games, fortunately, is one of the best things when it comes to entertainment. Great, and it's nice to hear that games are also a part of your personal life. You know, when you start having fun doing what you do with entertainment, a lot of people think that that's you're only doing it because you want to get money, but we also have a passion for it. So it's great to show this side of, well, the human side of video game professionals. Now let's talk about you here at Big Festival. Are there any projects that you want to tell people about? Well, Herm's Crab, specifically, we have many fronts. We have a business front. We have 3 fronts in the metaverse, so there are many things to talk to metaverse for our experience. We have Manchester City here presenting a freestyle game experience. So we also have an indie game. I mean, we're still indie at heart, right? So we work with other indie developers. So if you're here, see our games. We have Manchester City and other soccer games. And besides that, there's also an option to play branded games with publishers. So it's interesting to see what games there are, not only PC games, but also mobile games, and how you can bring it to new markets. We have a 3D tablet called Green Patch. So imagine your game being played in a completely new experience without needing to make a big effort for it. So that's what we want to provide to people here at the festival. I know it's a lot. We wear many hats, we have several options, but if you have a game or an idea and you want to drive it forward, talk to a business developer from Hermit Crab Game Studio and we can surely do it for you. Great, so if you're interested in any of Rodrigo's projects or products, talk to him, send a message to his company, and I'm sure it will all work out. So thank you, Rodrigo. And we're going to go to the enemy stage. So do you have anything to say? Yeah, I want to see what's happening there. See you soon. Thanks.
Sabe, eu também trabalhei num jogo que se passava numa favela, chamava Favela Wars, mas a sua favela é bem melhor do que a minha, é muito mais bonita também. E acho que faz o quê? 10 anos. É, a tecnologia evoluiu bastante.
For new professionals coming into the market, because I am an example, for example. I was a teacher for 10 years. That's my background. Education is my background. So
E vocês passaram quanto tempo trabalhando aqui nesse jogo? 1 ano e meio, a gente começou com umas 2 pessoas, e a gente acabou de contratar a 6ª pessoa da nossa equipe, e o resto dos membros foram tudo em tempo meio período, e agora que a gente está começando a aumentar a escala da equipe. E vocês têm uma data de lançamento? Ano que vem, ainda não sabemos quando vai ser exatamente. Você pode nos contar um pouquinho sobre o que está acontecendo aí? A gente vai construir tudo. Aqui é o lugar da porrada. Academia da porrada. Ok, então os NPCs sobem essa escada aqui e você pode colocar uma recepção. Essa é a primeira mesa. Essas caixinhas de cerveja. A gente vai ter que mudar os nomes. Então esses NPCs vão subir, eles querem entrar na academia. E cada NPC tem os seus próprios objetivos. Talvez eles queiram aprender autodefesa ou emagrecer. Mas cada NPC tem também atributos. Força, resistência e por aí vai. E eles têm uma jornada, uma vida. Isso significa que a cada X anos da vida deles, alguma parte da história acontece, algo que eles fazem. Então, por exemplo, tem uma pessoa que quando era criança era órfã ou foi abandonada. Então, de repente, se tiver uma jornada de vida de órfão, você vai ter a oportunidade aí de ter talvez um vício ou alguma desvantagem negativa. E essas características têm uma influência no personagem. Então, se você já jogou RimWorld, tem bastante, ou Dwarf Fortress. Então, você está me dizendo que essas características influenciam os personagens. Mas e no gameplay? O que o jogador vai fazer? O que vai ter a influência, por exemplo, no jogador? Você vai poder ser melhor nos treinos ou... Então os NPCs sobem aqui, você vê uns equipamentos aí. Então você começa com o equipamento de primeiro nível. Então a gente faz levantamento com cimento aí na primeira fase. É fantástico. E o tatame no início são só pedaços de papelão. Aí vai aquele papelão que parece quebra-cabeça. Então você vai investindo dinheiro para melhorar a academia. Chega uma hora que você consegue se mudar para um outro bairro mais legal, talvez no Arpoador. E aí vão entrar pessoas com mais grana. Então basicamente o jogo é tentar agradar todos esses tipos diferentes de clientes. Se você manter os NPCs felizes, eles vêm para sua academia, treinam, vão evoluindo nas faixas. A Mari que manja mais. Você é o quê? Faixa roxa. Eu deveria ser faixa preta. Isso é bom? Não é tão bom. Fica no meio. É branco, azul, roxo e preto. E como que eu sei se eu vou perder o jogo? Sua grana tá no 0. E se você não conseguir mais pagar... Você não consegue pagar a conta de luz, aí você tem que fazer um gato. A gente consegue fazer gato no jogo? Se você tem que fazer um gato, você sabe que você não tá fazendo sucesso no jogo. Faz um gato, make a cat. E você vai incluir easter eggs para quem mora aí nesses bairros? Olha, isso não é o Rock Balboa, é o Rock Talboa. Tem a cerveja Chapado, cerveja Polo Norte. Em vez de Antártica é Polo Norte. Demorou para eu entender. Não é Grace Barra, é Capibara. Ok, e sobre essa capivara? Queremos saber mais sobre a capivara. Como é que nós vamos interagir com a capivara? Eu não posso revelar segredos da capivara. Eu tenho um plano de relações públicas, a gente ainda não chegou no ponto da capivara. E o meu publicista ia me matar se eu falasse demais sobre a capivara. Mas é incrível, como você pode não falar sobre a capivara? Eu posso falar, mas não posso contar segredos. Mas a capivara vai estar lá, é uma capivara macho, ele vai contar segredos, ele vai te mentorar, assim. Nossa, ele é um mentor mesmo ou um coadjuvante? Ele joga o jogo do caro. Acho que você é mais brasileiro que eu. Não, eu só aprendi as palavras iradas e maneiras. Você gosta de metal? Gosta de Trivium? Dá pra ver que ele gosta de metal pela camiseta indistinguível. Folks, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Você falou que você está tentando publicar ano que vem, né? Isso, ano que vem. Então o Early Access vai estar disponível no Steam. Isso, Early Access com certeza no Steam, talvez em outras plataformas. Mas sim, vamos fazer um Early Access. Ainda não formalizamos como vai ser. E você já tem um plano sobre quantos locais, como você vai evoluir? Você falou Glória e Arpoador, né? A gente vai ficar no Rio. Eu não quero dizer quantos locais, porque ainda é um pouco cedo para isso. E eu não quero errar nem para mais nem para menos. E dá sempre para expandir o jogo, né? Fazer um DLC, talvez, ir para São Paulo. Ou diferentes países. A parte legal sobre artes marciais e jogos é que se você olhar os maiores países, tipo o Japão, eles têm karatê, judô, Coreia do Sul tem taekwondo. Com certeza tem muito potencial aí para um jogo de longa duração. Capoeira? Olha, eu conheço jiu-jitsu, eu não conheço capoeira e eu prefiro focar no que eu já conheço. E eu quero trabalhar em artes marciais que são mais orientadas na direção do MMA. Eu tenho uma dúvida, você falou sobre metal, como é que é a trilha? Vai ser pesada? Ou samba? Vai ser mais puxado para o samba, coisas brasileiras, mas existe metal também. Existe metal também. Também, entendi. Pergunta para esse cara aí. E vai ser tudo música original? Ou a gente vai ver alguma música? Você conseguiu licença? Olha, vai ser 100% original. Original, igual a cerveja. Exato. Eu tenho uma dúvida sobre o público. Aqui no Brasil, há muitos anos a gente fazia os jogos só pensando sobre o mundo lá fora. A gente queria fazer jogos para que o planeta inteiro pudesse jogar. E todo ano nós vemos mais e mais jogos focados então, ou para as marciais brasileiras ou japonesa, né, jiu-jitsu. Eu sei que os brasileiros com certeza vão gostar, mas você tem um público-alvo? Ou latino-americano, sul-americano? Bem, o motivo que eu estou aqui no Brasil é porque o jogo se passa no Brasil, eu morei no Brasil, é tudo sobre o Brasil, e vocês, sem dúvida, são os gamers mais apaixonados do mundo. Somos sim, somos sim. Eu falo para todos os outros meus colegas desenvolvedores no Canadá, Estados Unidos, eu falo, vem para o Brasil, e localizem para português. Nossa, isso é tão importante pra gente. É uma das coisas principais que nós brasileiros pedimos. Por favor, localize o jogo para português. Com certeza ele entende, ele é fã de Nintendo. Olha, grande parte do nosso conteúdo vai ser escrito em português e aí traduzido para inglês. Olha só! Legal! E as vozes? Imagine tentar escrever um roteiro em inglês e aí traduzir para português, não faria sentido nenhum. Então, para essas questões mais culturais, eu acho que a gente vai escrever em português e aí traduzir para inglês ou fazer simultâneo. E vocês têm vozes em português? Vozes brasileiras? A gente se voluntaria.
Geral tá curtindo.
Aí,
Very
cara,
carioca.
Tamo junto, cara.
I can do
Eu consigo fazer um pouquinho de São Paulo.
tomar uma breja ali junto no bar, cara.
Zica.
You like it? I'm from São Paulo now.
Okay, you say Zika here?
Zica. Moleque Zica.
Zika. Zika kid. It's kind of weird.
Mosquito.
You're right.
It's like, imagine like, oh, dengue.
Você fica imaginando, caramba, dengue. dengue. Não, eu sou do interior, cara. Adorei quando ela tá fazendo a interpretação da carioca e tal, de paulista. Ela tipo assim, queria saber se os personagens também chama-se molemolência, o gingado, aquela manha, racionais de São Paulo. Tem problema. Você pode falar um pouquinho pra gente sobre... Você está gerenciando essa academia, você está expandindo a academia. Nós vamos ter torneios e lutas contra outros. A academia, sim, vai haver competições. A gente, conforme eles vão melhorando, você fala, essa pessoa pode ser um bom lutador, né? Então, o early e mid game pode ser a base para ajudar o desenvolvimento do personagem como seres humanos. E eles vão melhorando, vão ter oportunidade para ir lutando. Obviamente, é essa a base do jiu-jitsu, né? A gente vai ter competições e tudo mais. Eu vou poder competir contra a sua academia usando a minha. É só single player por enquanto, né? De repente, se a comunidade estiver faminta mesmo... E aí, comunidade, vocês estão com fome de multiplayer? Aí, rodada de aplausos aqui. Aplausos, galera. Sem pressão, sem pressão, sem pressão nenhuma. Se você tem bastante dinheiro que quiser investir na minha empresa, vai ser mais provável, mais possível. É isso, ele está contratando e ele quer mais dinheiro, isso. Se você precisar de emprego, se tiver dinheiro para investir, agora. Então você está falando para a gente, talvez, sobre o seu personagem daqui 10 anos, está esperando desenvolver as características das pessoas, mas você não vai ter que jogar 10 anos, né? Quer dizer, não vai demorar 10 anos para você cobrir 10 anos, literalmente. É uma linha do tempo condensada, né? Um dia, você não vai ter que jogar 100 horas, né? Então é bastante até, né? Mas você não vai ter que jogar 100 horas, não vai ter. E você está pensando num jogo que as pessoas vão jogar repetidas vezes, o valor de replay. Sim, há alguns aspectos de procedimento, cada NPC é gerado de forma aleatória, então quando você joga de novo, você vai ter diferentes tipos de NPCs e você vai treinar. Então haverá um pouco a capacidade de replay, para descobrir outras histórias sobre os personagens e tudo mais, isso. Talvez refazer uma história que... Eu quero que as pessoas...
Hello everyone, welcome. I'm Carmen Diaz and starting now, I'll be here with you on the stage 3. Well, we are not only here in person on stage 3, but also online, so shout out to everyone watching us from home. And now, let me introduce the next talk. Talking to us, we'll have Michael Ragna. So what will Michael be telling us today? Michael will be talking a little bit about Konami US, a company that's been searching for partnerships to expand its portfolio. So his talk, we'll be talking a little bit more about the initiatives companies are looking for. So if you want to establish a partnership, please just join us.
Hello, everyone.
Olá, pessoal.
Put thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, good. All right. How are you? We'll let this video show for a couple minutes here. This is, first of all, I'm Mike Reina from Konami in the US. This is our new office building here in Los Angeles. As you can see, our new headquarters here, brand new building, and part of what I want to talk to you guys about is a lot of new things happening with Konami. So, let this play. Been with Konami for over 18 years. I'm Senior Director of Business Development and Licensing. And yeah, this is our new office that we just started about 3 years ago. So, Konami, you guys are probably familiar with our legacy of games. It's a 54-year-old company. We started many years ago doing jukeboxes, arcade machines, console games, just about every gaming platform you can think of. We've been doing that for over 50 years. Started with some great franchise legacies like Frogger, and then moved into console games like Castlevania, Contra, Metal Gear Solid, and into arcade games like Dance Dance Revolution, and current games like eFootball, and just so many legacy titles. Just as a funny aside, I just want to tell, being in the company for 18 years, it's been such a joy for me because growing up as a kid, when I was in high school about 2 years ago, I was enjoying these games. I would go to the arcade and play these games, and to now work for the company a couple years later, I've been there for 18 years, so obviously it's a little longer than that, but it's an amazing honor and joy to be there and be a part of all this great legacy. Yeah. So, moving on. We've recently made some announcements, a lot of new games coming. Want to talk a little bit briefly about that. So we've made announcements for new Metal Gear Delta, which is coming. Several Silent Hill games coming. So Silent Hill 2 Remake, Silent Hill Townfall, Silent Hill F, and other experiences and multimedia related to Silent Hill. We've announced new Suikoden games coming. Power Pros coming out of Japan, Super Bomberman R2, and recently we've done some things like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga collection, which was a great collection of 13 of our old legacy titles brought together in one collection. It's a fantastic collaboration we did with Nickelodeon. We've also done collaborations with Silent Hill and Dead by Daylight, and you might have seen recently our announcement with Dead Cells and Castlevania. Lastly, you may have seen recently, but we announced a game with Keelworks out of the UK to do a game, CYGNI, All Guns Blazing, which is also very exciting for us, which I'll talk a little bit more about later. So, why am I here in Brazil? A couple things. One thing I want to talk about is, what I've seen over the last several years is that Brazil and LATAM in general has increased not only the number of studios and developers throughout the region, but the quality of games has become way better quality over the past several years. And to be here and be a part of it and meet so many great teams over the last several days has been amazing. So we are definitely here to look for opportunities to potentially partner and publish the games from the LATAM region. So it's a very exciting region. There's great growth here. And so we think there's great opportunities to make this happen. All right. So as a studio here in LATAM, questions to ask yourself, I think not only for Konami, but for getting your games published in general, what is it about your game that is going to get noticed, right? So what kind of innovations, what kind of experimentation is there? What kind of new technology is being utilized to showcase your games? So, questions to ask yourself. Is the game memorable for one of these reasons or another? Does it stand out? What about your game? There's so many games out there. How does your game stand out against all of the other competition? Does it stand out visually? Does it stand out narratively? Does it stand out with some sort of feature set that we have not seen before in games? So, on that point, is it innovating in a way that is evolved and is something that current gamers look at and go, wow, that's really cool. That's something that's taking elements of games before, but expanding on it. And that's really important too. So is it doing something we've not seen before? Is it pushing new ground with existing technology? Is it building new tech, whether it's on hardware or software? What I think is important that you kind of don't do is trying to copy another game with no distinctive characteristics of your own. Find your own unique vision and follow that vision. That's really important for any studio. Do not find ways where you're not taking any innovations, not finding anything unique about the game. And lastly, and I'll talk more about this later, make sure that your game is fun. All too often, studios now are making games that they find one cool thing in the game, but is it enough that you're feeling engaged in the game that you want to play it for multiple hours? And that's really key. What's bringing the gamer back to play your game over and over again? All right. Let's show a quick trailer from the game I mentioned previously, Keelworks. I'm not going to say anything negative about the game because we might have Meher from Keelworks in the audience. Oh, shoot. Here we go. I think it'll start. How do I start the video? Here we go. So cool, that's CYGNI. All guns blazing. So how does this game fit into Konami's DNA? It's a great, as you can see, it's fantastically visual, but what it's done is taking elements of where Konami was known for in the past with our classic shoot 'em ups like Gradius and Salamander and Life Force. And it's evolved and innovated on in the way that the gameplay is really exciting, but it also visually is stunning. It's also got incredible narrative features as well. So it's like, if you can imagine Gradius from 30 years ago or 20 years ago, how would it be reimagined today? And that's CYGNI. That's the evolved version of what Gradius could be. And we're very excited about this release. Again, the game is coming out very soon. We're very excited about it. It's really got beautiful design, beautiful characteristics, and I can't reiterate enough just how beautiful visually, narratively, and gameplay-wise, it's really exciting for us. And that's the kind of things that we may be looking for here with with studios. How can we take other Konami IPs from classic IPs and evolve that in a way that does this kind of similar thing we did with CYGNI? So, going back to why Konami's here and meeting with I keep saying publishers, studios from around the world and here in LATAM and specifically, we are looking to expand our portfolio. So we've made a lot of announcements, as I said earlier, with Metal Gear and Silent Hill and Castlevania, etc. But we're looking to really expand the portfolio on PC and console and do a whole variety of games. So again, what's Konami looking for? What gets your game published? So we're looking for, again, those unique qualities. Is it standing out visually? Is it standing out narratively? Is there something about the feature set that we really think is unique and stands out? Another thing I want to touch on, and this goes back to engagement of gameplay for over hours. I think games really need to have a variety of gameplay. If your game has kind of one good quality, that's really cool, but how can you keep a gamer coming back to play 3, 5, 8 hours? The way to do that is not only keep it and making it challenging over the course of game, but what are the variety elements of the game? What kind of difference? How does the game differentiate itself over where it's not just one element in the game? And that's really, really important. So fun and engaging gameplay. What brings you to play again and again as a player? What we don't want to see is, a lot of studios look at it and go, okay, what games are out there and how can I do something similar? And how do I hear something from a publisher and I'm like, okay, I want to just do what the publisher says. I really think it's important for each studio to stay true to your vision. How do you want to create it? How do you want to make the game? Ultimately, we'll help you achieve that goal, but ultimately that should come from you. Be realistic with your budgets, given the genre, given the type of game, and the current market conditions. I don't think there's too much issues here in LATAM. I think everything's been reasonable, but keep that in consideration when you're speaking with publishers. The other thing, at least I don't want to see from Konami, is when studios try to copy other publishers. Again, try to keep your unique vision. Try to find something that's true to your studio and what you want to achieve. Oops. I don't know, it's skipping a slide. That's okay. We'll go to the next one. Well, it's okay. I will just jump to this. Most importantly, we want, again, I can't reiterate this enough, players need to have fun. So your games can have all these elements, that's great, but sometimes when I'm playing games, I feel like it's work. Sometimes I feel like all I'm doing is the same thing over and over again, and it's a grind. If I do that for more than an hour or 2 hours, I start getting bored because I start to feel like it's not fun. It feels like work. If I can go to work or if I can go to school and I want to come back and the first thing I want to do is play the game, I know it's really fun. And I know that you've got a really good element because it's actually fun. So that's, the first and foremost, the most important thing is I think for games today, they really need to be fun. And that's it. It's a pretty short presentation. I want to thank you. Obrigado. If you have any questions, I'm going to put on my headphones and take it from here.
Yeah, well, hi, my name is Luis. I'm a huge fan of Konami. I grew up with Suikoden. I grew up with Castlevania and all that. And I would like to know, I saw in one of your previous slides about Konami's interest in localizing the games for Brazil and all that. If somebody has the intention to work with localization, like to localize one of your games, how could we be part of Konami? If how could we be part of Konami's team of localization, if that is even possible, if you're hiring or anything?
That's a good question. Sorry, can't hear myself here. Take this off for a second. So yeah, it's case by case basis. So it's kind of game by game basis and general needs. A lot of times we are looking to expand the localization to include multiple territories for the new games that we're doing. Of course, Brazil and LATAM are a priority for us, so we do want to consider that. I think for us, obviously getting in contact with us and seeing if there's a way to explore partnerships, we're always open to that. When we've been speaking on the last few days, probably over 50 studios, to be honest. So it's really exciting. Hopefully we'll find some opportunities there, whether it's publishing games and whether it's back-end support. So yeah.
Thank you.
But thank you for enjoying Suikoden and Castlevania. That's awesome.
Oh yes. All right. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thales. I'm a huge fan of Konami as also. I am excited for the new Silent Hill included. But I wanted to know, you said that our new games, our new studios from Brazil and Latin America in general, there are presenting to be good opportunities of investments for publishers. And I'm not from the gaming industry, but I would like to extend to that. And I would like to know, in your vision of 18 years of experience, if now is a good time to enter in that new area and that new business. Now is a good time to start making games or working towards that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, it's always a good time. I mean, we're a 54-year-old publisher who's had a history with releasing games. Right now, it's a priority for us to expand the portfolio and release a lot more games than we have in the past few years. So we've made those announcements, but we're also looking to partner with great studios and release more content, more great games. So that's really our goal, and we're very happy to take pitches. Just keeping in mind, we get probably hundreds of pitches a year. We can only sign a few games a year, so we have to be selective. But we also love to see all of the energy and creativity, so we're very open to it.
Hi.
Oh, hey.
Hi. I guess, is there a Konami IP that has not been, either announced yet or revived yet for a remake, a new game that you would love to see?
Yes.
That you can name, I guess. I know you have a lot of stuff that you can still name. I know you have a lot of stuff that is NDA'd, of course, but that we don't know of yet, but just anything you would like to see from the portfolio?
It's a great question, and quite honestly, obviously we're looking to expand our game portfolio, looking at which IPs we can bring back. When we're speaking with developers, and very honest here, we want to see what the game ideas and which games that they love, and the passion to say, use an example, but I'll use Time Pilot as an example. One of our old games. If somebody said, I want to do a new game to Time Pilot, and they came over to Konami and said, this is our vision, this is what we want to evolve and do something really amazing and unique with it, we would listen to that. So, but it's it's interesting for us to hear it from the publisher and the passion from the studio. I keep saying that, from the studio itself. Where is that passion? We want to make Time Pilot. We love that game. This is what we can do with it. And quite honestly, we've signed a couple games recently under that kind of direction. So it can work both ways, but generally I think we're looking for that idea to come from the studios. Any other questions or? Okay. Oh, you want more? He wants one more.
One more?
I'm an open book.
Hi again. What can you tell us about the new Suikoden games? Can you disclose anything?
I mean, only what's been announced so far is there are remasters of Suikoden 1 and 2. That's all I can say yet.
All right. No Suikoden 6, finally?
Sorry, I can't say anything else.
All right. Thank you.
Hello. This might be a bit more of a personal question, but how did you get involved in Konami as working for them for 17 years, was it?
18.
18
yes.
years.
Yeah. It's a great question. I started in Konami in licensing, so I used to work at Warner Brothers in licensing, and I wanted to, video games being a huge passion of my life, as I said, being a kid just 2 years ago, but being into video games, and it's just a dream come true to be a part of Konami. So I came in licensing, and through the years, I've worked in other areas of the business, but over the last several years been specifically working on business development and licensing. So 18 years of it, it's been some roller coasters of ups and downs, but it's just so great to be a part of such a legacy and great history. And now that we're coming back doing so many great games again, it's awesome.
Thank you.
Tá. A voz dela tá sumindo. Ela começa a...
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, Michael. Nice to meet you. Considering that the business days are gone from yesterday and before yesterday, what is the best way for us to send you a pitch? So considering that I have your email, can I simply send you?
Yes, absolutely. Email is great. We'll try to evaluate it and come back to you with feedback. It's great. It's looking at opportunities, and we try to be very transparent with our feedback, good news or bad news, but be able to give you an idea of if there's an opportunity for a partnership with Konami.
Sumindo a voz dela.
Hello, I'm Hernan. I'm from Argentina, from Funny Pack Studios, an independent development studio. And I wanted to ask you if you were looking for games with a specific aesthetic or identity that had some relationship with your previous games, with your legacy games, or if you're on a broader search for type of games. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. We're basically open to anything. We're genre agnostic. We're, as long as, again, we feel there's something unique and fun about the game, we're going to be open to potentially publishing. So it doesn't have to be necessarily a Konami legacy title. It can be, or related to a Konami legacy title. It can be a brand new title. It can be basically anything. So we're, any good opportunity is what we're looking for as a publisher. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Hope you have a great rest of your show. Hope to be in touch with many of you. Thank you.
E é um defusador anjo também, porque o que aconteceu? Enquanto ele estava sendo queimado pela Molotov, ele conseguiu fazer o defuse e vencer um round que foi...
Round chave, assim.
Foi chave no jogo, assim. Eles conseguiram
Caramba.
vencer por conta desse round.
Foi bizarro.
CS tem mais grafite que o Rio de Janeiro, então basta você fazer um negócio que você fica
Não, mas não é fazer um negócio,
pelo...
tem que ser uma coisa muito a mais e no campeonato Tier S, né?
É?
Que é nos
O Dória não apaga, não?
Não apaga.
O Dória não vai
apaga.
lá apagar, não, os grafites?
O Game mal liga pro Enfim, vamos falar de outra coisa.
Que
Vamos
isso, o cara
falar
foi na
de-
ré, meu irmão. Meteu
Esse
o Vin
jogo-
Diesel ali.
Eu não sei que jogo é esse também. Parece pistinha de Hot Wheels.
Não sei, como é que é o nome
o quê?
desse?
GTA? Mentira!
Isso é GTA?
Que GTA é esse?
GTA da Uruguaiana.
É um mod?
né?
Ah, é mod de GTA chique.
Ah, tá.
Gostei.
Beleza.
Tá. Ó, o CBLOL do
CBLOL 2017.
Sim.
E NTZ contra...
CNB. Eu esqueci
CNB.
o nome agora da... Como é que era o nome? Da CNB, a sigla? É só CNB? É só CNB, boa. Quanto tempo que eu não assisto um LOLzinho? Dá até uma saudade.
Eu vou te confessar, mais cedo eu tava entrevistando o Baiano e eu fiquei... Juro pra você que me deu um pequeno ímpeto de assistir o LoL, mas eu acho que já passou.
Cara, mas o LoL, ele é um vício pior do que o CS. Eu sempre falo, não entrem, que não dá.
Mas eu já tentei, sabia?
Não, faz isso com a sua vida, não.
Eu tentei, mas aí eu percebi que eu tava assim, andando pelo mapa e vi um monte de anãozinho correndo atrás de mim. Eu falei, não quero mais jogar esse jogo. Eu prefiro joguinhos de mira e...
Sim, eu também sou
Deixa
dessa.
pra lá.
Mas várias jogadas incríveis aí que a galera faz, porque o LoL você
Explica
tem que
o que tá acontecendo então, porque eu não tô entendendo nada.
Ó, eles estão lutando pelo um dos objetivos mais importantes que tem do jogo, que é o Baron. Eles precisam disso porque dá um buff. Eles ficam com mais ataque ou mais agilidade, enfim. E sempre dá muita treta ali naquele redor, porque nenhuma equipe quer deixar a outra garantir o Baron.
Esse espaço.
E é isso, basicamente. Eles estavam lutando pelo Baron. É isso.
Isso é Flamengo e...
Cabum.
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 Cabum. Verdade, né? Cabum fez história também no... As duas equipes fizeram muita história no LoL, né?
BRTT ainda nessa época do
BRTT.
Flamengo. Que beleza, quadra kill.
Ace. Mas não devia ser pentakill ou não?
Tem o pentakill, mas ele só matou 4, então quadra kill.
Não, mas aí... Ah, entendi. Eu pensei que o Ace era uma coisa depois, tipo assim...
Depois que mata todo mundo, vira Ace. Mas como ele matou só 4, alguém deve ter matado outra pessoa ali.
Agora eu entendi. Olha só, gente. Cade também é uma parada...
Cade. IDM, caramba. Isso aqui é velho também.
A Cade agora é Vivo Cage Stars, né?
Vivo Cage, aham. Quadra kill. Eu odeio esse boneco, só queria dizer isso mesmo, chat.
Ah, esse é o pentakill, entendi.
Pentakill.
O pentakill é tipo um 5K.
Isso.
Entendi.
Tem esse impacto.
Entendi. Agora tá começando a ficar mais entendível, Rei. Obrigada.
Imagina, ó, esse aqui é a versão do LoL quando ele começou. Ele era assim, o mapa, tudo mais. Ele é bem diferente do que é hoje em dia. Isso aqui é campeonato coreano, né? É, SKT. Cara, é muito rápido. Pra quem não entende, é só uma bagunça, mas assim, tá acontecendo muita coisa braba. Você tem que ser bom pra fazer o que eles estão fazendo.
Eu fico super confusa quando eu vejo aquelas... que o pessoal faz de World of Warcraft, que eles fazem aquelas raids pra tentar matar os
isso aí
boss.
pra
E eu
mim-
fico, gente, eu não tô entendendo nada, mas é legal porque os caras estão muito felizes. Então deve ter sido muito legal o que eles fizeram.
Sim. Ah, aqui a gente tá falando com o brasileiro, né?
Você entende de futebol?
Maneiro, hein?
Ah, não, achei que você tá falando disso. Você falou assim, você entende de futebol? Não, já ia lançar a braba, né?
Assim, meio que todo mundo entende de futebol, né? Um pouco. Não?
Não. Amiga, eu sei que tem que chutar a bola agora.
Então, você tem que fazer gol.
Eu sou um bosta também no futebol.
Fazer gol?
Péssimo.
Ó, fez um gol. Parabéns, PSG.
Amiga, eu acho que a gente vai ter que marcar uma call fora daqui pra gente poder...
Jogar um futebol?
Vamos jogar alguma coisa juntas? A gente nunca jogou juntas, na verdade, né?
Não.
É muito esquisito isso.
Pois é.
Porque a gente se conhece há muito tempo.
A gente tem que arrumar essa falha aí na...
Marcar essa lobbyzinha, né?
Bora.
Neymar.
E o Solano tá convidado?
Quer jogar um CS, Solano?
Bora.
Então bora.
Fazem 15 anos que eu não jogo CS, mas... I still got some tricks.
Ó, aqui
Eu carrego você.
Mas-
Sobe aqui que eu te carrego.
Vambora. São 90
Aqui pareceu a vida
quilos, né?
real, né? O Messi fazendo um gol.
Tá vendo? Você entende muito mais do que eu.
Porra, bem mais.
Foi
Porque
bonito, foi bonito, Gol.
Sou tão besta com futebol que eu demorei pra saber que o Cristiano Ronaldo não era brasileiro, né?
Eu também.
Eu tinha certeza absoluta que ele era brasileiro. Certeza absoluta.
Também tinha
isso, gente.
E uma vez eu vi ele falando português de Portugal, eu fiquei, caramba, que mico que eu passei. Ora, pois.
Muito bom.
Caraca.
Incrível,
Isso
né?
aqui foi brabo.
brabo? Por que foi brabo?
Olha isso, quase que não entra o gol. Foi, tipo, no limite.
Entendi.
Passou raspando ali na mão do goleiro.
Imagina se pega no olho.
Não é, menina?
A distância aqui.
Tá de 28 metros. Ó, bateu na cabeça.
Mas eu acho impressionante.
Foi gol contra? Não, né? Ah, tá.
É impressionante por si só, porque se eu pegar num controle pra fazer isso ou no teclado, eu não faço.
É, mais uma eu vou apertando tudo e já era.
Eu acho que meu bonequinho ia ficar assim, ó.
Desse jeito. Aí, ó, o brasileiro não brasileiro.
Ó, o nosso brasileirão aí, ó. Grande Cristiano
Porque o nome dele é muito brasileiro, né?
Porra, é.
Cristiano, tipo.
O brasileiro é tudo, né? O brasileiro, ele é japonês, branco, preto, ele é tudo, cara. A gente
Verdade.
tem todo mundo aqui, isso é muito legal.
Já acabou a produção.
Já acabou,
vai ter
galera. Olha
já.
só, então.
Queremos mais, queremos mais.
Encerramos por agora. Renata, como é que a galera encontra você fora do palco The Enemy
Fora
by
do palco. Prazer
NT?
estar aqui, inclusive, viu, gente? Muito obrigada pelo convite, foi incrível. Espero que vocês tenham gostado da minha participação. As minhas redes são @replays. REEH Play. Sim, tem esse meme. Espero que vocês tenham entendido e gostado aqui da...
E o seu
Replay.
foco lá é CS.
CS, jogo de vavazinho de vez em quando, um LOLzinho, muito raramente, mas o foco é CS, que é o jogo da minha vida.
Excelente. E antes da gente descer aqui do palco, a gente vai se conectar com o Coelho, que tá ali pelos corredores.
Ele vai sair da toca de
saltitando.
novo?
Ele vai aqui para nossa telinha, enquanto a gente faz um intervalo até o próximo
Tô liberada?
evento. Sim.
Ah,
Vamos lá,
não, palmas pra nossa
Palmas
convidada,
para a Renata
por favor.
aqui. Obrigado, Renata.
Obrigada, gente. Tchau, tchau.
Vamos lá, Coelhão. Cadê você, meu velho? Tá jogando o quê, hein?
Ô, Solane, me empresta só um pouquinho aqui o nosso palco de Anime by TNT, porque estou no link aqui no evento. Quem não passou aqui ainda é muito da hora. Esse aqui é o stand do Hogwarts Legacy. Quero mostrar um pouquinho pra vocês aqui, porque a galera tá passando, tem umas pessoas que passam num pulo de 10 em 10 minutos, tem esse chapéu seletor aqui, que começa a falar com a gente, cara. Então, se você der sorte, você vai passar aqui, ele vai te falar, você que tá aqui na minha frente, pode ir para Hogwarts ou para Sonserina. E aí ele vai decidir, aí você vai ter que ir, não vai ter jeito. O chapéu seletor que manda, ele vai ler sua mente. Mas é muito legal, tem muitas coisas aqui acontecendo. E olha, a gente tá super VIP aqui, tá? Porque eu avisei pra eles que a gente ia passar aqui, e eles tiraram o pessoal que estava se divertindo. Então, peço perdão a todos vocês que estavam se divertindo aqui, mas eu estou um pouquinho para conseguir mostrar pra vocês. Temos o chapéu seletor, um lugar muito legal para poder tirar uma fotinha aqui e ver se fica bonito. Dá para postar no Instagram, dá para postar nas redes sociais, dá para fazer uma graça. Bonito aqui, temos o Harry, temos o Bicuço. E ó, essa outra cena já vem do Hogwarts Legacy mesmo, que é o personagem que você mesmo cria dentro do jogo, para quem não conhece isso. E para quem não conhece, cara, vem cá, você vai chegar aqui na frente e vai ter esse QR Code muito da hora aqui, que vai te levar para um link do YouTube, você vai saber tudo sobre esse jogo. Você pode jogar aqui também, né? Porque se você não estiver ainda pronto para tirar uma foto, querer mostrar pra galera, você pode vir aqui e jogar um pouquinho do Hogwarts Legacy. Olha lá, aproveitar e, caraca, tem um troll ali, esse é perigoso, hein? Toma cuidado, ó, mas pelo visto temos aqui alguém muito experiente, tá concentradíssimo, mostrando aqui o jogo, o pessoal jogando no PlayStation 5. E tem uma outra galera aqui também se divertindo. Olha lá, ó, estão naquela sala cheia das escadarias, tem uns enigmas muito loucos aí. Tá curtindo o jogo aí?
Divertido.
É a primeira vez que você joga?
É.
O que você achou dos gráficos do jogo?
Bonito.
Você já conseguiu voar na vassoura?
Estão presos aqui, né?
Eles estão o quê? Ah, tá presa nessa área, entendi. Não, essa área é complicada mesmo, cheia de enigmas. Muito obrigado aqui pela participação. Você tá aqui no palco lá, ó, no DN, me aparecendo pra todo mundo. Daqui a pouco vai ter que dar autógrafo aqui. Obrigado, gente, com licença. E aqui temos o pessoal fazendo fila e, ó, temos aqui um pessoal fã aqui de Zelda também, porque o stand da Nintendo tá bem aqui na frente, então essa área é muito boa. Vocês estão divertindo aqui, curtindo o evento?
Muitos.
Estão na fila do Hogwarts Legacy agora.
Isso.
Gosta de jogo de mundo aberto, né? Jogando Zeldão aí, Hogwarts Legacy.
Claro.
Claro, sim. Cara, e aí? Você acha que esse jogo vai ser algo que você vai jogar aqui, depois procurar para jogar em casa?
Bom, já tenho interesse nesse jogo faz um tempo. Aí aqui eu vou aproveitar para testar. Se eu curtir, eu compro.
Maneiro, maneiro. Não, muito obrigado. Eu recomendo vocês testarem aí. Hogwarts Legacy é bem da hora. E olha, aqui, com licença, só um minutinho. E aqui, ó, tem distribuição de pôster também. Muito obrigado. Tem vários aqui, se vocês quiserem. Pode chegar, além das fotinhas, jogar o jogo, aproveitar o pôsterzinho, curtir o game. E olha, tem várias cabines. 1, 2, 3, 4 cabines aqui. Então a fila não está muito grande para poder aproveitar. Você leva para casa um pôsterzinho maneiro. E aqui, ó, vamos fazer uma ativação da hora aqui no stand do Hogwarts Legacy. Aqui embaixo, se vocês verem, tem essa parte toda mostrando aqui, ó. Portkey Games Hogwarts Legacy. E aí você sobe, eles têm esse celularzinho aqui, eu acho que você já deve ter visto isso aqui em eventos. E vamos lá, vamos ver como é que vai ficar. Eu quero fazer o meu, pode? 3, 2, 1 e... Acabou? Foi? Espero que eu tenha servido um pouco de entretenimento, tá? Porque a voz não é boa. Isso. Saiu o vídeo aí, tá agora carregando. A gente espera um pouquinho e esse videozinho vocês enviam para as nossas redes sociais, é isso? Pro e-mail?
Passar por airdrop ou vai gerar um QR Code para você baixar no seu celular.
Ah, maravilhoso, nem precisa esperar. Ih, caraca! Caraca, olha o estilo! Que isso, meu irmão? O pai tá bruxo. Pai tá bruxão, pai tá bruxão. Maravilhoso, gente. Espero que vocês tenham gostado. Passa aqui depois, pega os brindes e eu vou devolver agora o palco para os nossos queridos. Então, um beijo até daqui a pouquinho. Tchau!
Valeu, Coelho. Pirulita. E volta aqui no palco. Esse quadro que a gente vai fazer agora é o meu favorito.
Opa!
Vamos lá.
Não, peraí. É que antes eu queria que você abrisse meu TNT pra mim. Você pode
Claro
fazer
que eu
isso?
abro o seu TNT.
É porque
por
o
favor.
nosso palco DNM by TNT... Vamos escutar o barulhinho? Ficou muito bom, né?
Pior que fez mesmo, um barulhão maneiro.
Fez um barulhão, né? Eu gostei.
Beleza, então. Vai ganhar foco, vai ganhar mana, vai ganhar energia.
Eu tô querendo, sabia? Não, eu tô muito feliz, então... Um brinde aqui, ó.
Um brinde aos grandes bugs do mundo do videogame. É isso que a gente vai fazer agora.
Beleza.
Não? Se a vida já é complicada, quando você joga videogame, você pagou 300 e pimba num jogo de videogame, e aí começou e o personagem fica assim, né? Ou ele entra no chão, ou o cavalo começa a voar.
Fica fazendo aquele pimbs.
Fazendo aquele...
Aquele movimento duvidoso.
Exato. Os piores glitches, os piores bugs. Agora, para explicar, além de zoar os grandes glitches dos jogos, a gente vai trazer um cara aqui que manja o que está acontecendo no backstage. Por que o jogo está dando aquele bug? O que deu de errado na programação? O que acontece? Tá bom?
Ele é brabíssimo, viu?
Exato. Nossa,
posso chamar?
Pode chamar, por favor.
Vou chamar então, pode subir aqui o Tony Salto da Limiar Studios. Palmas para o nosso convidado, por
Palmas
favor.
para o Tony Salto.
E aí, Tony, tudo
bem? E aí,
bem?
queridão? Deixa eu pegar um microfone para você. Temos um microfone para ele aqui, produção. E aí, querido?
Só um instante, peraí.
Vamos trazer um... Isso, se apresenta aí pra galera. Quem é você? Por que você é a autoridade aqui hoje?
Fala, rapaziada. Sou o Tony Salto aí da Limiar Studios, do jogo Blackthorn Keep. Estamos aqui atrás. Vamos lá jogar nosso jogo lá no stand da Abra. Eu sou diretor técnico lá na Limiar. Cuido da parte de engenharia, de programação. Toda essa parada sinistra aí. E vamos aí falar dos bugs e tentar explicar o que está acontecendo, porque isso aí é o que eu mais vejo. O dia inteiro vendo isso.
Você é o culpado quando o jogo trava, é isso?
Eu sou o culpado e tem que resolver, né?
Isso, olha só. Então vamos começar então, produção. Vamos soltar aqui alguns dos piores glitches para o Tony explicar pra gente. Beleza, normal. Se aproximando do inimigo, quando ele pausa para fumar e... O que aconteceu aí? Por que o cigarro não ficou grudado na boca dele? É campanha anti-fumaça? O que é aquilo ali? Consegue pausar, cara, em cada bug ali pra gente... Isso.
Peraí. Opa, nossa.
Volta, isso, perfeito. Por que o cigarro não ficou na boca dele, cara? O que acontece com a programação aí?
Cara, muito provavelmente ele deve ter dado detect, que a gente fala, né? Ele tava sendo filho ali do personagem, muito provavelmente deve ter ficado longe do personagem e não conseguiu mais acompanhar a mão dele
Existe um comando, vê se é isso aqui na minha leiguice, existe um comando que diz, quando o personagem botar o objeto na boca, no caso o cigarro, você fixa esse objeto no quadrado ali do...
Ele se torna como se fosse um filho, né, dele ali. E aí provavelmente ele não se tornou. E aí o cara continuou, ele seguiu a vida dele ali.
Ficou sozinho.
Ficou sozinho, é.
Voando ali. É o fantasma do Ghost que gostava de fumar, pra quem lembra do filme. Então, beleza. Seguiu, então, pro próximo glitch. Vamos lá, então. Pronto. Beleza, isso aí é máfia? Acho que é máfia, né?
Acho que é uma máfia antiga esse aí.
O que rolou aí? A animação inverteu e o cara...
Olha, ele quis dançar um Michael Jackson aí, pô.
Eu achei maravilhoso.
Beleza. Isso é VR, né? É o Michael J. Fox, é o personagem do Michael J. Fox no jogo. Beleza, aqui temos o quê? Skyrim. Beleza. Ele fumou um pouco antes da missão.
A plateia gostou.
Isso é muito clássico, né? O boneco jogado pra lá e pra cá.
Cara, essas paradas aí...
Dá um pause aí, galera.
Uma das coisas que mais acontece mesmo são problemas de colisão nos jogos, né? A gente tem ali as boxes de colisão e muitas vezes uma colide, as boxes entre elas colidem com a outra e fica dando esses glitches absurdos de jogo. Cara, esse aí é um inferno pra gente que é programador.
Pra consertar depois. Beleza, vamos lá pra Segunda Guerra Mundial, presumo eu. E o que tá rolando ali? Ele já tá animado. Não pode esperar para matar
Queimou a largada um pouquinho.
Tá antecipando o problema já, né?
Sim, é criança quando você dá muito açúcar, quem tem criança sabe, fica daquele jeito ali, ó.
Não precisa ser criança, não. Me dá mais uma latinha dessa aqui pra você ver se eu não fico desse jeito aí.
Aí, passou em cima. E o Isso aí acontece, né? O parapente. Beleza, nadando na água, passou. Aí o que tá rolando? A grama tá carregando como se fosse água ali, é isso?
Provavelmente deve ter algum trigger que informa ele pra animação, né? Pra ele nadar. E não deve ter continuado, como se ele não detectasse que tivesse em água, né?
Tem uma ordem na programação que quando ele passa pra terra, faz a animação dele se levantando e tal, e não carregou isso.
A gente usa muito máquina de estado, né? Pra saber o estado que o personagem tá mesmo.
Máquina de estado, que chama?
Se ele tá nadando, se ele tá andando. É como se fosse mesmo um status dele ali. Tá? Pra saber exatamente como ele tá. E a gente usa isso pra muitas coisas no jogo. Muitos outros componentes ou muitos lugares precisam saber como ele tá, né? Então a gente pergunta pra máquina de estado pra saber. E aí acontece essas coisas. Pergunta e tá no estado errado.
Entendi.
O cara nada na grama.
Nadou na grama, doidão. Então, beleza, estamos aqui em Far Cry, eu acho. Que jogo é esse? Acho que é Far Cry, não é? Não, é Cyberpunk 2077. Obrigado. Então, vamos lá, continuando aqui no Cyberpunk. Esse jogo, inclusive, quando a gente comprou, já estava rodando, que era uma beleza. Não lembro, não entendi a galera.
O rei dos bugs é Cyberpunk mesmo.
Ele tá no beta até hoje, né?
Parou ali perto do deserto. E tá rolando um pigback ride aí. Quem nunca ajudou um amigo cansado, porra? Quando tá voltando da rave, voltando da CCXP.
Aquela fila da CCXP pra você ir embora. Eu tenho vontade, às vezes, de pedir pra alguém me carregar no colo.
Esse é o mesmo caso do cigarro.
Essa é a famosa psicografia, né? Acho que é assim que acontece. Isso aí é o que agora? Caramba, Ghost Shark. Sobrou depois do...
Ele falou que é na Austrália. De repente spawnou um tubarão do chão.
Depois do Sharknado. Isso aí é...
Is coming out, finally. So we're here from stage 2. This is the third day of our event. My name is Bianca, and I'll be here with you until the end of the day with all the best panels on stage 2. All right, so I'm super excited about this one. I really want to watch this one. So now we're simply going to have the man, Takashi Tokita. He is a beast. It's an honor to have him here. He is a director and producer at Square Enix, a gigantic Japanese company behind titles like Final Fantasy, Chrono Trigger, and Live Alive. We're going to be talking about manga, anime, and JRPG, the genes of Japanese entertainment. Through the works created in 40 years of game production, Takashi Tokita is going to talk about the genres of manga and anime in the gaming world. And of course, if you have a question for our guest, you can go to our website, ask.bigfestival.gg, GG as in good game, and the best questions will be taken live on stage. Are you ready? Oh.
Kita. Hello, thank you.
Hola. こんにちは。はい、というわけで、スクエアエニックス時田隆です。はい、このビッグフェスティバルには去年もお声掛けいただいたんですが、COVID の状況で、残念ながら来ることができなかったので、リモートで、お話しさせていただきましたが、今回はついにファイナリー、来ることができました。オブリガード、ムイトオブリガード。はい。今回、去年も僕のお話聞いてくれた方っていますか？向いてオブリガー。Thanks. はい。前回は簡単に、自分のキャリアを通じてお話したんですけど、今回も、僕の作品を紹介をしながらですけれども、いくつか今日インタビューの中でも、漫画、アニメと日本のゲームの関係みたいなものをお話してきたので、僕の人生本当にね、漫画とアニメと育ってきてゲームを作っているので、多分、ここにいる皆さんも、そういう方も多いと思うんですが、そのDNA のルーツみたいなものをね、お話しできればと思うので、何か皆さんのクリエイティブなヒントにね、なるといいと思うので、リラックスして楽しんで聞いてください。はい。はい。じゃあ、僕の、キャリアなんですが、僕も今、1966年生まれで、もう結構な年なんですけど、まだまだ、頑張っていこうかなと思います。ブラジルにも初めて来れたので、100歳まで頑張ろうかなと思ってますけれども、僕の生まれた時代っていうのは、日本で漫画雑誌がたくさん誕生した時代ですね。皆さん、ご存知の少年ジャンプとか、たくさんの、漫画雑誌ができて、少女漫画とか、あとは大人向けの漫画とか、漫画がどんどん僕らの世代と一緒に漫画雑誌も大人向けの漫画になっていた世代ですね。ゲームも今すごく大人向けのものから子供の向けのものまでこう細分化されてますけれども、漫画がまさにそういうことをやってきた、一緒に育ってきた時代ですね。はい。で、漫画から、アニメーションが生まれます。テレビアニメですね。漫画がアニメ化されて、毎週テレビでやって、ヒットすると劇場アニメになってみたいな形で、漫画の次に僕はアニメにハマったんですね。はい。で、最初は漫画家になりたかったんですけれども、アニメブームが来た時に、皆さんもね、好きな声優さんというね、存在を知って、漫画描くの結構やっぱ大変じゃないですか。画力も必要ですし、時間も必要ですし、集中力も必要ですけれども、声優だったら、キャラクターになれるかも、みたいなのね、思いから、声優を志して演劇を始めました。はい。で、同じ時期に、テレビゲームのね、アーケードのインベーダーゲームというのがものすごくヒットして、デジタルゲームがどんどんね、いろんな面白いゲームが出てくる時代になったので、本当に漫画、アニメ、ゲームと一緒に、小学校、中学校と育ってきた世代ですね。はい。で、演劇の勉強をしながら、独立をして、自分でこう何か、食べるためのパートタイムジョブを探しながら演劇をやろうとしてたんですけども、なんかせっかくだからパートタイムでも面白い仕事がないかなという時に、求人情報を見たら、テレビゲームのグラフィックデザイナー募集っていうのがあったんですね。で、絵も好きだったし、ゲームも遊んでいたので、これはすごく面白い仕事だなと思って、最初パートタイムのピクセルアーティストから始めました。すごいマンションの部屋の中にバンドのメンバーが始めた、まさに今のインディーズよりもっとスケールの小さいサイズだったんですが、それがゲーム業界に入ったきっかけですね。はい。で、それがこのザップという会社で2年間ぐらい働いてました。で、ここにいる2年間の間に、日本のゲーム業界というのがものすごく成長して、社員もですね、ほんと5、6人しかいなかったのが、気がついてみたらもう20人ぐらいになっていて、ゲームもね、たくさん作らなきゃいけない。カプコンさんのアーケードのゲームを PC に移植したりみたいな仕事もしてましたね。はい。で、その会社がちょっと、ブラックになってきたので、自分は演劇も続けたかったし、もっと いい会社がないかなっていうのを探したときに、このキングスナイトっていうね、グラフィックが出てますけれども、この CF をテレビで見て、スクエアにインタビューに行きました。はい。それがちょうど、20歳の時ですね。約40年ぐらい前になります。はい。それがスクエアに入ったきっかけになります。はい。そして最初はピクセルアーティストとして、働いていました。で、実はですね、最初に作ったタイトルがエイリアン2と、これ、パクリじゃないですよ。ちゃんと、ライセンスした、エイリアンのゲームを作りました。はい。これは本当一人で、エイリアンから、バックグラウンドから、フォントまで全部一人で書いてました。はい。そして、同じ年ですね、ファイナルファンタジーの一作目を、作るんですけれども、ここではですね、モンスターのピクセルアート、ここに、スライムとか、スパイダーがいるんですけど、これを書いてました。これカラーは3色で、32×32 ピクセルなんで、皆さんで言うと多分5分ぐらいで書けるようないかもしれないですけど、当時は1日に4体ぐらい、3体か4体ぐらい頑張って書いてました。はい。はい。そして次にですね、半熟ヒーローという日本ではリリースしてましたけど、海外ではね、リリースされてなかったんですけれども、ストラテジーゲームなんですけれども、モンスターを召喚して戦うといった、ちょっとユニークなゲームですね。これは PC のゲームで RPG が流行ってたんですけども、次に流行るのがシミュレーションゲームじゃないかということで、いろいろ研究した中で、ビジュアルで楽しめる、リアルタイムストラテジーを作りたいなというところから作ったゲームですね。はい。そして同じ年ですね、ゲームボーイですね。最初の初代ゲームボーイで初めて作った RPG なんですけど、海外のタイトルはファイナルファンタジーレジェンドと言いますけども、日本のタイトルはサガというタイトルですね。はい。これの、モンスターとかキャラクターとか、エフェクトとかを担当しました。で、ここでシナリオなんかも担当して、アイデアを出すようになりました。この頃はですね、グラフィックが1人か2人しかいなくて、プログラムラーマーを1人や2人、で、プランナーも1人か2人みたいな、本当にバンドみたいなサイズで作ってたんですけど、手が空いたらできることは何でもやるということで、サウンドエフェクトを作ったり、もちろんね、QA の人もいないので自分たちでテストプレイなんかもして、作ってましたけど、本当に楽しかったですね。毎日が学園祭みたいな感じで作ってました。はい。まあ、スペック的にも、当時のゲームハードは大したことないんですけれども、メモリもすごく少ないので、入れたいことが全部入らなかったりするんですね。でもだからこそ、すごい工夫ができたのが、いい経験になったと思います。はい。そして、ピクセルアーティストから、ゲームデザイナーになりました。はい。で、パートタイムからここでフルタイムに、クラスチェンジもしました。つまり、ジョブチェンジとクラスチェンジを同時に行ったという。はい。ファイナルファンタジーも、1、2、3と出て、ドラゴンクエストに続いで、IP となって、スーパーファミコンで、初めてファイナルファンタジー4を作ろうという時に、最初から関わったファイナルファンタジーですね。はい。ここでは主に、ストーリーを、組み込むのを担当しました。はい。セリフを起こして、キャラクターを配置して、キャラクターを動かして、音楽を流してといった、ディレクションまで担当しました。これが本当に僕が演劇をやっていた経験が生きたと思います。全部自分でキャラクターを一旦演じる形で、動かして、セリフも動かしながら調整したりしたので、実はファイナルファンタジー4は全部僕が演じてると思ってください。ヒロインも僕が、セシルとかって言って演じてると思うんですけれども、でも本当に非常にそれが楽しくてですね、多分皆さん、インディーズでゲームつけるときは、みんな自分キャラクターを演じてるときもあると思うんですね。そこは本当に RPG の面白いところで、特にやっぱり主人公はプレイヤーが演じるものですよね。やっぱ NPC たちが、世界を作って遊んでるプレイヤーを主人公としてどういう楽しむ世界を作るかっていうのが、RPG の面白いところなので、これが本当に、漫画アニメで僕が、見て興奮したエキサイティングだったものを、RPG でできる。ここで全部実現できると思ったので、非常に僕にとってはいいターニングポイントになりました。はい。なので、声優になりたいとか漫画になりたいのもあったんですけど、RPG を作るということは全部自分でできるんだっていうところを実感して、この道で食べていこうと決めたタイトルでしたね。はい。 そして、次の年ですね、先ほどの半熟ヒーローの続編を、SNES で作ります。はい。これ音楽はですね、ドラゴンクエストシリーズの杉山浩一さんが作ってくれました。はい。ここではスクリプトディレクターとして、プロデューサーの下にいる、バトルシステム、ゲームメカニクスのディレクターと、スクリプトのディレクターと、ツインディレクターという形で開発をしました。はい。そしてついに、自分の企画を立ち上げることになる。それが、今日も T シャツ着てますけど、ライブアライブですね。発音、リブアライブなのか、ライブアライブなのか、さっき、質問がありましたけど、英語的には間違ってますが、タイトルとしては、ライブアライブが正解です。はい。これはですね、本当に当時、もうゲームの容量が多くなってきて、値段も上がってきた中で、長いお話よりは、短いお話を好きな順番に遊べて、しかも全部違うシステムにできたら面白いんじゃないかというところで、作ったタイトルですね。で、それがこうゲームとしては全部クリアすると、秘密とともに繋がっていくような仕掛けができたら面白いんじゃないかというので、作ったタイトルです。で、当時もうクロノトリガーも別の開発チームが作っていたんですが、クロノトリガーをライバルとして、負けないゲームを作ろうと思って作ったのがこのライブアライブですね。はい。ところがですね、当時、FF6 とクロノトリガーの間に発売したので、あまりヒットしなかったんですね。なので残念ながら海外にローカライズもできなかったんですが、遊んでくれた皆さんが海外でもローカライズをしてくださったり、語り継いでくださったおかげで、まさか、30年近く経って、リメイクをして、こうやって、皆さんの前で発表できるとは夢にも思わなかったので、タイトル通り本当に自分のライブ人生になったかなと思います。はい。僕の本当、ライブワークなのかなと思いますね。はい。まだ遊んだことないっていう方は、出展させていただいているので、ぜひ遊んでみてください。今、ニンテンドースイッチとプレイステーション4、5、それからスチームでも出てまして、ちょうど今、ニンテンドースイッチ以外は 30% オフのセール中なので、皆さん帰ったらクリックしてくれると、続編の可能性がちょっとアップすると思いますので、よろしくお願いします。はい。そして、ライブライブが終わって売れなかったので、チームが残念ながら解散するんですけれども、そこでライバルと思っていたクロノトリガーのチームに、お前入れと、クロノトリガーやれと。で、そこから、半年ぐらいですかね、ファイナルファンタジー6が終わったメンバーも集まって、とにかくみんなで作ったタイトルがクロノトリガーですね。で、そういう意味では、ワールドごとにみんなオープンワールドで自由に作ったからこそ、すごくバラエティで世界観が、いろいろ楽しめるゲームになったんだなと思います。非常にライバルとしてたんですけども、実際自分が作って、鳥山明さんの世界観で仕事ができたり、非常にエキサイティングな経験ができたのは良かったなと思います。はい。皆さんね、本当にクロノトリガー好きな方が多いと思うので、ライブアライブクロノトリガー同じ頃に、そのいろんな時代のキャラクターたちを描いたっていうのが存在したのが、これは結構面白いことだなと思います。はい。そして、いよいよ 3D の時代ですね。98年になりますけれども、パラサイトイブというタイトルを作りました。これはですね、まだ 3DCG をできる人が日本にはほとんどいなかったんですね。なので、日本ではファイナルファンタジー7を作ってたんですけど、僕は、ロサンゼルスに行って、映画業界の CG アーティストとコラボレーションをして、このパラサイトイブというゲームを作りました。本当に海外の初めての生活で、英語も、今もそんなに得意じゃないんですけど、全然話せなかったんですけど、すごいストレスだったんですけども、すごい映像ができて、それらがコンバインしてゲームになっていくのを見ると、すごいテンションが上がってきて、これは面白いと、これはすごいことになるぞという、体感できたので、非常に一番人生で大変なプロジェクトでしたけど、一番自分が成長できたタイトルだと思います。この経験があるからこそ、今もこうやって、今回もね、サンパウロに来ることができたと思うので、非常に僕にとっては、ファイナルファンタジー4、ライブアライブ、パラサイトイブ、この3つは、すごく僕の今の運命を作ってくれたゲームだと思います。はい。で、実際パラサイトイブ、今日お会いした皆さんも、パラサイトイブ、ぜひ、 続きを作ってくれっていうお話もね、いただいて、非常に光栄だと思ってます。はい。そして、日本に戻ってですね、チョコボレーシングというゲームをね、プレイステーションで作りました。はい。なるべくマリオカートと似ないように頑張って作ったゲームです。はい。はい。で、ようやく、2000年代になりますね。プレイステーション2の時代です。はい。で、ここで、バウンサーというタイトルを作りました。キャラクターデザインはファイナルファンタジーシリーズの野村哲也で、彼と組んで、アクション RPG ですね。3人のキャラクターがいるんですけれども、バトルシーンごとにキャラクターをセレクトして、格闘ゲームのようなアクションをしながら、進んでいく RPG ですね。はい。そして、2003年、ここからドラゴンクエストのエニックスとファイナルファンタジーのスクエアが合併して、スクエアエニックスになります。はい。これは、株式の、インサイダー取引になってしまうので、ギリギリまで僕らもシークレットにされてました。発表される日に早く行ったら、実は合併するんだと言われて、みんな言葉が出なかったですね。今で言うと、DC とマーベルが合併したらどうなるかみたいなもんですね。それぐらい、その二つが組むっていうのはありえなかったのが一緒になったので、もう愕然としました。でも、逆にすごく大きな会社になるので、これは、例えば辞めて違う会社に行ってチャレンジしてもいいんですけれども、この中がもう日本のゲームインダストリーになるなと思ったので、その中でどうやって生き残っていこうかっていう方に考えを切り替えました。その中で、復活させたタイトルが先ほどの半熟ヒーローですね。で、なぜかというと、ファイナルファンタジーとドラゴンクエストと似たことをやっても、勝負ができないので、生き残ることができないので、ジャンルとしても違うシミュレーション RPG で、なおかつ、ジョーク、ギャグもある、コミカルな世界観で、だったら、FF やドラクエと違うことができると思って、復活させたタイトルですね。で、当時もう 3D が当たり前になってたんですけれども、10年ぶりの続編なので、主人公たちは 2D のまま、キャラクターは 3D ということで、コストをカットしながら、面白いコンセプトにしたのは結構いい発明だったと思います。でも今でこそね、皆さん2D とか 3D とか、いろんなスタイルをミックスするのが当たり前になってるんですけれども、非常にそれはこれからもね、可能性が出てくると思うので、当時もね、いいチャレンジができたかなと思ってます。はい。そして、その続編、任天堂 DS が出た年なんですけれども、DS で、子供たちに、ユーザーを広げて、IP として確立しようと思って、DS シリーズも、作りました。はい。そして、さらに続編の半熟ヒーロー4まで展開したタイトルですね。はい。はい。そして2007年ですね。ファイナルファンタジー4を、3D でリメイクすることができました。はい。このプロデューサーはですね、オクトパストラベラーや、ブレイブリーデフォルトシリーズの、浅野くんなんですが、彼と組んで作ったですね、彼がプロデューサーで僕がディレクションをして、3D リメイクをしたタイトルですね。はい。ここで初めてキャラクターボイスも入ったり、ムービーシーンも入ったりということで、本当に2D だったものが 3D になって声も入ってっていう、現代のゲームとして蘇ったので、非常に、これも僕にとっては思い出のタイトルなので貴重な経験でした。はい。で、リメイクを作るだけではなくて、リメイクが出た時にリアルタイムで続編が遊べたら面白いということで、当時日本では、携帯電話ですね、スマートフォンの前のフィーチャーフォンと言われる、いわゆるガラケーの時代なんですけれども、ゲームが配信されて、それらがすごく人気だったので、毎月続編を連載漫画のようにエピソードを提供していったらどうかという形で、本当にテレビアニメや今のネットフリックスのシリーズのような形で、ファイナルファンタジー4の続編をリメイクが出た同じ月にリリースして1年で完結するというような形で開発しました。はい。で、すべてのお話が完結した後に、オリジナルのファイナルファンタジー4と合わせて、コンプリートエディションを作ったり、任天堂のね、Wii U としてワールドワイドでダウンロードをしたりといった、 本当に今のネットフリックスのオリジナルシリーズみたいな形の作り方を、2007年に、モバイルの環境の中でチャレンジしました。はい。で、これはまた並行して作っていた全然ガラッと違うゲームなんですけれども、多分これまで海外では出てないのでご存知ない方も多いかもしれませんけれども、皆さんご存知のように、任天堂 DS ってツインスクリーンで非常に面白いプラットフォームなんですね。なので、それでこう、縦にしたら、今でいう VR のような形で、現実世界で、横にしたら 2D のゲームなんだけど、呪いのゲームを遊ぶことで、映画のリングのように、ゲームの中で呪いのゲームを遊んだら死ぬというコンセプトのもとに作ったゲームですね。これは非常に作ってて楽しかったです。やっぱりゲーム作りというのは、お化け屋敷を作ることだと思うんですね。レベルデザインとはまさにお化け屋敷をデザインすることだと思っていて、何があるんだろうと思わせておいて、ほっとしたところで驚かすとか、ジェットコースターのデザインもそうなんですけれども、これはやっぱりすごく作っていて、遊んでくれる人のリアクションがはっきりわかるから、非常にエキサイティングな体験でした。はい。なかなかね、海外では遊ぶ機会がないかもしれないですけど、ちょっと動画だけでも見ると面白いと思います。はい。そして、任天堂 DS で、新しいタイトルですね。ファイナルファンタジーシリーズのスピンアウトとして、ザ・フォー・ヒーローズ・オブ・ライトを作りました。これもプロデューサーは、オクトパス・トラベラーや、ブレイブリー・デフォルトシリーズの浅野くんです。彼といろいろこう DS の頃からいろいろ組んできた結果、それが、今の HD2D シリーズのライブライブのリメイクにも繋がったんだなと思います。はい。そしてこれは、モバイルシリーズで展開したファイナルファンタジーの、新しいシリーズですね。はい。ファイナルファンタジー4の続編と同じような形で、毎月、こう、新しいシナリオを配信するんですけれども、光のチームと闇のチームと交互にプレイしていって、最後に彼らが集結して、その中からパーティーをメイクするというような、スタイルで作っていったゲームですね。はい。ファイナルファンタジー5や3で人気の、ジョブチェンジをメインにしたタイトルです。はい。これは現在でも、オールインワンの状態でスマートフォンで海外でも遊ぶことができるので、興味があったらぜひ遊んでみてください。はい。そしてこれは PSP ですね。はい。PSP って遊んだことある人います？いますね。はい。海外ではね、あんまりこう出なかったと思うんですけれども、これはファイナルファンタジー4の、オリジナルと、続編をオールインワンにして、リメイクしたタイトルですね。はい。はい。そして、ようやくね、スマートフォン、iOS、Android という言葉が出てきましたけど、スマートフォンの時代になります。ここで、ファイナルファンタジー4の続編を 3D にリメイクしたものをスマートフォンアプリとして展開します。で、さらにですね、2015年に、ファイナルファンタジーディメンジョンズシリーズの2を、これはいわゆるソーシャルゲームとして、展開しました。はい。これ2年間にわたって、シナリオシリーズで展開しながら、フリートゥープレイのゲームとして、運営したので、これは僕の、初めてのソーシャルゲームの体験になります。で、ソーシャルゲームなんですけれども、世界観的には、ライブアレバークロノトリガーのように、いろんな時代を旅しながら仲間たちを集めて、強大な敵に挑むといったような、王道の RPG を作りました。はい。これもね、非常に作ってて楽しかったタイトルです。はい。そして割と最近になってきましたね。スチームという言葉も出てきましたけれども、鬼の鳴く国、タイトル、海外ではね、鬼泣きというタイトルですけど、これは、スクエアエニックスが作ったスタジオで、東京 RPG ファクトリーというスタジオがあるんですけど、彼らと組んで僕がクリエイティブプロデュースをして作ったタイトルです。はい。生贄と雪の刹那、海外のタイトルでは、I am 刹那というタイトルで出てるんですけれども、彼らと一緒に新しい RPG を作ろうというときに、普通のこう、ファンタジーではなくて、ちょっとこう、アジア風のファンタジーで、リインカネーションのある世界で、現代の世界と死後の世界を行ったり来たりしながら、魂の物語を作ったらどうかというところで作ったタイトルですね。はい。これも非常に、独特な、ユニークな世界観のゲームができたと思います。 皆さん多分鬼滅のパクリだなっていうふうに思ってるかもしれませんけれども、これは偶然です。同じタイミングで作っていたので、鬼滅のヒットはこの後になります。はい。はい。でもね、鬼って非常にこう、人間が鬼になる、人間の光と闇の部分でみんなこう、ダークサイドも持ってるので、すごくそれを象徴したテーマなので、これも結構普遍的なのかなと思いますね。はい。そして、最新作が実は、先ほどもお話しましたけれども、初めて自分でディレクションしたタイトルが、現在出ている最新作になります。任天堂スイッチで、昨年の7月にリリースしましたね。はい。で、ここからですね、ライブについてもう少し細かくお話したいと思います。はい、この画面を見てもわかるように、キャラクターを選択するという形で、エピソードを選択する形になっています。で、時代的にはですね、言葉のない原始時代から、遥か彼方のディスタントフューチャーまである、今、7つのシナリオがありますね。この中から、キャラクターを選んでもらえます。で、開発当時は、ドラゴンクエストだと鳥山明さんとか、クロノトリガーもそうなんですけども、ファイナルファンタジーだったら天野義高さんといった一人の方がキャラクターをデザインをしたんですけれども、オムニバスになるので、それぞれのキャラクターデザインも違う漫画家の方にお願いしました。はい。非常に皆さん、今でも活躍されている素晴らしい先生方で、非常に魅力的なキャラクターを作っていただきました。はい。じゃあ、ここから各編の説明をさせていただきますね。はい。はい。このプレヒストリーのチャプターは、言葉がない時代ですね。なので、皆さん、ボディーランゲージと、あとはこう、はぁっていうね、感情表現だけでお話が進んでいきます。なので、ちょっとこう、スラップスティックな昔のチャップリンのコメディを見るような形で、ゲームが進めるので、これはローカライズのコストがかからないのが良かったところですね。はい。で、これ、ボイスアクター、日本のボイスアクターは、エヴァンゲリオンのシンジ君の尾形めぐみさんが、原始人の少年を熱く演じてくれました。はい。非常にね、尾形さんのおかげでエネルギッシュなキャラクターになったと思うので、ぜひ動画だけでも見てください。で、原始時代なんですけれども、物を買って、武器をクラフトして強くなって進んでいくというようなストーリーですね。はい。はい。続いて、インペリアルチャイナのチャプターになります。はい。僕はジャッキー・チェンとかブルース・リーとかね、クンフー映画で育った世代なので、ファイティングゲームの中にもクンフーキャラクターいるんですけど、クンフーはやっぱりクンフーの世界観っていうのがあると思うんですね。なのでそこをテーマにしたゲームです。で、改めてですね、ライバルっていろんな時代があるんですけど、これは実はどれもファンタジーで、ミディーバルはヨーロッパのファンタジーじゃないですか。で、ガンマンってアメリカのファンタジー時代なんですよね。で、インペリアルチャイナ、これは銃のない時代の、チャイナのファンタジーだと思うんですね。で、サイファイは SF、サイエンスのファンタジーだと思うんで、そういう意味では、皆さんお好きな世界観というのは全部、すべて形は違うけどファンタジーなんだなっていう形で、いろんなリージョンのファンタジーを、テーマにして作りました。はい。ここでは、本当にもう病気で、余命の短いマスターが、憲法を継ぐために3人の弟子を、探すゲームですね。で、ゲームとして面白いところは、3人主人公がいるんですけれども、プレイヤーが誰に継ぐかを選べる。これによって、実は後半主人公が変わるんですね。はい。これをやりたくて、作ったチャプターです。はい。続いてですね、幕末編、トワイライト・オブ・エド・ジャパンって書いてありますけれども、赤狼とかね、スニークタイプのゲームがあるんですけれども、まさに、それを30年前にトライしたゲームですね。忍者となって、城にある人を助けに忍び込む。あとは自分でどうにかしろというような、当時としては結構無茶なゲームだったんですけれども、中にいる100人の敵を全員切ってもいいし、誰も切らずに、人を助け出すっていうこともできる非常に自由度の高いゲームです。はい。この 編のオリジナルのキャラクターデザインは、コナンで有名な青山剛昌先生が、やってくださいました。はい。はい、そしてワイルドウエストのチャプターですね。はい。僕も、いろんな映画で見た、ウエスタンで非常に好きなんですけれども、ウエスタンも本当に銃というよりも結構当時のロマンを描いた映画だと思うんですね。なので、そこでいろんな僕が見たウエスタンとか、もしくはウエスタンってこうだろうなっていうような、思いを込めたファンタジーですね。で、これは黒澤明の7人の侍の影響もあるのかもしれないですけど、一晩の間に準備をして、次の日に来る敵から街の人たちをどう守るかというと一晩のお話ですね。はい。で、いろいろ罠をうまく仕掛けると、敵の数が少なくなるんですが、失敗すると敵がもう全員来てピンチになってしまうというような、何回もプレイできるタイプのゲームですね。はい。はい。そして、これはもう画面を見ると、格闘ゲームだな、みたいな感じで皆さん思ってるかもしれないですけれども、はい。本当にね、当時、いろいろ、バーチャファイターとかストリートファイターとか流行ってた時代なんですが、これを RPG にしたら、RPG ってなんだよっていうと、バトルとお話とマップ、この組み合わせが全部 RPG だと思うんですね。なので、ここはもうバトルに特化して、ライバルと戦うんですけども、戦う順番によって、得るスキルを変わって、どのスキルを使ったらどの技に強いかっていうことが、プレイヤーによっていろいろ試せると面白いなと思って作ったゲームですね。はい。で、この音楽を、作ってくれた下村陽子は、もともとはストリートファイターの作曲家だったんですね。うん。で、このタイトルを作る前に、RPG が作りたいということでスクエアに入ってきて、彼女が初めてスクエアで作ったゲームがこのライブアライブですね。はい。今彼女は、キングダムハーツシリーズや、ファイナルファンタジー15などなどね、人気のゲームをたくさん作ってますけど、本当に彼女の素晴らしい楽曲が、ライブアライブを盛り上げてくれたと思います。はい。サウンドトラックもね、非常に魅力的なので、皆さん、ぜひ聴いてみてください。はい。で、これがですね、他は割と定番のジャンルなんですけど、これは、ニアフューチャーということで、言ってみれば日本のジャパニメーションスタイルなんですかね。うん。ここは僕たちが作りたいオリジナルの世界を作ろうと思って作ったチャプターになります。はい。なので、ロボットが出てきて、アニメーションのような戦いができるチャプターにしようという形で作りました。はい。主人公は、超能力を持つ少年で、街の人に話しかけるだけじゃなくて、心を読むことができるので、そこでヒントを探りながらお話を進めていきます。で、最終的には、その超能力でロボットを動かして、このシーンのボスと戦うというようなストーリーで、非常にこれもね、ファンの方には人気のあるチャプターですね。はい。で、リメイクにあたって、主題歌、当時はテキストだけだった主題歌に、ついにボーカルが入るんですけど、皆さんもご存知のドラゴンボールで有名な影山博信さんが、なんと歌ってくれました。はい。しかも日本語だけじゃなくて、英語バージョンもレコーディングされているので、皆さんゲームの中でもね、両方聞くことができるので、ぜひ聞いてみてください。はい。そしてこれはサイファイのチャプターになります。はい。これは宇宙船の中だけを舞台にして、主人公は今完成したばかりのロボット。はい。で、彼が、宇宙船の中で一人ずつ死んでいくというようなサスペンスに挑んでいくというようなお話なんですけれども、主人公をロボットにした理由としては、ゲームって何の予備知識もなくプレイヤーが入ってくるじゃないですか。イコール、それはできたばかりのロボットにしたら、すごく新鮮な気持ちで、船の中を知ったり、人間を知ることができるので、これは非常に作っていて、面白い体験でした。本当にこれゲームだからこそ、より有効な手法なのかなと思います。うん、で、多分ね、皆さんご存知のように、サスペンスなんで、ホラー、エイリアンのような形で、一人ずつね、事故に巻き込まれていくんですけども、その謎を探りながら、生 き延びる、人間が生き延びるように助けるようなシナリオなので、非常にこれはファンの皆さんからも評判が高くて、自分の中でもすごくゲームとして完成度の高いシナリオになったなと思います。はい。で、この画面の中に、左下にちょっとアーケードゲームがあるんですけど、ゲームの中で、昔のレトロゲームを遊ぶというような形で、ゲーム機も遊ぶことができます。で、最終的にはゲーム機にちょっと秘密が、遊んだ方はわかると思うんですけど、ゲーム機に秘密があります。これもゲームならではの仕掛けかなと思います。はい、ネタバレになるので全部言わないので、興味がある方は遊んで確かめてください。はい。そして、8つ目のシナリオですね。はい。ミドルエイジス。王道の中世ファンタジーなんですけども、これは実はオリジナル発売当時は存在をシークレットにしていました。はい。7つのオムニバスのゲームというプロモーションをして、彼らがクリアすると知らない章がポップアップしてくる。しかも、定番の中世ファンタジーの世界で、さらわれたお姫様を仲間と共に助けに行くという本当にテンプレートのようなお話なんですけれども、最終的にはネタバレしてもいいですか？ネタバレ嫌だっていう人います？もういいですよね。まあ、オリジナル、もう30年前の、ネタバレ嫌？ネタバレ嫌な人はじゃあちょっとヘッドホンをちょっと外してください。実はここで王道なヒーローが魔王を倒す話なんですけど、最終的にはこのヒーローが魔王になって、すべての世界のボスにつながるというような仕掛けですね。はい。で、オムニバスもコンセプトなんですけども、オムニバスをどうつなげるか、ゲームとしてつなげるかっていうところが僕のチャレンジだったんですけれども、これは非常に成功したと思います。うん。各世界をクリアして、シークレットのシナリオが現れて、王道だと思ったら全部がひっくり返って、全部がつながるカタルシスがある。うん。これはですね、僕の好きな漫画のデビルマンとかもそうなんですけども、やっぱりヒーロー大物だと思ったら、やっぱり人間を描いたり、世界を描いたり、社会を描いたりしながら、最後、ものすごい、どんでん返しがあってカタルシスが得られるという、僕のすごい好きなタイプのお話なんですけども、それをどうしてもゲームで実現したかったので、頑張ってこれをトライしたタイトルがこのライブアライブですね。なので、初めてのディレクション作品なんですけど、僕のやりたいこと、当時27歳ぐらいだったんですけど、それまで、すごいなと思った漫画、アニメ、映画とか小説とか、ゲームとか、すべての良さをうまく、日本語で言うとね、完骨脱退っていうんですけど、一旦ばらして、もう一度再構築するような形ですね。自分という、フィルターを通して、再構築して、全部をぶち込んで、でも新しいものを作ったようなゲームです。はい。で、これはやっぱり初めてのタイトルなんですけど、ものづくりっていうのはやっぱりこういうことかなと思って、今改めて振り返るんですけれども、皆さんもやっぱりこうね、いろいろネットで調べるのもそうですけれども、好きだったもの、自分が生きてきて好きだったものを作りたいと思うじゃないですか。でもそれは皆さんっていうね、フィルターを通すことによって、おのずとオリジナリティになると思うんですね。逆に言うと、今の時代はもう本当にコンテンツがたくさんあるので、本当にゼロからのオリジナルのものってなかなかないと思うんですね。でも、皆さんのその組み合わせ、好みの組み合わせによって全く違うものになる可能性があるので、そこがクリエイティブの面白いところだと思いますね。はい。で、今日いくつかインタビューをしたんですけれども、ラーメンに例えたんですけどね、ラーメンサンパウロでも非常に人気だと思うんですけど、ラーメン好きな人いますか？うん。でもラーメンって人によって太い麺が好きだとか、細い麺が好きだとか、豚骨、塩醤油、味噌、スパイシー、好み全然違うと思うんですよね。で、ラーメンは僕は究極のエンターテインメントだと思ってまして、うん、麺、スープ、トッピングがあればもうラーメンなんじゃないかっていう。うん、で、ゲームも作る人がいて、遊ぶ人がいて、コントロールするインターフェースがあったらゲームだと思うんですね。なので、正解はないです。でも、不正解もない。それは、今の時代本当に昔のゲームから 最先端のもの、すごい HD のゲームからインディーズのゲームまで、みんな好みで選ぶと思うんですね。すごいリッチなラーメンが良ければ、家で作るインスタントラーメンみたいなものもあっていいと思いますし、インスタントラーメンに自分家で何をトッピングしようかとかね、途中で味を変えたりみたいなこともできるので、すごくラーメンって自由じゃないですか。なので、ゲーム作りも本当に自由に楽しめる時代なので、そこはポジティブに、失敗を恐れずに皆さん、自分の好きなものを好きな人に届けるために、インパクトのあるゲームを作ってほしいなと思います。はい。このライブも当時ね、自分はもう大ヒットすると思って信じて作ったんですけど、残念ながらあんまりヒットはしなかったんですが、やっぱりすごくやりきった、作り上げた、後悔がないぐらいまで作り込んだので、それを遊んだ人たちが、特にインターネットになってからね、皆さんが語り継いでくださったおかげで、今回のリメイクまでたどり着いたと思います。なので、皆さんも自分の信じる好きなものを作っていくと、ちゃんと好きな人に届きますし、それが大きな輪になって、そのゲームが、続編が作れたり、仲間が集まったりっていったような新しい未来が開くと思うので、ぜひね、皆さん遠慮しないで自分の好きなものをね、フルスイングで作ってください。はい。はい。といったわけで、いろいろお話してきましたけれども、日本の今回のテーマになってますけれども、DNA、エンターテインメントの DNA って何だろうっていうことをちょっと改めて整理してみました。はい。まずはキャラクターですね。はい。で、日本の漫画アニメ、ゲーム、特に漫画アニメに象徴されるんですけど、本当に一見デフォルメされて可愛い感じなんですけど、結構ディープなところまでみんな描くじゃないですか。そこは、デフォルメされてるからこそ、ディープな描写がインパクトになると思うんですね。すごく実写のリアルなタッチじゃないからこそ、ディープなことがあると、よりショッキングに感じますし、より愛着が湧くっていうんですかね。守ってあげたいというような親心が働くと思うので、やっぱりその辺のキャラクターが、デフォルメされたキャラクターというのが一つの魅力だと思います。そして、ダイバーシティですね。で、日本は宗教、本当に自由で、特に仏教があるんですけど、仏教って本当にフリーダムなんですよね。何でも受け入れるようなところがあるので、しかも神様も、限定しない。神様もものすごくたくさんいるんですね。なので、そこキャラクターと通じるところもあるんですけど、本当に正解がない自由な世界だというところが、このバックボーンにあると思います。なので、漫画の時代からいろんな国の映画とかアニメの要素を取り入れて、それらがさらにアニメになって、ゲームになってみたいなところが、本当にキャラクターを通して多様性というのは昔から表現されてたんだなと思います。はい。そして、エンパシーですね。これは、JRPG だけに限らず、すべてのエンターテインメントに通じると思うんですけども、面白いっていうことは、感情移入できるってことだと最近僕も結論しました。で、感情移入できるということは、期待をさせることをして、期待に応えないと信頼関係が描けないので、面白いと思ってもらえないんですよね。でも、答えっぱなしだと飽きてきちゃう。なので、たまに裏切ってインパクトを与えて、みたいな形で、まさに料理で言うと、甘いものばっかりじゃない。辛いものもたまには食べたいみたいな形で、そういった形で、信頼関係をプレイヤーと作っていくことが大事だなと思います。なので、エンパシー、感情移入をさせるために、どういうストーリーラインとかキャラクターにとか、レベルデザインもそうだと思いますね。さっきのホラーゲームの話はまさにそうだと思うんですけども、どう思ってもらって、期待してもらって、なおかつ、クリエイターとしてはちょっと裏切りも仕込みたいじゃないですか。僕なんか本当は裏切りがやりたいから、まずは期待に応えなきゃと思うんですけれども、でもその両方をやるキャッチボールこそが、お客さんとのエンターテインメントだと思いますね。そこが非常に楽しいと思います。はい。はい。で、それらを総合的にドラマとして体験できるっていうところが、日本のエンターテインメントの共通のルールだと思いますね。なので、日本の RPG は、やはり漫画、アニメがあって、キャラクターを通して、プレイヤーが感情移入をして、その世界観を楽しむというところが、非常に 重要な DNA かと思います。海外のゲームはね、ファーストパーソンで、どちらかというとリアルなものが多いんですけども、日本はサードパーソンで、キャラクターを通して自分の内面を見るみたいなところがありますね。その辺も日本の偶像崇拝というか、いろいろ小さい神様をたくさん作る文化があるので、そういったところの延長線上にあるのかと思います。なので皆さん日本の漫画アニメとか JRPG が好きな方っていうのは、なるほどなと思って、彼らの中にいろんな多様性を見ているんじゃないかなと思います。はい。今本当にグローバルになって、皆さん多様性がある、キャラクター性があるものが、世の中に溢れていますけれども、なんか日本は本当にね、その辺を、早いうちから自然とやってきたところが面白いなと思いますね。なので昔からきっと、皆さんのような考えたものをクリエイトして人を楽しませるみたいな文化があったんじゃないかなと思います。はい。はい、ちょうど、時間になりましたね。はい。で、最後にですね、スクエアエニックスの、スローガンで締めたいと思います。はい。To spread happiness across the globe by providing unforgettable experience って書いてありますけども、はい。これは本当に、作るゲームごとに、そうでしか味わえない体験を皆さんにしてもらいたいというようなものですね。これは多分皆さんが自分がゲーム作るときも、気持ちは同じだと思いますので、これはスクエアエニックスだけじゃなくて、クリエイターのミッションであると同時に、クリエイターのアイデンティティでもあると思います。はい。というわけで、こんな形でお話をしてきました。はい。まだまだね、僕も作りたいものもありますし、こういった皆さんとの出会いで、新しいインスピレーションをもらって、新しいものを作りたいと思いますので、皆さんもね、引き続き、頑張ってゲームを作ってください。いつかね、一緒にお仕事できると思うので、また会う日まで。はい。Muito obrigado.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. We had a great talk with this legend. I mean, he went overtime and we led him because no one wants to cut him off, right? No one wants to cut Takashi off. I know that you also wanted more time. And since you do, we're going to have a brief break, but we'll be back with an interview. So stick around for a couple of minutes. We're going to have an interview with him. We're going to ask him a couple of things to enjoy his time. Maybe it's the time that you need to get some water, and we'll be right back. And we're here at Big Festival once again with a legend. There are many great things happening in this event, but this is a special person who came from the other side of the world, the legendary director of Final Fantasy Live Alive and Chrono Trigger. He's here with us. Ótimo ver você novamente. Sim, um prazer em revê-lo.
Já, você precisa traduzir? Não, tudo bem.
É a primeira vez que eu estou vindo aqui ao Brasil. No ano passado eu fui convidado também, mas não pude vir exatamente por conta.
But I couldn't come because of COVID, so I'm very happy to be here and have this opportunity of seeing everyone and really feel the energy from our audience. And thanks to the interaction that I had with everyone, I felt like I was able to recharge my energy as well. So I'm really happy to be here as well. See, that's how we do it. And I'm going to switch to Portuguese then. We have some questions from fans. People sent us their questions from our website, and you can also visit and send us your questions. Now, fans want to know if you've enjoyed Brazilian foods and if you've tried Brazilian Japanese food.
買っていろいろ臨みました。でいくつかランチビュッフェでブラジル料理が食べられる店に行きましたし、ブラジル式のバーベキュー、シュハスカリア、シュハスコも行ってきました。でもちょっと時間がないので日本料理、ブラジルの日本料理はまだ行けてないんですけど、まあどちらかといったらこっちのねブラジルの食べ物の方が興味があるので、非常に満足してます。想像よりすごく日本食に近い繊細な味わいで飽きない味だなと思います。
Well, I actually had a big expectation for Brazilian food. I actually bought a book so I could learn more about it. I've had some experience before eating some Brazilian dishes at a buffet, but I also went to a Brazilian steakhouse and it was amazing. I don't have a lot of time in Brazil, so I didn't really have the opportunity of having Brazilian Japanese food, but I really came to taste local food. Brazilian food is a bit similar to Japanese food because we never get tired of it. We just want to eat more and more, so it's been a great experience. Wonderful. Brazilians are big fans of you. They really like your games, and you really had an entire generation that followed you. So do you know about the influence that you have in Brazil? And did you expect to be as warmly received here at Big Festival?
本当で参加した時は全然こうね会場のリアクションが分からなかったので、これ分かってくれてるのかなとか、これシーンとしてないかなって心配だったんですけど、今回も来て、会う人でもね皆さん声をかけていただいたり、握手をしたりねサインを出していただいたり、非常に歓迎していただいて、特にスタッフの中でもねすごく僕のゲームを遊んでくれていただいて、本当にびっくりしました。でも本当に今まで作ってきて、よかった。でリメイクも含めてだからこそ、地球の反対側にいる皆さんでも遊んでくれたのかなと思います。はい、本当に、想像以上でびっくりしました。嬉しいです。
Last year I had the opportunity of being a part of Big Festival from home, but since I couldn't see the audience's reaction, I just wondered if people were watching, if people were enjoying it. I really didn't feel the energy of being here, but this year I was able to see how people like me. They often ask me for pictures and autographs, and the staff also told me that they played the games I made, and I was really surprised. It's also great to have remakes because it gives you an opportunity of seeing how much we were already connected, even though we are on opposite sides of the world. Wonderful. Yeah, it's like you said during your talk, games go beyond barriers, right? It's about making people happy and affecting them with something deeper, and we really connect with that. Do you have any messages for your fans here in Brazil?
そうですね、本当に皆さん、改めまして、ブラジルに来て、よかったです。想像以上に、素敵な国で、気候もいいですし、何より皆さんが本当にこう、フレンドリーで、パッションがあって、明るくポジティブなところが、非常に僕も元気をもらいました。うん。きっとね、ブラジル、いろんな産業がある中でも、ゲーム業界、これからどんどん面白い感じになるので、ぜひ、何かね、一緒にできたり、また、僕もね、また来年ね、もしあったら、また違うお話ができたらいいなと思いますので、今後ともよろしくお願いします。
Bom, realmente foi muito bom, né?
It was great. Really went beyond my expectations. The Brazilian weather is awesome. The atmosphere, people are really friendly, and I could really feel how people are happy and enthusiastic. I think from now on, the Brazilian gaming industry will become better and better, and maybe we'll see each other again next year so we can talk about other games as well. Definitely, we hope so. We're expecting you here next year then. And we also want to hear about your future projects. You told us a little bit about them on the other stage and during your talk, but we are anxiously waiting you back with more news. And I now have a personal question for you. It's a little less formal, but it's great to receive you here. You flew from the other side of the world. I'm sure it was a long trip. And you're someone who's always inspired what we do as well. Many game developers in Brazil. So do you feel that you are also admired in Japan? Do people recognize you, and do they ask you about tips for games? Do they take pictures with you? So how different is it?
結構みんなシャイなので、なかなかなく、向こうでこうコソコソしてたりすることの方が多いので、やっぱりこういうふうに皆さん声かけてくれるのは本当に嬉しいですね。
No Japão, as pessoas são bem...
In Japan, people are very shy, so I see that sometimes people are whispering amongst themselves, looking at each other because they recognize me, but people don't really talk to me. So in Brazil, it's been a very interesting experience.
メガネを作るので、一緒にメガネ屋に行ったんですけど、名前を書いた瞬間、メガネ屋の店員さんが、ライブのリメイクありがとうございますって言われたのがすごく嬉しかったです。
E esses tempos...
Recently, I had my kids' glasses made, so we went to the shop, and when I wrote my name, the person said, "Thank you for making a remake for Live Alive." Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy this. I'm going to let him go so he can also rest and clear his mind so that he can create more games for us. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon. Muito obrigado. Espero ver vocês no ano que vem também. Thank you once again, Takashi Tokita, for this wonderful interview, and Coelho, who came from the enemy. He let him join us, or did we just grab him? I don't know. You'll find out. But we're coming towards the end of our day, but the next panel is really going to be very interesting. We're going to talk about how it was to texture the machines of Horizon Forbidden West. In order to tell us about this process, Guerrilla expanded on its iconic machine look from the predecessor, Horizon Zero Dawn. The machine and weapons team was tasked with streamlining the way Guerrilla handles texturing and shading these incredibly complex assets. If you are a game developer, you know how difficult this process is. Their challenge was to create a workflow that speeds up work while supporting game design, art direction, and production. This lecture will give insight into how they designed this procedural workflow, how this process functions altogether, and how it provided them so much flexibility that it saved months of production time. And for this talk, we're going to have Tom Delbu, who is joining us on stage. He is going to come up, and I'd like to ask you for your applause as he joins us. Bem-vindo, o palco é seu.
Hello?
Oi? Pode usar.
Can everyone hear the music? No, yes. Yes, thank you. Can I have my notes off, please? Can I have my notes? No. The notes. Oh, yes. Good. Yes. Nice. Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm happy to see so many of you. It's really an honor to be here today and to be able to talk about our takeaways in taking a procedural approach to texturing the machines of Horizon Forbidden West. Some of this has been lightly touched by a talk given last year by me and Maxime Fleury last year. But in this one, we will talk more about what makes up a procedural process, and at the same time, we will also zoom in a bit more into our texturing workflow. I hope all cell phones are muted, and I would love to hear from you afterwards if you find me on the floor, some feedback or some pointers or questions if you have them. So, to introduce myself, I'm Tom Delbo, and I work as a senior technical artist at Gorilla in Amsterdam. And to start off the talk, I would like to share a personal and true story. See, once upon a time ago, I was working as a machine operator. And not the kind that writes mechanical machines in Horizon, but the one you find in factories. I was working day and night shifts, producing miles and miles of tubing. Working there was at the beginning very interesting. I was learning how to operate huge machines, but I was not completely fulfilled with this job. You see, creativity was almost non-existent, and all that mattered was optimization and productivity. But I found my own way to be creative by optimizing my own tasks and finding new ways to work, optimized. I became very used to optimize wherever possible, but weirdly enough, years later, in 2016, to be exact, I found myself at Gorilla, working on one of the coolest projects ever, for me at least, Horizon Zero Dawn. And a couple years later, on Horizon Forbidden West. And maybe you've heard about these games, I hope so, but to be sure, you play as a young huntress, where you befriend diverse tribes that are surviving in each in their own way. Where you save the world with bow and arrow, and uncover more of the mystery of what happened in the old world. And of course, machine dinosaurs, where we came from here. So for the people that are less familiar with our machines in Horizon Forbidden West, here's a trailer about the machines that was released before Horizon Forbidden West came out. Enjoy.
The Forbidden West. From the ruins of the old ones to its sunken depths, it is ruled by the machines. They scour its forests, always on guard as they scavenge metal remains. Soak up the sun to patrol the sky. Roam the land to protect protect its treasures. Each more dangerous than the last. The strongest are built only to kill. It is said there are those who can harness them, even bend them to their will. Powerful secret, that in the wrong hands will lead to a storm of destruction. Not seen since the time of the old ones.
Right. But how did I, a machine operator working in factories, ended up at Guerrilla? Well, I gave up doing factory work and decided to go back to school, as I wanted to make a living with something that really makes me happy, which is creating art. So I did a game development course focusing on art. But even then, I was still trying to optimize everything for myself. For example, I was combining tasks of separate classes into one bigger project. Here, I would save the time where overlap occurred. And doing so, I still could prove to the educators I was fulfilling each requirement of each individual task. After graduating, I joined Guerrilla Cambridge, and there I started working as an environment artist. Doing so, I was part of shipping one of the first PlayStation VR games, Rick's Mechanized Combat League. After that, I joined a studio in Amsterdam and became part of the machine and weapon team. This team is responsible for all the machine and weapon meshes, from concept to the textured and integrated version in the game. This team also works closely with other teams, like animation, riggers, designers, among others, to deliver the final experience for fighting or riding one of these machines in the game. So my tasks were to help ship Horizon Zero Dawn by texturing the machines, and later for the DLC, I worked on all the player weapons from concept sculpt to final assets. So, end of the story, I did it. I was making a living doing something that would also fulfill my creative needs. The end, right? Well, we had just launched the well-received game, Horizon Zero Dawn, together with its DLC, and the high of getting credit of making something great was unbeatable. But the time came to start working on a new project, Horizon Forbidden West, the sequel of Horizon Zero Dawn. And the great feeling of shipping Horizon Zero Dawn quickly changed into the realization that it would make an outdated game if we would make the same game again. The quality in the industry is rising every year, together with changing hardware. In our case, it meant we had to develop for the PS5, but also need to make sure that it worked on the PS4 as well. So of course we had to start thinking bigger, bolder and better. Not following current gen, but pushing next gen. So with getting all this positive feedback for Horizon Zero Dawn, we also had increased expectations. Not only external, but also internal. And then you find yourself in front of a huge mountain to climb. And while standing at the foot of the mountain, you can't even see the top. It's still clouds in mystery. Only the future can reveal how high the top is, of how far you have climbed. We didn't even know which machines we had to build or how many. The only thing we knew while starting this journey was that we wanted to improve on pretty much everything. And we also knew we didn't want to do things the same old way. For example, the texturing process felt like it could use an upgrade. So I want to find a way to remove the dull tasks and make things easier for the artist while making things more flexible for the future. And that's why I started looking into procedural processes that could help make our life easier as artists. And spoiler alert, that's how I became a senior technical artist, part of the machine and weapons team. Being part of this team in my case meant I have a broad range of challenges, both artistic and technical. Some of the artistic tasks were sculpting machines like the Sunwing, the Plowhorn, and the Clawstrider. And for the technical side of my position, I've been looking mostly to our texturing workflow, something where my background as an artist and a mindset for optimizing has played a major part in. You see, we're facing big challenges. We have to think about scaling our work while being highly adaptable to an uncertain future and ensuring our artists are happy and fulfilled. So, to address these challenges for the machine and weapon team, we wanted to increase the quality while spending less time on it. However, this could mean that we, as artists, get buried under a huge amount of work, make work that we wouldn't be proud of, and neither is a good option. So in our case, this would mean we need to shift gears of how we're altering machines and their textures. Of course, this also impacts artist workflows. Those would shift and rock. And with that change, we might take away from what artists are used to in production. But change can easily turn in negative change, something to be aware of and something we want to avoid at all costs. Now, when we started our climb towards the top of the mountain, the scale of our work was still unclear. But now, with the release of the game, we do know what the scale and quality is that we ended up with. Giving you an arbitrary number would not give a proper idea of the scale, so I decided to present it in a different kind of unit, just for this talk. You see, some machines are huge and other ones are very small. Well, kind of small. One of our smallest machines, the Watcher, which is the machine on the foreground here, is actually the same size as a human. So this made me think to use the Watcher as a unit of scale. For example, if you had to paint the same Watcher, you would need X amount of paint, which would mean that the Tallneck would require about 57 times that same amount of paint. Or, in a Watcher unit, the Tallneck is equal to 57 Watchers. And when applying this unit of the total of machines for a previous game, Horizon Zero Dawn, you would end up with 324 Watchers. But in the end, after reaching the top of the mountain for Horizon Forbidden West, we did not double this, we did not triple this, we almost quadrupled this with 1,225 Watchers. This is a huge difference. This increase is luckily not only based on the meshes or the quantity of the machines, but also for the variations between them. Remember, our unit is the paint needed, or better said, our textures needed. So although the scale is not clear from the bottom of the mountain, the scale becomes more and more clear towards the top. So, but despite this huge challenge, we were determined to find innovative solutions to address these challenges. And that's why we shifted gears of how we alter machine and their textures. So, we need to make better quality, and we need also to make sure that our artists are being content, they don't get overworked. In short, this means that artists do not only make an asset, they also make it as nice as possible, while also making lots of them, and in less time, while maintaining quality of life. And that's why I'm here today, to share with you all our thoughts about our solution, a solution with a procedural approach. An approach for texturing that can help us achieve both quality and quantity in less time. So we'll go back to the title real quick, from big to small. I will be talking about the machines for Horizon Forbidden West. The focus is on the machines of our latest game, but I will also shortly mention the previous workflow from Horizon Zero Dawn, just to give some context. And more specifically, I will not talk about mesh generation and only about the texturing process and how we did that in a more procedural way. This is all quite specific and niche, but I structured the talk in some high-level takeaways to share some of my thoughts that could apply to any procedural process, maybe even one that you want to set up or maintain. And in between these takeaways, I will sometimes try to give you a peek within our Substance Designer process. Visually, it means that throughout the talk, we'll go from this to this. And as a plus, I hope you will learn what a real royal recipe book, being flexible, and self-love have to do with any of this. But before we do so, it's best to define what procedural means to us. You see, when I started to write this talk, I realized that I always had assumed what procedural actually means. But thinking more and more about it, I grew unsure over the actual meant, enough for me to look it up in a dictionary, which gave me this: relating to an established or official way of doing something. The description was not satisfying for how we use it in the game industry. So I started asking my colleagues what it meant to them. And their answers varied, but with some overlap. A couple of examples of those answers were a process that allows making lots of variations quickly, a process that replaces manual labor, or using a pre-established process, or a generative process. But then again, what is a generative process? On one of the conversations, we even ended up philosophizing that everything, everywhere, is a procedural process, as everything is a process translating input to output. For example, the waiter that takes up an order, the kitchen who prepares your order, and the same waiter that brings it back to your table, or the plant that grows towards the light, or the blood cell that transports oxygen through your body. Everything is input, process, output. And lo and behold, our procedural texturing process also has input, process, and output. Even our previous workflow, the one used in to ship Horizon Zero Dawn with, could be seen as a procedural process, if this would be our definition of procedural. You see, we were using Substance Painter, which has a layered approach to texturing. And towards the end of our production track, we ended up with a sample template texturing all the machines in this template. In the template, there were all the base materials were set up, and for each machine, we made a copy of that template, and we would make modifications. We started adding our artist maps, as well as some third-party generated ware maps. These were set up in multiple places throughout the layer stack, meaning this workflow has inputs coming in everywhere. Make it unclear and confusing to work with. And when you needed to update one of these maps, you had to reconnect it by hand, of course, which resulted in a lot of searching through the layer stack. This would sometimes result in maps not being updated correctly, or just being wrong. On top of that, this workflow was not even generating all the needed output maps. You still needed to create a mask for tiling detail textures and the glow intensity map for the muscles by hand. But we had many machines, meaning we had a lot of adapted copies with no referencing between them. So this previous setup was very prone to human errors and wasn't flexible at all, when a global change over all machines needed to be made. Think of changing a material, for instance. It meant that artists would have to go in every file and change it by hand for every little machine. Something that makes iterating up a lot of time, while also a lot of human errors and inconsistencies to emerge. And it's definitely not using your artist's talent in an optimal way. So knowing this, nobody would call our previous workflow procedural. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't anything procedural in our old workflow. There were definitely little sparks there were. For example, the generated ware maps that you can see here. These were generated with third-party software, and although procedural, we would have liked way more control about them back then. So, although we wouldn't call the workflow we used for Horizon Zero Dawn procedural, it did have some parts of it, just like a lot of game studios probably already have somewhere, some way or another. All in all, this older workflow helped us ship Horizon Zero Dawn. But due to being prone to errors and not allowing for quick global iterations, we want to revise this workflow. So with our current texturing workflow, we tried to push procedural as far as we could, which for us meant that we went from Substance Painter to Substance Designer. By doing so, we were hoping to avoid the scenario on the left and be able to go to a structure where we could easily make global changes throughout our machines. So from now on, when I talk about procedural process, I mean a process that allows for focus on directive data by reducing manual labor and time needed. In our case, within our texturing workflow. So instead of painting every little scratch or detail on a machine, we as artists only do manual labor and subjective decision making, also known as directive data, to guide an objective process. But with this definition, you might consider yourself sometime as being a procedural process yourself, or a machine. Think of moments where you are doing small repetitive tasks or a lot of manual tedious labor. When doing repetitive tasks, we often feel our time is being undervalued. We would be able to do a lot more of importance within the same amount of time. So with our time feeling undervalued, we can also start feeling undervalued ourselves. Machines, on the other hand, love these jobs. You could say they're made for these jobs. Machines, however, cannot operate fully autonomous, and also that's not our goal. we want to be guiding those machines towards our desired output. So we need operators to guide those machines, or better yet, we want to give operators the best machines for them to excel and maximize their potential without having any negative impact on their well-being. So in tech art, one of the most common sayings is, if you have to do something 3 times or more, just make a script for it. This mentality is not so present in artistic workflows. But there are definitely tasks for artists that we can make less soul-killing with processes in place. For example, most artists dread spending time on UVing or making lots. There's a reason that these tasks are offloaded the fastest to outsource vendors or procedural processes, since these tasks are quite objective and the least fun for your talent inside the studio. In other words, nobody wants to be a machine. We all want to be humans with our own decisions. We all feel more purpose when we have some autonomy for decision making and directing. You want to be the operator, not the machine. As an operator, you do the subjective work and let the machine do the objective work. But is it possible to turn something that inherently feels so subjective into a logical process? Because as an artist, with some exceptions, you want to have control of every decision you make during a creative process. But it's actually not that different as an operator of a machine, where you also want to be in control of the operating. And you want to be able to trust it. And trust here means you want to output to align with your expectations of your expected output. An operator feeding input to a process also wants to receive the expected outcome. So in a sense, the process is a direct translation from input to output. And to have the output as expected, aka consistent, you also need to be consistent with your input. So, I would like to share my first memory of learning about this. It was my 10th birthday, and on days like that, it's a custom for us to bring some treats to the classroom. And at home we had a roll recipe book, a book made by the best pastry shop in Belgium that was doing all the pastries for the roll house. I chose, of course, the recipe of meringues to make together with my dad, and so we started working and ended up looking with high expectation through the window of the oven. But it was clear that we had failed. Our expected result, nice, light and fluffy meringues, came out the oven as hard rock pancakes of sugar. So our end result didn't align with our expectations. We could have blamed the recipe, aka the process, but in truth what had happened was that our input must have had been wrong. Be it the ingredients, our mixing capabilities, or even our oven. And as our input was incorrect, the output reflected that. Meaning that to get an expected end result, also the input should be expected as by the process. Consistent in, consistent out. So what is our needed input for our procedural texturing process? Well, we have 3 main groups of inputs: baked maps, artist-authored maps, and parameters. You could divide them up in both objective and subjective data. Bakes being objective as its simple translation from 3-dimensional data to 2-dimensional data. And the other ones as subjective as they are made by the artists. So the bakes we make from meshes are the usual curvature, ambient occlusion. This is the first one without shadow casting between the parts. We have a second one with all the parts combined and casting shadows on each other. The position map. The wall space normal map. And of course the normal tangent map. But in truth, bakes are not necessarily completely objective. They can change depending on baking settings. For example, it's easy to get these very different maps from the same exact batches, just by having a different parameter for the baking process. But as is clear by now, we want our input to be consistent, which meant we had to make our baking setup follow some consistent rules, become rigid and trustworthy. Also, no artist interpretation was allowed here, meaning that modifying bakes or removing bake errors by manual work in Photoshop is not allowed. Only objective source data should be changed, being the game mesh, its cage for the baking. This would ensure also more flexibility in the future if we would need to rebake with different settings or needed additional bakes. As for the artist maps, they are subjective content. The artist would alter the following maps: the ID, or also called the clown map, the basic color map, and a separate decal map. But for the procedure process to be able to correctly interpret this input, it still needs to adhere to some rules. In a sense, it is subjective decision making by our artist translated in objective, understandable data. For example, for the allocation of materials, the artist gets the option to apply a max of 8 materials. And this is done using the clown map. Each color represents one slot for one material. So all the red will be one material and all the blue will be another material. But as people know, when using Photoshop, often we don't have the exact correct values. So blue might be just off. But you still want to have a material assigned, or you don't want to avoid the ugly seams where materials touch each other. So what we made was a clown map interpreter. It checks the color values for every pixel and forces them exactly to align with the 8 color options. Zoomed in here, the clown map interpreter makes from this. And lastly, the parameters. These come with default values that work for most expected inputs. These defaults are derived from testing out the procedure process plenty of times on different content. But as our content, baked and artist maps are quite consistent, these default parameters almost work from out the box. But of course, the artist needs to be possibility or have the possibility to start adding uniqueness by tweaking these values. Maybe a machine needs less or more damage, or weathering, or dirt. Even randoms need to be consistent. Imagine that you get a design approved by your art director, and the next time you open your file, you have a different result because of random parameters. So we alter our input to get consistent output, to be used by our shaders in the engine, because in turn, they expect consistent input. And in our case, we have some quirks of how we want our output to be. We want the biggest bang for the buck. The buck being the amount of data space you need to pack all your data in. And the biggest bang to have all the best, most intricate dynamic shaded models. So you have to optimize a lot, if not everything. It is common knowledge that optimization plays a huge role in game development. So I would like to give you a couple of examples from our end. Some examples are optimizations for shipped content, do as much with as little, and we have some optimizations for altering content, create faster and less destructive. So a good example of how we optimize our altering process is how we make our emissive data for the muscles. You see, every machine has these muscles that glow when alive, and these emissive maps define how much something glows at a certain place. So for Horizon Zero Dawn, we used to paint these by hand in Photoshop, meaning we had to do every strand of every muscle by hand. And even worse, we had to make them without any live representation of how it would actually look like in the game. We required an export to the game with every iteration. On top of that, the range where you had to work in was very bad. Sometimes a difference so small in Photoshop, it wasn't visible with the naked eye, but would make a huge difference in the game. You can imagine that it was a lengthy process to get right, and of course an obvious place for improvement. So how did we improve on this? Well, we no longer paint any emissive data by hand in Photoshop, but we generate it in Substance Designer. So we don't have to paint anything anymore. The only thing we need is to feed extra data or 2 extra maps in our process, which is actually kind of objective data. This data looks like this. A simple 2-bit map where every strand is outlined. And based on this map, we both generate this mask to add some... Oh, this is wrong. Okay, never mind. Based on this map, we both generate this mask that adds some curvature to our strands. And this mask which generates value transitions between the strands. On top of that, we use our already existing clown map to generate this mask with bigger and softer transitions towards the edges of the muscles. And we also use our baked AO map. And lastly, we give the option to add a custom mask to mask certain areas down. All those generated masks together give this emissive map result. So in short, by altering only these two simple maps and playing with the parameters, we can not only make this, but we can also generate and iterate quickly till we have something we like. Due to this change in altering, the quality went up for both the muscles and the artists. So iterating became faster as we matured to have a representative viewport also inside Substance Designer. So we now have a representative viewport with our custom behavior of our shaders. Custom behaviors, for example, are the detail maps, the quirky optimized way of using specular metalness workflows, and the support for variants of machines. And of course, muscle glow. But to be able to have this, we need to split up our output in two. You see, we have our exports to our game, but Substance Viewport doesn't know what to do with this. So we made a preview node that mimics our shader logic and translates our export data to data understandable to Substance. I call them here the viewport maps. These get made by our preview node, which is this node at the end. With this node, we can apply and preview our shader logic that we have in the game, unique to Gorilla. So I mentioned that our export data is not fully understandable to Substance. To give you an example, our emissive map is not an emissive map only. It does not only contain the glow for the muscles, but also all of this. All this other data we use to mask our detail maps, and this masking is done based on dirt, decals, and transitions between materials. And to make sure everyone knows that we mean with detail maps are the small tiling textures we place on top of materials to give the impression of higher detail or higher frequency in the game. The optimization of using the same map for two functions is of course an optimization for a game, not for our altering process. But then you might wonder, how does the shader know where to use the map as an emissive map or as a detail map allocation or detail map masking? And that's a great question, because it wouldn't know if it weren't for this other map. This is the detail ID map, and in this map we use 21 locked values from black to white. And to every value we assign a different detail map. Here you can see how the detail ID map looks like on the Claw Strider. And on the bottom you can see how every value correlates to the detail map. But we can also use this allocation to drive shader functionality. So we decided on using position 1 for the muscle glow, position 0 for all the bags that have a liquid shader, and position 20 for all elemental cables with shader elemental color override functionalities. So with these two maps, we can drive multiple shader functionalities, allocating detail maps, masking those detail maps based on dirt or anything else, using it as a muscle emissive map, and driving elemental functionalities like bags and cables. This last example shows an optimization on shipped content. Do as much as possible with as least data needed. But this last example is actually not that different from Horizon Zero Dawn. We already packed some of that data in a similar way. However, with our procedure process, it became something that we, as artists, no longer have to make by hand. So it became a whole lot more flexible. We can easily change out logic within our process and re-export our textures without any additional manual work from our artists. Working in a non-destructive way like this adds flexibility and avoids time-expensive changes. So, optimizations don't need to work against artists or our process. It can actually help with creating and maintaining flexibility towards future requests. We don't have to prepare for every possible future scenario. Because if we would follow fortune tellers, we would waste a lot of energy on preparing for the wrong things. A better way to prepare for anything is to be flexible and be adaptable quickly where needed. So, how can a procedure process help with maintaining flexible? How can we make sure that we are well equipped to continue our adventure without knowing where we would end up with? Well, as you might have noticed, almost all previously given examples have something in common. We keep artist-altered data as close to raw directive data. and make sure this is in an objective format with clear intentions, so that our procedure process, which is an objective process, can understand and process this data correctly. This divide between decision making and processing makes things flexible, as a process can easily be modified and reinterpret this data. This is, however, only possible by keeping the artist data reusable. And this you do by having artist data split up in clear objective intentions. So if the shader in the game would change for whatever reason, we might need to add, subtract, or reorganize our data, aka our output. Well, with having a procedural texturing workflow, a change like this is quite easy to implement. We just change logic within the procedural process and do not need to have artists waste their talent and time to remake all this data to just in a different format. And actually, that actually happened during production for Horizon Forbidden West. We got a request to make a second variant for most of our machines because design wanted Apex versions to reflect the more dangerous versions of the machines. In the old workflow, this would have meant to copy over an existing Substance Painter file and make modifications one by one. However, with our procedural workflow, we just had to make some changes to our process and make sure that process would output not only one, but two versions of each machine. Of course, we didn't want to fully make it procedural, and we definitely want our artists to decide on how each Apex version looks like. So first, with the art director, we decided on a universal Apex variant visual language. And then we made sure that the artist could play within those set boundaries of that new visual language. And as a result, we came up with a simple method to quickly make our second variant, while making sure that we as artists maintain authorship without the need to work double. So we ended up with adding two new inputs to our procedural process. The first being the Apex mask, which is a simple mask only having 3 values. Mid-gray to just keep material properties the same as the default version. Black to apply an Apex-specific detail map on certain parts of the plating. And white to add our Apex-specific gold material with unique detail map as well. And the second input being a new color map. But this one could quite easily be made and quickly altered by the artist by replacing the existing colors. Plus, you can add on top with any custom colors that the artist or the art director wants. So by just altering a quite minimal amount of data, in combination of the data we already had for the default version, we were able to quickly generate a completely new variant. One that was distinctive enough for game design and with consistent visual language. Even later, when our art director wanted to make some changes to what our Apex Gold should look like, this was a quick change within our procedural process. And we actually had that happen twice, because later on we also wanted to make Rebel variants, the machines that are being ridden by our rebels in the game. So, to reiterate, staying flexible is more important than preparing for every possible scenario in the future. But one certainty about the future that we always have is that we forget things. So one specific thing we should always prepare for is, of course, documentation. And yes, this is probably the least sexy topic, but it's such a valuable piece for everyone involved. For the makers of that procedural process, for the artists who use it, and the company that has a lower chance of knowledge loss. It can happen that a whole tool or procedure process gets lost without proper documentation, because maybe the person who made it just leaves the project. Okay. So for documentation, we opted for a logical structured document with very crude information about each step. And with each step, we also included a small video that goes over that specific element within our procedure process. This makes finding an answer quick and precise. But people will be people, and they will always get to you because they can get an answer quicker. And if they ask you, if that happens, be welcome of their questions, but answer it exactly by telling them where to find it, down to the page number in the documentation or a timestamp in the video. This way, people will get used to see more of documentation, and the stepping stone will be small to use the documentation themselves. Maybe people might even linger a bit in documentation and learn something that wasn't their original plan to learn. To be honest, it took quite a bit of time to make documentation for a workflow, but spending that time already earned itself back. Beforehand, you don't always know where it will end up with. And in our case, later in production, just as a test, we want to see if outsource could use it. We sent the documentation off with a procedure workflow, and we were glad to see that actually it worked very smoothly with them. So documentation does take quite a bit of time and often feels unnecessary, but it's definitely a love letter to your future self. Not only for you to find answers back, but also to have less people depend on you. But making a workflow would only rely on documentation is something you don't want. No one reads the manual anymore, everyone starts trying out on intuition, so a workflow should feel intuitive regardless of documentation. A workflow should make a creative process thrive. It should help creating a sense of ownership or attainment. I think we can all agree there's nothing better than to be so immersed that you lose track of time while you're making something that you're passionate about. This is often called the flow state. For artists, this flow state is what we strive for, as it can make thought process run smoothly with its toolset. I always hated working with slow, non-real-time renderers, as it breaks my flow completely. Getting in a flow state produces better quality and often in less time. And on top of that, the artists are the happiest when experiencing this. It helps growing the feeling of ownership as well, or attainment about their work. Something we strive for within our procedural process, but of course sometimes we do fall short in this aspect. In other words, there's always place for improvement. But creative attainment, luckily, doesn't only derive from being in the flow. It also comes from a sense of control, knowing your way around the buttons of the machine. As well as getting an expected output when you provide the process your input. And also comes from making sure that our directive data is noticeable in our end result. But creative attainment can be diminished if you get too many rounds of feedback. Nobody wants to keep on iterating on something where the differences become so small they aren't noticeable anymore. Something art directors are aware of, but at the same time they are responsible to make sure that all the art is up to the quality. So it's beneficial to also include indirect users, like art directors, when building your process. In our case, we involved the art director from the beginning, when we started defining the material library and the similarities and differences between all the materials. This helps later so much because you make the art director conscious of what the toolset will be that the artist will use. And in return, the art director makes sure that the toolset that is being built will be up to the requirements to be used by the artist. This in turn reduces the number of iterations required and thus benefits the creative attainment. It's a win-win for everyone. So to make attainment thrive, it's important to make the toolset for the artist. You cannot ask from an artist to make a skyscraper when he only has some sand and some beach toys. But how do you want to make sure that you're not making a straitjacket instead of a toolset? First thought would be to give them loads of freedom, but the opposite is often the case. You would end up with a tool that would look like this, while in general, we like a simpler looking intuitive design. The problem is that as technical artists, we focus on functionality, and even more functionality, so much so that we forget about usability. We throw it out of the window. But when looking at the creative process, it is often not the plethora of functionality that makes a good toolset. In the contrary, it is often found within limited palettes of simple core functionalities. Often artists use a single tool to recreate masterpieces. So what did we focus on while making our toolset? We focused on control, which comes from consistency, getting the expected results. We focused on directive data instead of tedious repetitive actions. And we focused on keeping the workflow as fast as possible. And most of all, understandable, which makes it usable. So how do we make something that might be complex in the background easy to understand? How do we make something intuitive and simple? Well, for starters, you don't want to make a wall of parameters, like the one you see here on the screen. Instead, you want to keep parameters at a minimum, apply intuitive naming, make sure to group them in a logical sense, add descriptions, and set them to invisible when they're not applicable. but most of all, keep parameters ordered as much as possible, either based on importance or in a linear order of how to best manipulate them. So, this is actually how our graph looks like for each machine. And this might not look that intuitive to you or simple. Instead, you might have thought that, why is it not in one node? And that's because it actually is not that intuitive to use like this, because that would mean that you would have a whole list of parameters. Having those parameters split into smaller sections with visually logic places is way more usable. It also allows for some local modifying the process where needed. But most of all, it provides a clear and concise view of the entire procedural process, making it easier to adjust parameters and debug issues. Additionally, it allows for faster work by selectively disconnecting certain elements at strategic points to reduce overall calculation times. On top of that, within Substance Designer, it's also possible to preview separate steps within your process. This helps tweaking our custom generators like the damage, the weathering, and dirt. But what if an artist wants to have local control on damage or any of the other generators? Well, we made sure that any art can do so by providing any additional mask within Substance. For example, here I used the height axis to increase damage close to the ground. And this additional mask can be generated, but can also be painted by an artist. So if he really wants to, he can also have a specific scratch on the nose or on the toe. And these optional masks make the process useful toolset instead of a straitjacket. But to go back to the main aspect that makes a good toolset, make it consistent, directive, fast, understandable, and most of all, usable. So be aware to not indulge in functionality showmanship, but strive for usability and simplicity. Make it for the artists. And as our last takeaway, keep it also within your procedural process simple and fast. Aim for simplicity above complexity. Keeping things simple and structured makes maintaining it a whole lot more flexible. Use all possible documenting tools that are available to you. This is not always necessary during the experimenting phase on your own computer, but even there it can help organize your own thought process. Once you make something to be shared with others, do a thorough pass on cleaning, simplifying, and almost all possible questions should be answered when looking inside your graph. Our material setup within Substance Designer is a good example of how simple actually and thus fast it can be. And please don't be alarmed that it looks like a pyramid scheme. At the bottom we have our base materials. These are grouped in sets of 3. And they represent each a variation of the same base material. We have a pristine one, a weathered one, and a damaged one. One step higher in our pyramid scheme, these 3 base materials again get combined into a smart material, where for every pixel, the right blend between these 3 base materials is made based on our 2 generated maps, the damage map and the weathering map. And all these smart materials then get allocated by our clown map that we have discussed earlier. So we have 3 simple levels in our material setup within Substance Designer. But it would be nice to see this in... I started a bit later though. Can I just continue or not? Yeah, we have.
We had additional time.
No, I had 55 minutes, no?
Oh, sorry?
I had 50 minutes or 55 minutes, I thought. Normally it should be fine in that time frame.
Yeah, we had, I think, 35.
35?
Yeah, because 45, sorry.
45, okay.
Because we gave you another 2.
Okay. Can I then wrap it up in like 3 minutes or something? Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll try to make it very fast. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. So I will go a bit faster. This we're going to speed it through. I'm sorry. So in a sense, I'm going to go really quickly. I'm not going to talk too much. So this is the color map that the artist authored. Then we have a procedure process that changes that a bit based on curvature and stuff. Then we actually start our material setup. And then it just goes through. We have our 3 base materials. Then we combine them by these masks. And then we have our clown map, combining all these materials together. And on top of that, we have our decals, our dirt, based also on a mask, our dirt, our detail maps, and to show that it's very simple, this base materials, and that it's fast, is that every base material is very simple, only like some uniform colors and some very simple noises, no bitmaps. And without having the bitmaps, it also makes the whole process a lot quicker. So keep it simple, fast. And then I will even click over all the takeaways. Don't be the machine, be the operator. Consistent in, consistent out. Think optimized in all aspects while making it flexible and well documented. And to let creative attainment thrive, make sure to make a tool set and not a straitjacket. And last but not least, keep it simple and fast. So with these, we are able to make a procedure workflow where artists can make assets, very nice, a lot of them in a small amount of time, while making sure that the artist also can be happy, at least. Something that would not be possible with our old workflow, but is possible with our new workflow. So we end up at the top of a mountain, and I was part of it. I can probably say I was part of it with multiple hundreds of people. And there's a shout out to my team, and that's me. Happy end. And if you want to join, you can reach to me or the link down here. Maybe you can help us out with future processes. And with this, I would like to thank bigfestival and your attention. Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yes, sorry. I'm really
fine.
sorry that I had to
No,
interrupt
it's fine.
but thank you again.
Yes.
For it was a really immersive, I forgot the word now, but a really immersive talk. Yeah. But it's really nice. Everybody is taking photos here. But thank you again.
Yes.
It's a nice workflow.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Uma salva de palmas para eles de novo, gente.
We apologize, guys. We were running a bit late. And we try to give people more time, but it's so immersive. It was really interesting to hear more about this workflow, and thank you so much for your time. So now we have a short break, don't we? Or are we going directly into the next session? All right, we're going directly into the next session with stage number 3. And for stage number 2, we'll be right back. Thank you.
Game studio in the USA. Before that, at Glue, and before that, running other companies. So I've been doing this a while. In terms of AI and daily use and personal use and professional use, I use ChatGPT a fair amount as a game designer. I do dabble in other things as well. I've used Midjourney. I find ChatGPT very interesting because it can be used for all sorts of research. It doesn't. One of the things I used recently was my son needed help with his Python homework, and I am not really a game programmer, and so I created a ChatGPT account for him. It's like, if you have questions about this, this will do a much better job of helping you than I will. So I'm actually really fascinated about how it can be used for education as well.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hello, good evening. I'm João Paulo. I'm the founder of Yara Digital, a company that works with conversational AI experiences. We have built more than 200 experiences for voice assistants, such as Amazon Alexa and Google Assistants. We have built games for Paramount, for Sonic, Jurassic Park, Transformers, and a lot of tie-in games for entertainment, for movies and everything. I think I am the baby here. I'm just in the industry for 3 years now. So thanks for inviting me to discuss here. But since the launch of OpenAI, I think about 1 year ago, I have at least the launch of the most popular models now. We have been using in our workflow to create the experiences, to create stories, scenarios, avatars, and to create scripts for the games, to create dialogues for our games. We create promotional material for our games using Midjourney. So it's pretty tied into our everyday workflow. And this has helped us to deliver more and more games. We actually work on casual games, which tends to be done in a shorter time span, but it helps us a lot in the day-to-day. So we use it a lot, the models.
Yes, it's my time. It's turn now. Thank you, guys. And I'm Ronaldo, co-founder, previous co-founder of Octagon Games, that now it's a part of the Happy Family Forts Games. So I'm big fan of AI for long years, not just now, but right now I'm really excited to talk about that, to explore more of the potentials and talk about the concerns about that. So I would start with three group of questions here. First one is try to understand a little bit better. Okay, let's jump the. It's not a word. Okay. Let's try to dig a little bit more on definition, right? Because there is a common confusion about generative AI, or I would like to understand the distinction between both, like the previous technology, AI, or machine learning, deep learning, or old technicals of AI, and the new one. I think Colin can start giving a clarity on that.
Yeah, so this actually shouldn't take terribly long to answer. I think it's quite simple in my mind. More traditional AI models, they're predictive in nature, right? So they take input and they predict something. And generative AI, by its nature, goes one step further, and it takes that prediction and it acts on it, and it creates something new out of it. That's fundamentally it in a nutshell, right? So I think that the great power that generative AI platforms have now is this conversational interface that they have, where this natural language interface where you can speak to them and refine the output that they give you back. It has vastly increased the accessibility of AI platforms for people, and it's far easier for people to start using them now and interact with them. That's how I see the difference.
Nice. João, do you think this what is the hype behind the ChatGPT that make people more interested on generative AI, and what differentiates from the old AI bots or things related to that? What do you think people now are even more interested, but I don't think it is something new? Ash, can you explain a little bit about why people are so
I think when we talked about AI before last December, it was something that was really tied to a group of data scientists, and something that, you should have something, some devs and data scientists involved to use the model. It was really difficult to deploy it and use it on everyday aspects of your work. And as Colin said, you have a clear mark that when OpenAI brings this to the market, they bring it in a chatbot interface. And this was something that was really groundbreaking, because in a snap, everybody could use it to generate, and it's the nature of unpredictability of the output. I think that grasped everybody's attention, and how it could, be used to everyday tasks. So I think this is something that people are seeing the benefit of it in their everyday lives, instead of recent emerging technologies such as NFTs and Web3, that people had to really walk an extra mile to see how that could adapt in their life. When you talk about generative AI models for image generation or text generation, the application on your life is there. You can start using it today to do things quicker and better, and as long as you use it as a co-pilot, right? Not as a ghostwriter for you. So I think it's the benefits are really are much more clearer, and this is at least what I think explains the how people adapted to the technology so fast and started using it.
Interesting. So accessibility, what is the watershed between before and nowadays? I would like to ask you, Andrew. So it's good you talked about content generation, and there is a common confusion between procedural content generation and generative AI. Can you shed some light to distinguish both technologies?
Yeah, sure. So procedural generation has been around forever. We see it obviously in games like Minecraft or No Man's Sky. Procedural generation is very time intensive for the developers. You have to create a lot of rules, you have to create a lot of assets. Yes, it can create millions of variations, but the time involved is very heavy. While generative AI and creating games in that is writing, right? I mean, that's whether it's writing in ChatGPT and integrated within Unity, or writing something in Midjourney to get an image generated. It's much simpler. It's much faster. Now, I will say that as simple as fast as it is, we also still need to be figuring out the ethics behind this, how ownership works, how does this affect IP. But I think used responsibly, generative AI is really going to kickstart game development and just allow smaller teams to move much faster.
Interesting. João, still navigating on the content generation. I believe the voice games is still like in its infancy, so it's new marketing. There is still few content, I think, or is still people are still learn about the voice games, interact better with the voice games. What do you think Generative AI can enhance this market or explore more the different user experience in different ways, or improve this market, or even make it more appealing than before?
I think one huge component of voice games and human-computer interaction on generative AI is the ability to understand the human language. So the NLP side of thing, the natural language processing and understanding side of thing, we have built a lot of experience for Alexa, and we used to have a paradigm of programming where you had to program the phrases that you think the user would utter the device. And from the advent of this new technology, you can just capture the user utterance, and you can process in real time without prior knowledge of what the user wants. So it has been a shift in technology. So, and this is just the technical part of things. From the day-to-day things, we can build content more suitable to the user, more in line of what are his or her expectations of the content. You can build dynamic content, so it's pretty much more easier to integrate these components than having content engineers, content designers going through a lot of content to curate the content to put in the voice experience. So we can generate it in real time. So there are aspects of the technology that we are using on the back end, and the aspects of technology that we use in the front end. Just to give you an example, we are doing a deepfake skills that have the ability to get the user's voice input and generate another voice with the user input. So it's one technology that was unthinkable just 6 months ago. So
that's awesome. That's crazy. I would like to ask, still navigate on the potential of the generative AI. Andrew, please, can you explain, because I was so amazed with the new ACE technology from NVIDIA, and also the InWord. I think it was one of your co-founders, right, John? He's work on this with these guys now. It's amazing how they can interact and be more smart. So it will impact and change the way we experience the game right now. Can you shed some light? What do you think about the future?
I think it's super fascinating, and the quality level is really interesting about what you can create. I'm skeptical about how quickly it gets incorporated into games because of cost. So I just did some really quick research on it. I think it was like $1,000 a head for seats on that, and then the other one, which is processing, in real time your voice. I want to say it was like 1 cent a minute. I'm not sure. And so the challenge for it, the challenge for this for me is like, how do indie developers use this? How do you do this in a premium game? Like if you play a game on an Xbox or PlayStation, a lot of those games can be played offline. That still doesn't really work, right? So I think it's really fascinating. We thought that streaming games was going to take over. We thought like everything was going to go streaming and everyone was going to stop downloading games because you could just do that. But the infrastructure is still not there for always online games. Yes, we do that for our phone games, but we don't do that for our AAA games yet. It's just. I mean, that's not true, of course, if you're playing MMO. But there are a lot of experiences where people are like, no, I want to be able to play this offline. I have a Nintendo Switch, and I can play it on an airplane, but I can't have a dialogue game on an airplane. Maybe I shouldn't anyways, because I shouldn't be talking on the plane. But so I just think that there's some other technological barriers and cost barriers that haven't been solved yet. But for the games that it makes sense for, and for the experiences that are always online, I think it's super fascinating, and it reminds me of going to a murder mystery dinner and having real actors that you're interacting with. So it's really incredible. But how many people are going to adapt to the games? We'll still have to wait and see.
That's awesome. I can say. Do you want to say? Sorry, Eda. Go ahead. Yeah, no, I want to call in because there is a lot of excitement, but there is concerns around that. So I will jump with what you said. I want to jump for the question about what do you think people should be. I want to understand the process because I heard someone say, oh, the future people will try to change your own mounts because of data privacy, or because of the people awareness of the intellectual property of the things or things like that. So I want you just to get disconnected to understand big companies will take some time waiting for regulations. I was saying, like Jean said, they take advantage more openly of this technology. What do you think, Colin, will be the next months in terms of regulations, concerns on data or things like that? Go ahead.
That's a huge question.
Yeah, don't worry. Just try to choose what is better to clarify for us.
It's going to be different all over the world, obviously. But I can see some very heavy regulations coming in. Just looking at some things that have happened in the wild already. There was one example I can recall where the natural language processing model came back and it made up a fictitious criminal history for some guy, right?
Oh my God.
And so these tools need to be very closely supervised, quite honestly. And there's no way to remove human interaction from them. We can't trust them yet because we don't actually know what they'll do. And that example is like a prime example of how we have to be careful. So I anticipate that there will be some huge regulations around data privacy, but at the same time, people have to interact with these tools responsibly, right? You can't just send everything you know about somebody or some subject into it and expect it to behave ethically with what you feed it. So I think that there's a great deal of personal responsibility that's incumbent on the people who are using these tools. I think we need to be more careful as users of these platforms rather than waiting for governments to mandate restrictions on us.
Yeah. Andrew, can you help on that question? Because this something that I could see many people saying, yeah, I'm not using, but actually they are using, like I showed some surveys. But the points of Colin is really important. So I would like to understand how can people have more awareness of how to use it without hurt or expose the companies. You can contribute how?
Sure. I mean, I'd say that it's very similar to social media. You probably shouldn't tell people where you live and when you're on vacation so they can rob your house, right? You probably shouldn't give it your social security number or any kind of identification. We have lots of things that identify us as ourselves, and the idea of fraud is just huge. So, like, if you wouldn't trust a stranger with it, ChatGPT is a stranger, right? And I think that's the right way to think about it. And then similarly, so we shouldn't trust it all as fact, right? I think we're seeing these deep fakes now of President Trump and things that he did or didn't do that are very compelling. And fake news is already a real issue with conspiracy theories. And so we have to double check things. Just because you saw it online, just because there's a photo of it, that doesn't make it true. And so as a consumer of content, we have to be very careful about generative AI as well. And it's going to take due diligence. And I know that's very hard for individuals, but it is on individuals, I think, more so than governments.
Okay, using take the chance you are with the mic is The small studio, I don't think they will care too much. They are just trying to produce more games. So I think indie studios now can have more AI tools and generative AI tools. I think content will be blow on the next. I think it's already happened, right? What do you think? How will be the new generation number of new games coming to the store? The discovery of that. How do you perceive this?
Sure, I actually have a slide on this one. I don't know if you can.
Oh, I can go there.
Yeah, let's see if you can jump to it.
It's not this one.
It's not this one. It's it says the influx of new games. Keep going. I think it's one more. Here you go.
Yeah.
So I hope it does not create more games, and I'm not trying to discourage people from making games. There are lots of games. There are, according to Kotaku, officially too many games launching. Right? I think I'll be buying at least two of those. Super Mario Wonder and Spider-Man are two games I'll be picking up in October, right? As well as, obviously, I'll be picking up and playing a bunch of indie games. So my hope, instead of us thinking about creating more games when we really have so much content that content discovery is a real issue right now, my hope is that we're able to create more interesting games, more complex games, deeper games, right? Because I think about animation, right? And I think about 2D animation. And it used to be you had to draw in-betweens, right? So every frame, like animation is 12 frames a second, you'd have someone do a storyboard and someone's job is just to draw the in-betweens. It's tedious, right? And that's what I think about with generative AI is if we can find steps that aren't interesting but we have to do, that frees up a small team to make a bigger game. So can a team of 4 make a game that is just larger in scope, is a longer game, like a higher quality game? That's my hope. And rather than seeing more games, I'd like to see better games, if that makes sense.
Okay. It's interesting how generative AI is impacting the audio, video, image, and audio. So it's clear that it will impulse a lot the content generation. So I would like to know more specific on game designers. What do you think will be more impactful on the game design lane segment, or what do you think people will? Do you think people will be more creative with generative AI, or no? Is this stupid mention, Ronaldo?
I think I do have a slide on this one too. I think it's the one with let me see. Yeah. So I don't want to be dismissive of AI, and I don't want to hurt its feelings. But right now, I actually don't think AI is creative. I think it's derivative, right? And these are a couple examples I'll show. So Nothing Forever was a show on Twitch, and it was basically Seinfeld episodes that were procedurally generated with jokes that didn't really make sense and really awkward characters that stood around. It's really funny, but it's funny because it was bad, not because it was actually creative. It also ended up being spewing some trans, very negative hate jokes, and not because it's an AI and it messed up. We see that High on Life, right? This was made by the Rick and Morty guys, right? And that studio is known for not treating people well, the developers, and then also known for taking Midjourney art and just sticking it in the game. I say I use Midjourney. The way that I've used Midjourney is in the research and concept phase for inspiration, the same way that you might make a mood board. But I didn't just take the things and stick it in our game. And the reason why they did that is, well, it doesn't look great, but since our game is weird and alien, I guess that's fine, right? It doesn't matter that it has 6 fingers. And this last one is about a storybook that was created, and a person wrote a book, and they used Midjourney to create the images. But because Midjourney, and this might have changed now, this is a while ago, can't be consistent in his narrative, the robot has the ability to change forms because he couldn't make the robot look the same from page to page, right? So obviously these things are going to get better as they grow, as they get more inputs. But the way I think about creative versus derivative is, yes, if I ask Midjourney, can you take an image of Sonic the Hedgehog, except for I want it to be a fox? Yeah, I can do that. Does that mean I've created an amazing new mascot for my video game? I don't think so, right? So I think it's a tool that we can use, and as it gets better and better, we'll use it more and more. But at its core, it's building off of other ideas, and the best games, just like the best movies, are new ideas, right? And so I think right now we're seeing derivative art, not creative art.
Makes sense. And about you, John, I heard a joke that they said the AI, ChatGPT is like an AI bot that went to Harvard and came back more smarter. What do you think about the enhancement of the AI technology in terms of creativity. Do you agree with Andrew in this circumstance? Or do you think it's more about the? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's. I love the word derivative because I think it's pretty concise of what it is. It's great to try to have a spark to try to get off the blank page, but you can't use it really to have new ideas. It's just deriving. I mean, this is the whole concept of the thing, right? It ingested all the content of the internet, and it's generating derivations of it. So I think what is going to happen is that if you have Steven Spielberg, he's going to produce much better. If you have something with his creativity, a person that is very creative, it's gonna aid this work, but it's not gonna turn someone that is mediocre into Steven Spielberg. So, and I think that as we have today with web pages, that anyone can go and create a web page for themselves, and that doesn't mean we have more time browsing the internet, right? And if in the future, in the near future, everybody can create a game, that will not mean that we will have like a spike in the industry, that people playing more and more games, because most of them will be really terrible games. But I think this is the pretty much summarize what I think about it. If you use it as a co-pilot tool to aid your work, you're on the right path. But if you're using to generate automatic content and anything like that, it's not gonna end well.
Makes sense. You mentioned Copilot, so I would ask you, mainly you both that has an engineer background. I'm a big fan of that move. I think only myself like that move, the Transcendent. So talking about the concept of AutoGPT or even the GitHub Copilot, do you think the generative AI tools can one day auto-generate content for us, like without a human being in the future? Not now, I'm just speculating future. But do you think will be like looking the engineer behind that, right? I don't just want to see how powerful it will be in the future. Do you think it will be like some crazy thing like AI getting awareness, self-awareness?
I really try to go into a creative state to respond to that. So this is just my opinion, so bear with that. I think that, well, first of all, I read that this week that 60% of the content generated in the internet is being generated by bots. 60%. This is more than a half. And this is today. And what I think that could happen in the near future is that you have ultra personalized news. So instead of you open your newspaper and see the same news, is going to be like everyone has one newspaper for himself. So you're gonna get for the same news, you're gonna have a different angle that is tied to how you would like to consume content. So it's gonna be hyper personalized, and you're gonna consume content in a way that is suited just for you. So instead of having to create content, and I think this is on Joe and his awful episode of Black Mirror season 1. Episode 1 on this last season. So I think that this hyper personalization of content, it's something that we are not going to get out of, and that we're going to get just more and more of this.
Nice. And you, Colin, what do you think?
I think that, so Andrew, you used a great word, derivative, earlier. I completely agree with that. I think that what these tools do, they create things, but they create things without creativity. They don't have that spark. They don't have a motivation. And I think that the day that these platforms develop a motivation, and I think one day they will, that's the day we have Skynet, right? So I hope it's seriously. I hope it's some way off. But the day that one of these platforms comes up with an idea on its own, we are in trouble as a race. That's my thought.
Okay. What about you, Jim? I think Andrew is a little bit more optimist. No, you don't want to contribute on this topic. Okay.
I'll just say that's why Elon Musk wanted to pause on OpenAI for 6 months. That's probably it. Not nothing to do with share price or anything.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's something to explore now. There's a lot of hype and speculation as well, right? I think what do you think is myth and speculation? I think we have some concerns mainly on data, also ethics use of AI, but what do you think is just hype? Do you think we are in trouble on the next 12 months in terms of job, careers? I will get deeper on that, but what do you think about that? It's just myth or hype or
sure. I think I have a slide on this one too. Oh. Let's see. I think it's got the one.
Just let me know which one. No.
I think it's farther forward.
Okay, forward. Let's go forward.
One more. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I read some articles just to make sure I wasn't thinking I was crazy. There's some surveys on it as well. But basically, it's as cool as it is right now. It's not that useful. Like we use it. We did some brainstorming, some narrative design stuff to see what we can get out of it, and it was so dry. It just lacked any kind of like humor. So, like for narrative design, while I think you can, you could it could propose some names or maybe an outline, but like when you actually tried to like write personas and dialogue of it, like the amount of time we spent trying to do that, it would have been faster to write the dialogue, right? It's like trying to train someone to write for your story each time, right? And I realize people are going to use it, but not in this way that it's going to replace a lot of our work. It's really augmenting. So for game designers right now, like I said, it's like I need a little help on brainstorming. And one of the things I do is like I do a lot of I've made a lot of games that are reflective of life. I've made like a game on cooking, and this was a game years ago for the iPhone, and it was very popular. It was similar to Cooking Mama. And the way I did the research is I bought a cookbook, and then I can learn how to cook all the things, right? So I've done a lot of that kind of stuff. So when I'm trying to research for a new thing on gardening or whatever kind of game I can make, when I've tried it through ChatGPT, I can get all this knowledge in a way that's easy to read. It's not I'm not across a bunch of articles. Now, I'm not confident the information is right, but since I'm not using it for a research paper, I'm using it for video game inspiration, it's fine, right? So I'd say that like for research, it's really useful. Yes, Unity now you can create a camera controller or a character controller using ChatGPT. It doesn't mean it's a good one. Like, I've played plenty of games on mobile. Like, you guys finished the Unity mobile tutorials, and then this is the thing I'm playing with. It's not good. It just, it works. So yeah, that's my thought on it. I think it's helpful, but it's not going to get rid of any of our jobs.
Go ahead, Colin.
I was just going to say that from an engineering perspective, and you actually, you've proven this with the Python example, right, in your family. I find it's very useful. One of the most tedious aspects of being an engineer is trying to pick up someone else's code when it's not very well documented, and it's exceptionally good at that. So as an engineer, and for doing limited tasks like that, it's extremely powerful and very helpful and saves a lot of time. So I absolutely understand your viewpoint, and I agree with you. But specifically in very limited use cases, it's very helpful in the day-to-day life of an engineer.
That's awesome to hear. So it's clear, it's a consent.
I have
Go ahead, sorry.
About that. We are doing an experiment on our company in how much time we could do medicament leaflet LLM para bula de remédio. So how long would it take us to build an LLM for that people could, make some questions to it and know things about how much of and when they should take this or that medicine. And it's strange because I've always been a scrappy developer myself, but I've seen myself developing a lot more in the past 6 months just because of copiloting tools. I just can't just sit on VS Code and start peer programming with ChatGPT and Copilot. And I think that when you have what I'm trying to say is that when you have an overall sense of how a software looks like, it's easier to use ChatGPT as a Copilot, and it's just so fast. And overnight I have wrote a script to scrape all the data I needed and to create the word embedding that I used on the application. And this was done from yesterday to today overnight. So it's insane the speed you can gain. But of course you have to use your context and use your background at your own favor. And I would never say that, because I think it's false, that a person who never programmed could have done that. But for whoever is in that context, it can augment your work pretty immensely. So,
yeah, so it's a consensus that generative AI is a tool. It's not more than like that for now. So I think we can say that it arise a lot of concerns on the past on job. People are concerned, would be my job replaced by AI? So it's a consensus that it will not happen. And mainly, I would say that people should maybe on future concern if someone with AI can steal your job. Using AI can steal your job, right? But I don't think it will be like that. So run on the last minute, I would like to ask Andrew about the metaverse mainly was maybe too overestimated in the past. Now maybe generative AI can reinvent these segments like metaverse or maybe Web3. I don't know. What do you think about how would be generative AI mixed or combined with another segments like voice or like metaverse or whatever?
Sure. So I'll start on the metaverse one. I think the challenge with the metaverse, especially if you're thinking of it as defined by Meta and Mark Zuckerberg's concept, is that it's already very isolating, right? Like not being around other people, not being able to see other people, and needing the space for it. So and also the fidelity of the metaverse is also really a problem, because if they're on these mobile devices, they just don't have the visual fidelity of it. I think that generative AI is interesting because what it's trying to do is, make things easier, or maybe like I know that Meta's working on a voice concept where, you can talk to people that, sound like real people. But the hope for the metaverse was to connect with people in real life, kind of like a fake real life, right? Like Second Life, right? This idea that, I live in Brazil, you live in the United States, but we can do a virtual meeting in the metaverse that feels more real. So in terms of the tool development, maybe, look, we see things like Apple Vision Pro and the idea of like being able to create your virtual avatar. But I don't think that the metaverse as its goal is not to sit around talking to a bunch of chatbots. Like we're trying to connect with real people. That's the hope of it. So I think it could potentially help in delivering the metaverse, but I don't think it's going to be helpful. And I could be wrong. Maybe people just want to go into 3D and talk to Naruto or whoever it is they want to hang out with, their fictional Spider-Man, right? I mean, I know that like Amaranth, the streamer, has a virtual chatbot, and if you could pair that with a 3D virtual version of her that you could pay to hang out with, I'm sure someone's going to spend a lot of money on that. But I don't know how big that audience is, and I don't know if that's the focus or not.
That's interesting. And about you, John, what do you think about the conversational AI, the new segment of voice games? What do you think the combination of generative AI will be in the near future?
Yeah, I think that generative AI, I have thought about that and how it kind of helped all the flopped concepts that we have been piling over the last few years. Voice assistants, for instance, and we have been doing this for 3 years, guys. And we've done more than 200 experience with voice assistants. But it was pretty, from the technology engineering standpoint, it was pretty frustrating to notice how sometimes, you talk to the voice assistants and it won't know what you're talking about. And I think it's pretty interesting to see how Gen AI and how these technologies are coming to help to the aid of delivering the experience of voice assistant, a better experience for them. So, well, I think that generative AI can come from the better, can come from the good side, but it can also isolate, as Andrew said, it can also enhance our current problem with mental health, as it, makes people don't want to live with other people and face their problems anymore, since they have a metaverse where they could, just plug in their Oculus and go to a metaverse, so you don't have to face your problems. So there's this whole part that has to be, addressed and looked further into, so we don't use it as an escape, but it has a lot of positive things to it.
Okay, you have running out 2 minutes to questions. One question or two questions, I think we can cover. If someone wants to do a question, that's the time. Sorry, we were excited and I forgot about that time. So we have a space at least for 2 questions.
Hello.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, what do you guys think about using Midjourney AI and generative art directly in the final product of a game, of a book? What is, for example, Marvel is using it in their opening scene in their new series or whatever, and they're having a huge backlash because of it. So I was just wondering, is it worth it as a small studio? For example, I'm a solo dev. Is it worth it for me to use it and maybe have some backlash on it, even if I'm just, saving some money? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, if you can, it's the same thing that I don't judge a 16-year-old who has no money living in a developing country if they're pirating a video game. They have, they may not have any other way of getting to it. So it's a fine line. I'd say that Marvel absolutely should not be doing it, right? I think that long term, I'm hoping Adobe announced Firefly, right? And Firefly uses a stock library of images that they've licensed. So I think that if you're trying to use generative AI, I'm hoping that the concept behind it long term, you can pay a license fee to, the same way you pay for any kind of stock license fee to get access to stuff. And that'll be cheaper than hiring an individual artist. But it's different than Midjourney is somewhat stealing, right? And that's at least from my team, why our use of Midjourney is, let's do some research, right? Let's not take these assets and use them in our game. I'd say too that it's really hard to do it well because it's so inconsistent, and you're gonna lack uniformity in your game anyway. So you're better off trying to figure out, the creative choices, the stylistic choices. This is why pixel art games are great, why black and white games are great. The less choices you have to make, the more constrained your art budget can be to have a solid game. I absolutely think it's a mistake for Marvel to be doing it.
Okay, time for one more question. Take the chance. We are run out of the time, but I think you can do one question.
Okay, first of all, good night. My question is, when I was in college, my teacher, when we are learning how to code, your teacher teach us to code on paper, because he said, if you use the help of your IDE or your text editor like VS Code, you will just learn how to enter and see the editor helping you. So my question is, do you guys think that AI can help us to become better engineers, or this can make this process of learning something new more difficult, because we will get used to the easiest way, that is ask to AI?
So I personally think that I agree with your teacher. First of all, I never learned to code in an IDE. I used VI. So I think that it comes down to personal responsibility and personal desire to learn. And if you want to cut corners, you can use it to cut corners. But I think that it's a great tool for checking your work, but you should absolutely code on paper or code in a non-IDE environment when you're starting to learn. And then use it to check your answers, check your work.
And there's even a philosophical way of looking at it, that you're using a hand, and as an engineer should use it as something that will craft something. You use your hand as a tool. So I fear for the next 70 years when a generation will come that will start losing this ability to use our hands to build things. And I don't want to finish with a bad outline of it, but I think that we should keep in mind that we should be using more our hands to build real things and using AI as a copilot.
Okay, we are done with the time. Thank you for coming. Thank you, it's a pleasure to be with you. I hope to keep discussing, talking about that, the awareness of that, and give some clarity for you guys. Thank you all.
Thank you very much to our guests and this awesome presentation. Thank you. E agora, pessoal de casa.
So now, guys at home, we're going to watch the guys on the enemy stage. Thank you for staying here with me. And for those in the audience, stay tuned and we'll have some more amazing content in just a little bit.
Ignoras, né?
Chega em casa, vai pegar uns e-mails que não respondeu.
Vai começar a catar coisa de 5 anos atrás. Agora já era. A equipe de marketing já mudou, a empresa já faliu e você tá aí, ó, tendo que correr atrás.
Não, é que tem realmente uma pessoa que ela não gosta de mim porque eu não respondi um e-mail.
Fica o case de sucesso ao contrário aí, né, galera?
Então, né, não façam isso, tá? Respondam sempre. Eu já recusei muita marca, porque não tinha nada a ver comigo, eu não sabia nem como apresentar um negócio desse, tipo, um negócio de calvície, por exemplo, não faz sentido pra mim.
Não, pera, você foi oferecido um job de calvície?
Ué...
Chegou em você uma proposta de falar sobre um remédio pra calvície?
Será que eu sou calva? Eu não sei.
Não, você
olhando pra ver se eu sou?
Eu tô, cara! Você puxou o cabelo, fiquei curioso?
Não, levantamos a curiosidade, né? Mas enfim, eu acho que off-topic total. Pelo contrário, vamos voltar para esse papo de fit de marca. Eu queria que vocês, se vocês quiserem, se não quiser, a gente também muda de assunto, aquela coisa mais pessoal. Eu queria saber uma coisa legal, assim, tipo, uma marca, um case de job que vocês tenham feito que teve muito fit. Que vocês hoje falam assim, caraca, esse job eu entreguei, foi muito bom. E aí, às vezes, a gente consegue falar um pouquinho em cima disso. O que será que a gente acertou? O que será que a gente fez de legal para ter sido bom para você e para sua comunidade?
Cara, então, eu tenho 3 cases que eu amo e que eu considero de sucesso, que estão comigo até hoje. Esses 3 cases são a Ubisoft, a Kingston e a HyperX, que eu tô até uniformizado aqui hoje.
Ó.
Que eu trabalho com eles há cerca de... Com HyperX, acho que é desde 2016.
Caraca!
Na época a HyperX era da Kingston, então a gente pode considerar que estava junto. Depois que a HyperX foi vendida para a HP, a Kingston me chamou também para continuar trabalhando com eles.
Então é um job que virou 2, né?
É tipo filho de pai divorciado, eu ganho 2 presentes de Natal, sabe?
Uma galera
eu trabalho com os dois e com a Ubisoft eu tenho uma relação muito longa, né? Que quando eu trabalhava em produtora lá no Rio de Janeiro, eu cheguei a ser diretor de alguns programas do canal da Ubisoft. Eu não estava ali apresentando, mas eu estava atrás das câmeras fazendo a produção. Então eu tenho um trabalho muito gostoso com eles. Mas se eu for falar de um produto em si, que é muito emblemático, que eu tenho muito orgulho, foi na época que a Ubi estava lançando o jogo Immortals Phoenix Rising, que eu vendi para eles uma publi, que é o Casos do Olimpo, que é um programa de fofoca com os deuses do Olimpo, apresentado pelo Hermes, e eu sou o Hermes no vídeo, e foi uma mega produção, foram 25 horas de gravação. A gente fechou lá o estúdio
Pera, direto?
Direto. A gente fechou o estúdio da produtora, fechou a equipe. A gente fechou o estúdio inteiro de tela verde. A gente espalhou a tela verde pelo estúdio todo. É tipo 35 metros quadrados de tela verde. Parede, chão e teto. Iluminação, roteiro. E eu fiz 4 personagens nesse vídeo. Tipo o Ed Murphy naquele filme que ele faz a família inteira dele.
Que isso, cara?
E eu fiz 4 personagens. E eu amo esse vídeo, Casos do Olimpo. Caso alguém tenha interesse, procura no YouTube. Eu amo porque foi um trabalho de muito carinho. A gente contratou um roteirista incrível, que era o Luquinhas. E a gente ficou debatendo esse roteiro e criando jargões que tem a ver com a mitologia grega para poder encaixar num programa de fofoca, tipo um Casos de Família. Enfim, é um job que eu acho fenomenal e eu tenho um orgulho gigante dele até hoje.
Animal, vamos voltar para essa questão de montagem de projeto, mas antes eu queria ouvir da Fran sobre também um case que você tenha curtido, de um job que você fez, alguma coisa que você lembra. Inclusive já fica a oportunidade de fazer jabá, porque ninguém falou que não podia. Então qualquer coisa a produção grita aí.
Então, teve 2 que eu gostei muito, foi a da Heineken e da Coca-Cola. A da Coca-Cola, eles me fizeram fazer uma live em inglês. E foi muita maluquice, mas eu gostei muito, porque eu conheci muita gente americana, da Austrália e tudo mais, e foi muito divertido.
Em inglês?
Tudo em inglês, tudo em inglês. E foi, tipo, muito maluco, eu falando aquele hi, how are you?
Anasalado assim mesmo? Como é que é?
Desse jeito mesmo.
Nossa.
Mas foi muito bom, eu achei muito legal. Eu trabalhei com um fotógrafo muito bom, o Lace, e ele pegou uns negócios de tecnologia, assim, ele fez umas fotos muito iradas. Eu gostei muito desse trabalho e da Heineken, porque ela me deu liberdade criativa total. E aí eu fiz do jeito que eu queria, tudo que eu queria e deu super certo. Eu gostei pra caramba.
Animal. Agora é o momento... Ah, não, vamos voltar de projeto, que você falou desse projeto que eu achei incrível, muito maneiro. E lá atrás você falou sobre montagem de projeto, né? Que é uma maneira de prospecção, onde a gente vai chegar como criador de conteúdo, mente criativa, pensante, criativo, e vai montar ali, formatar algo para já entregar prontinho na mão da empresa, né? Que é do tipo, e aí, compra esse projeto ou adere à sua técnica ali de marketing, a campanha que você está querendo fazer. Então vamos mostrar para a galera, porque eu tenho certeza que muita gente nem sabe como um criador de conteúdo consegue montar um projeto para entrar numa campanha, né?
O que é muito louco é que a galera às vezes não tem a prospecção do quanto custa um projeto, né? Esse projeto, por exemplo, do Casos do Olimpo, foi uma loucura, porque eu virei pro meu sócio e falei, mano, a ideia é essa. E aí a gente, como já ele trabalhou também em produtora e eu trabalhei em produtora, a gente prospectou o custo, porque assim, não é... Muita gente acha que é tipo ligar uma câmera e dar um reczinho no quintal de casa. E não é. É fechar estúdio, é fechar equipe, é fechar roteirista, como a gente fez com uma certa pressa, foi 1 mês de produção, 25 horas de gravação. E em estúdio, né? Mas só para vocês terem uma noção, se a minha memória não me falha, esse projeto ele custou, para a gente fazer ele acontecer, figurino, peruca, maquiagem, maquiadora, toda a equipe, toda a
estrutura, o estúdio,
25 mil reais.
25, saiu barato ainda.
Um vídeo de 10 minutos, saiu barato. A gente faz da maneira que fica melhor pro cliente ali, entendeu?
Até porque você fez quatro papéis, né?
Mas exatamente. E outra coisa, cara, esse valor foi o valor de custo que a gente gastou como produtora para fazer esse vídeo acontecer.
Sim.
E a gente deu tudo da gente para economizar o máximo possível.
Sim.
Então é muito louco, porque às vezes a galera vê um vídeo no YouTube ou vê uma live mega produzida e acha que é algo simples e não é. Muitas vezes não é. Quando você vai chegando num patamar de profissionalismo muito alto, as coisas vão escalonando. E é por isso que eu sempre falo pro público, né? Apoie o seu criador de conteúdo, o seu streamer, o seu youtuber, o seu tiktoker, o seu instagrammer favorito. Apoie o seu criador de conteúdo quando ele está fazendo uma propaganda, porque não é barato fazer o nosso trabalho. E quando a gente não está fazendo propaganda, o dinheiro para produzir o nosso trabalho está sendo no nosso bolso. E a gente tem conta para pagar, a família para sustentar, essas coisas todas.
E às vezes você, apoiando ali o espaço que é público, vai possibilitar que ele consiga ali desenvolver um projeto pessoal, às vezes. Que às vezes nem sempre foi vendido, às vezes é uma realização própria, né? Digamos que você não, sei lá, Você tem um projeto que às vezes nenhuma marca conseguiu ver ali que fazia sentido para ela, e aí você cria um projeto secundário para financiar um projeto pessoal.
Gabi, eu acho que você já deve ter passado por isso direto pelo que eu acompanho do seu trampo. Às vezes você quer fazer um vídeo sobre um produto que você adora, e isso aconteceu comigo agora. Eu tô fazendo um monte de vídeo sobre controle. Eu entrei numa pira e eu tô colecionando controle, abrindo controle, trocando carcaça, consertando. Eu tô mó nerdola dos controles de videogame e PC no geral. E eu comprei uns controles, mano. Eu vi uns controles
Do seu bolso, né?
Do meu bolso. Eu vi assim e eu não ganhei das marcas. E é bizarro, né? Que a galera vem em live ou vem vídeo, vai lá e comenta. Ah, você tá falando bem porque você ganhou. Não ganhei, cara. Eu comprei isso aqui porque eu acho interessante e eu queria trazer esse conteúdo pra vocês. E foi o quê? Foi um investimento que eu fiz. E foi muito legal, porque depois eu fiz uns 5 vídeos sobre controle já e várias lives onde eu ficava revezando o controle e dando feedback pra galera. E semana passada, 2 marcas já mandaram e-mail.
Legal.
A gente viu que você fez o vídeo do nosso controle, vamos trocar uma ideia. Então, às vezes, quando você não consegue também o contato com um produto que você gosta, que você acredita que vai ser bacana, você pode estar investindo também.
Sim.
Para poder criar esse approach. Eles vêm, cara. Quando você faz um vídeo sobre um teclado da HyperX, você pode ter certeza absoluta que alguém da HyperX vai ver o seu vídeo. Você faz um vídeo sobre um SSD da Kingston, alguém da Kingston com certeza vai estar vendo o seu vídeo.
Ó, ficou a dica aí, hein? Pessoal que tá começando a criar conteúdo em cima de tecnologia, porque realmente, como você falou, acho que os meus primeiros 4 meses de criação de conteúdo no TikTok, ou seja, 120 vídeos praticamente, né, que era um por dia, todos eles foram bancados do meu bolso. Os teclados eu ia lá e comprava, peças do setup eu ia lá e comprava. Hoje a gente consegue negociar com as marcas de mandarem, a gente vai fazendo sob demanda, às vezes até uma publicidade paga que vai financiar que a gente, né, lá na frente continue alimentando a nossa criação de conteúdo, e isso é super bacana. Fica essa dica aí pra galera que tá querendo criar sobre games, tecnologia, que anda muito junto, né? Anda muito próxima essas duas coisas. E como a gente falou ali sobre cases legais, vamos fofocar. Eu quero falar de cases ruins. Mas aí a gente não precisa falar da marca sem citar. Não cita nada, nem letra, nem cor. Pode falar o segmento, claro, porque às vezes vai ser de repente. Mas eu queria saber se vocês têm a coragem de me contar um case ruim, que deu errado. Porque é errando que a gente aprende, e a pessoa mais esperta aprende com o erro dos outros, né? Então, tu consegue? Vocês conseguem puxar?
Eu consigo aqui na hora.
Puxa pra mim um case.
Tem um que é um trauma. Foi um
trauma?
A primeira não, a segunda que eu fiz na minha vida foi assim, um trauma. Não me pagaram nada. Pediram foto e pediram pra aprovar foto. E aí eu mandei foto. E aí 3 da manhã falaram, a gente recusou, eu preciso que você tire outra. Falei, o quê? Tirei outra, tudo mais. Fiz tudo bonitinho pensando, nossa, vou me aproximar da marca, eles vão me chamar depois. 4 anos esperando me chamar de novo. Então, assim, é um super trauma, porque eu achei um abuso, sabe? Tipo, pediu muita coisa pra mim, sendo que era tudo de graça. E por isso que eu nunca mais aceitei, né, umas coisas de graça de novo.
E o que a gente aprendeu com isso, hein, Francine? O que a gente aprendeu com isso?
Não aceitar coisa de graça?
Não é nem questão de não aceitar.
Depende, tem coisa de graça que a gente aceita.
A gente aceita.
Depende do quanto você quer, né?
Exatamente, mas assim, tem que tudo estar muito combinado com a marca. Sim, muitas das vezes a gente não consegue sentar e bater um contrato. Principalmente quando é uma parada mais assim rápida. Às vezes a marca tá querendo você para fazer uma ação aqui na feira e tal. Às vezes não dá tempo de bater um contrato.
Mas eu recomendo.
É legal, com certeza.
É bacana.
É bom.
É bacana conhecer um advogado. É bem legal, gente. E vou falar, tem um monte, hein? Tem um monte, não tá em falta.
Consegue passar um contatinho pra mim depois?
Passo, tranquilaço.
Show. Hoje eu só tenho o Dr. Fran.
Doutor Fran.
A gente tem um grupo no WhatsApp com o Dr. Fran, a gente fica sempre levantando ali um... Sério, não tô zoando não.
É sensacional, cara.
De repente ali uma venda casada, a gente já chega na hora e fala...
Tá com o sapato.
Não, sigo o Dr. Fran em todas as redes sociais. Não, mas o que eu tava falando a gente tem que deixar tudo muito alinhado com as empresas.
Sim.
O que a gente entrega e o que a gente recebe em troca, né? Então, às vezes, essa coisa de, não aprovamos a foto. Dentro do budget que foi estabelecido, tem que falar lá. Quantas revisões pode ter. Correto?
Correto. Cara, eu não sei dizer se é algo... O que foi?
Ela falou, eu não sabia.
Não é porque já me pediram, tipo, sei lá, um vídeo, aí eu fiz exatamente o roteiro que eles pediram, as mesmas palavras, as mesmas cenas, e eles falaram, não queremos mais isso, queremos outro. Eu fiquei...
Aí é tanto, você fala assim, é tanto.
É a famosa refação.
Refação se cobra.
A refação, é. A refação, se for bem combinado, você não cobra a primeira.
Claro, normalmente tá sempre...
Tá batida e aprovada, a primeira refação você não cobra. Mas a segunda, aí já é, pô... Você não aprovou? Não, entendeu? Cara, você falou de projeto que deu errado, eu não consigo ver nada... É porque eu vejo todo projeto como um grande aprendizado, né? Mas eu posso falar um projeto do qual eu fiz de propaganda que eu fiquei com vergonha. Fiquei com vergonha.
Desconfortável?
Não é vergonha, é porque é um negócio que eu nunca usei.
Ah,
eu
tipo a Francine com a calvície ali.
É, eu já fiz propaganda de aplicativo de namoro, mano.
Pô, posso falar um negócio aqui? Antes de eu ser criador de conteúdo, eu fui chamado uma vez pra ser, tipo, modelo, entre aspas, de aplicativo de namoro. Que eu nunca baixei o aplicativo. Eu fiquei com...
Então, é tipo
eu tenho
isso.
medo disso cair em algum lugar. O pessoal reviver isso. Porque eles me prometeram, não, a campanha não é pro Brasil. Então tá safe. Tá safe. Eu tenho um medo, que eu assinei um montão de coisa que eu não li.
E teve um e-mail uma vez no nosso canal de tecnologia. Isso aqui é fofoca. Nossa, eu nunca contei isso. Tem algum sócio assistindo aqui?
Não, tem não.
Lucas não tá aí não?
Tem não.
Tem não?
Tem não.
Uma vez, essa fofoca é boa, gente. A gente tem o canal de tecnologia Fora da Caixa, né?
Muito bom, por sinal.
Eu, o Lucas
Muito bom.
e o Rolandinho.
Muito bom.
A gente recebe muito e-mail de produto, né? Pra fazer vídeo e tal. E eu gosto muito de produtos curiosos. Uma vez, a gente recebeu um e-mail para fazer um unboxing de um produto de recreação masculina.
Tá. Calma, pera. Calma, pera.
Produto de recreação masculina. Mandaram pra gente o e-mail.
O e-mail só, mandaram e-mail.
Vocês querem receber o produto pra fazer um unboxing? E tipo assim, pô, galera. Aí o Lucas, que recebe os e-mails, ele negou. Aí depois ele veio contar. Aí eu falei, Lucas, por que você negou receber o produto? Pra gente fazer um unboxing. Aí ele, Dami, a gente ia fazer um unboxing. E na hora de testar? Pra dar as primeiras impressões.
Não, ia ser só unboxing ou...
Aí eu falei, amigo, não, ó, era coisa fina. Sincava com Bluetooth no celular. Tinha inteligência artificial para ler os movimentos do entretenimento. Eu juro. Aí eu falei, gente, a gente fazia milkshake, né? Botava uma shakeira no produto para fazer o whey protein.
Eu tô chocado.
Eu acho que seria um conteúdo deveras de entretenimento.
Não, com certeza.
Não ia ser divertido?
Unboxing e overview. Aí o review...
Eu ia fazer um unboxing como se fosse, galera, eu tô aqui com a shakeira.
Ia ser tipo, sei lá, um...
É o milkshake maker.
Caralho, calma.
Ia ser impressionante. Ah, Gabi, ia ser muito... Não ia ser legal? Não ia ser maneiríssimo?
Ia ser maravilhoso.
Ainda bem, eu queria agradecer a presença do Lucas aí na vida de Damiani. Porque às vezes um carro rápido precisa de freios mais rápidos ainda, né?
Cadê? Ô, Lucas, tem como entrar em contato pra gente voltar atrás, mano?
Evita. É porque tem muita coisa legal pra falar também. Tem teclado, né? A HyperX tá aí legal.
Mas ia ser mó engraçado.
Engraçado ia, né? Porra, até perdi a linha de raciocínio aqui. Pô, perdi.
Ah, você não queria desconforto? Eu trouxe.
E pra mim, né? Eu queria pra vocês. Mas tudo bem, não tem problema não. Cara, a gente tava falando de projeto. Você tem algum projeto que você queria muito tornar real, mas que você acha assim que não... Tipo uma ideia que às vezes a gente tá tomando banho e tal, e surge uma ideia de um projeto assim absurdo, sei lá, arrumar uma empresa pra fretar um helicóptero pra gente conseguir jogar Mortal Kombat W num helicóptero. Isso é doideira. Você tem alguma vontade doida de projeto que você gostaria de realizar, tornar ele real?
Cara, primeiramente eu queria te corrigir que você falou de ter ideia tomando banho. Normalmente as ideias vêm quando a gente tá no trono.
Não, acho que a galera tinha entendido.
Essa é a grande realidade.
Porra, tornando desconfortável de novo.
E,
mas
cara,
sim, concordo,
eu tenho muitas ideias o tempo todo. Eu sempre fui muito doido da cabeça mesmo, né? De criatividade, assim. E, na real, se eu ficar pilhando muito nisso, eu fico meio frustrado. Porque não sobra tempo. Ser adulto é muito chato.
Cara, infelizmente, é uma grande
Tem que
verdade.
pagar um monte de conta, trabalhar. Mas é isso, tipo, eu tinha vários projetos musicais, eu tenho um monte de... Eu tenho um drive, cara, de projetos escritos.
Explana um pra gente, um projeto desses.
Então, cara, o problema
Porque
é
vai que tem alguém aqui, vai que aquela pessoa que tá ali, que tava rindo agora, vai que ela é, tipo, sei lá, CEO da negócio.
Cara, projeto musical, projeto culinário, o próprio Fábrica de Gordos, que a galera me conhece muito por ele. Eu queria retornar ele num formato diferente. Só que falta tempo dentro do cotidiano para estar tornando isso possível de novo.
Sim. E você, Fran? Você tem algum projeto que você queria muito tornar real, uma ideia que você queria concretizar?
Eu vou falar algo bobo. Eu sempre quis apresentar, quer dizer, um programa meu, né? Num palco, realmente, e tudo mais. Não.
A hora é agora!
Não, mas eu queria fazer, tipo, um programa na Twitch, sabe? Só que ao vivo.
Ali, ué! Caraca, vamos tornar real, pô! Aqui, ó!
É só isso que eu queria fazer. Eu queria, sabe, tipo, aqueles torta na cara, coisa assim, coisa gincaninha, assim. Eu gosto pra caramba.
Por coincidência,
torta na cara.
Por coincidência, a produção separou pra mim 3 tortas aqui. Não, tô zoando.
Calma lá.
Meme.
Isso é coisa rara, né? 3 notas de R$1 pra você atirar pra galera.
Pô, não, eu
tenho uma aqui.
Total, eu vi tá mesmo?
Eu tenho uma nota de
vendendo na internet. Ela, tipo, igual carta de Pokémon, Nier Mint, com as bordas perfeitas.
A minha tá dobrada.
Não, então, sem dobra, tava valendo muita grana. Nota de R$1
bonita.
perfeita, Enfim, voltando. Rapaziada, a gente tá começando a fazer o encerramento aqui, mas antes eu queria deixar um espaço para vocês aí divulgarem projetos atuais, coisas que vocês têm feito e falar das redes sociais de vocês, para que a galera que às vezes tá passando ali atrás, tirando foto com o logo da Twitch ali, a menina aí tá tirando ali, por exemplo, falar ali pro pessoal seguir vocês, seguir um projeto em específico, Fora da Caixa, por exemplo, que é um projeto que eu super recomendo. Conta pra gente aí, e Fran também, lógico, falar dos seus projetos, das suas redes sociais pra galera.
Bom, gente, a minha terapia, meu prazer de fazer conteúdo é segunda, terça, quinta e sexta, a partir das 10 da manhã na Twitch, que é o twitch.tv/damianizando. Esses 4 dias de manhã é a minha terapia, é o meu momento de conversar com a galera ao vivo, que é muito gostoso, né? O legal de live é isso, porque quando a gente faz um vídeo e a gente posta, a gente depois lê os comentários ali, mas eles estão frios. Eu gosto da live que é um negócio fresco, a pessoa fala, você responde, ela já retruca e você troca uma ideia e dá gargalhada. Então eu faço live na Twitch, twitch.tv/damianizando.
Caraca, valeu,
e o Fora da Caixa, que é o meu canal de tecnologia com meus queridos amigos Rolandinho e Lucas AP.
Irado.
E eu tô toda sexta-feira no canal da Ubisoft Brasil com o Plantão dos Games, onde eu faço um apanhado das notícias da semana, troco uma ideia e falo um monte de groselha pra se divertir.
Animal. E Fran?
Eu sou a Francine, por que eu tô me apresentando de novo?
Oi, Francine.
Falar dos seus projetos, Francine, sua live, vamos lá, live.
Eu faço live na twitch.tv/oifrancine de terça a domingo, a partir das 9 horas da manhã.
Às vezes atrasa, né?
Não atraso tipo 5 segundos.
Tudo bem atrasar, eu falei 10 da manhã,
chega 9h30, chega 9h30.
Às vezes eu durmo.
Sim, eu faço live de Fortnite, mas, tipo, sei lá, em outras redes eu fico falando de Pokémon, fico falando de coisas aleatórias, Valorant. E eu adoro fazer entrevista com as pessoas, então talvez eu pegue vocês aí na plateia, entendeu? Pra fazer uma entrevista aleatória. E é isso mesmo, é tudo que eu gosto de fazer.
Falou do seu TikTok aí também, ó.
É esse. Meu TikTok é Oi Francine. Tudo Oi Francine.
Tudo Oi Francine. Legal. E galera, eu sou o Gabi, crio conteúdos também na Twitch, TikTok. Não tem horário certo pra live, é um erro. Mas crio conteúdo lá no TikTok, tudo é @olhaogabi também. Então, galera, muito...
Tem um programa no Uhu também, muito
Temos um programa de televisão no canal Uhu, toda terça-feira, 22 horas da noite, sobre tecnologia. E, obrigado pela deixa. E, galera, muito obrigado. Foi um prazer gigantesco dividir o palco The Enemy com 2 pessoas que eu sou muito fã. Então, rapaziada, por favor, uma salva de palmas aí para Damiani e Oi Francine. Muito obrigado. E aí, aguardem, quem puder, a próxima palestra aqui no palco, que eu tenho certeza que vai ser demais. Tirar uma foto?
Fotinha?
Tô com vergonha.
Tira a foto pra gente. Uma dica boa ali no meu celular.
É? Não, mais.
Que rápido.
Vertical.
Obrigado. Obrigadão. Mando sim. Vou tirar, vou descer. Não.
Olha um presente pra você.
Organizar as contas é tão mais fácil com minhas finanças. Como eles pensaram nisso? Como que a gente pode dar mais ferramentas pra quem tá lá usando o app do bebê?
Já sei. E se desse pra organizar os gastos por categorias? Tipo, gasto com pizza?
Isso! E ainda ver os extratos de todos os bancos num só lugar.
Genial! A gente criou o Minhas Finanças pra você descobrir como é fácil organizar sua vida. Descubra o Minhas Finanças no app do bebê.
Organizar as contas é tão mais fácil com minhas finanças. Como eles pensaram nisso? Como que a gente pode dar mais ferramentas pra quem tá lá usando o app do bebê?
Já sei. E se desse pra organizar os gastos por categorias? Tipo, gasto com pizza?
Isso! E ainda ver os extratos de todos os bancos num só lugar.
Genial! A gente criou o Minhas Finanças pra você descobrir como é fácil organizar sua vida. Descubra o Minhas Finanças no app do bebê.
Organizar as contas é tão mais fácil com minhas finanças. Como eles pensaram nisso? Como que a gente pode dar mais ferramentas pra quem tá lá usando o app do bebê?
Já sei. E se desse pra organizar os gastos por categorias? Tipo, gasto com pizza?
Isso! E ainda ver os extratos de todos os bancos num só lugar.
Genial! A gente criou o Minhas Finanças pra você descobrir como é fácil organizar sua vida. Descubra o Minhas Finanças no app do bebê.
Organizar as contas é tão mais fácil com minhas finanças. Como eles pensaram nisso? Como que a gente pode dar mais ferramentas para quem tá lá usando o app do bebê?
Já sei. E se desse para organizar os gastos por categorias? Tipo, gasto com pizza?
Isso! E ainda ver os extratos de todos os bancos num só lugar.
Genial! A gente queria.
Hi, everyone. I know some of the faces here in the audience, so I'm going to send you my greetings and greetings to everyone watching from home, because we are going to have a very interesting challenge, and it's so interesting that we had to put all of our stages together. Yes, hi, everyone. Welcome. It's a huge pleasure to be here with you, and we are going to have on this stage Sketchbuster by Sabespi. So we're going to have Sketchbusters by Sabespi as part of our 50-year celebration for the company that provides sanitation in an inclusive and sustainable way to the state of São Paulo, improving quality of life for the entire population. After all, life is what drives us. Yes, and for this challenge, of course, we're not the ones who are going to sketch. I'm sure that we are not the best. So that's why we're going to have two illustrators, two artists here on stage, and I think they're ready. So do you have anyone on your side, Carmina? Look, I'm looking around to try to find our wonderful artists. Yes, because mine is ready here. All right, if not, we're going to ask you to draw. All right, everyone. So we are going to begin very soon with our challenge, and I'm going to introduce them. Daniele Hughes and Nico, who are around and who are going to participate in this challenge. And I'll be honest, I'm anxious to see how it will be done and what the final art will look like, because this challenge is very important because of the topics that it will discuss, right? Yes, it's important to talk about it and to do it in a fun way with a challenge like this. And I think we're ready, aren't we? Are we? All right, so let's invite to the stage. Let's welcome to the stage Daniele Rios. Let's give them a hand. Welcome. Hi, welcome. So this is how it will go. The challenge has 3 possible topics proposed by Sabespi, which are sustainability, sanitation, and inclusion. So you can choose if you want to work together as a team on the same topic, or if you're each going to do your own. What do you think? Well, we talked before about doing different topics. Great, so each one will do their own. All right, so just to recap, we have sustainability, sanitation, and inclusion. You can choose one of them, and you can work together on the same one, or each one can choose their own. Great. So this is today's challenge. It will be great. And which one are you going to select out of the 3? Sustainability, sanitation, or inclusion? So I'll do sustainability and inclusion. What about on your side? I'll also use sustainability, but I'll do sanitation as a second topic. All right, I'm anxious to see, because we had 3 topics and they're both going to mix it up. So we're going to have all 3 included. Yeah, I thought they would choose one, but they're going to use 2 each. So I'm sure that they're going to do great. Right, so you can have a seat. You can start the challenge. Feel free. They're going to start off, but because of how complex this is, because, we're not the ones creating the art, they're going to the next panel. So we're going to start the next panel, and they can feel free, and we, of course, we don't want to hurry anyone up. All right, so they'll be back to show their results. So feel free to begin, and we're going to start this challenge. And I have to confess, I'm anxious to see what's going to happen. I'm no artist. Are you a good artist, Ka? Tell us. Well, I think we need to let the artists work. And then, as we go through the challenge, we'll ask you a few questions just to make sure that people know what it's supposed to be like. But we're not going to spoil anything. And at the end, we'll show you the results. Right, so feel free to begin. Time is running. Go ahead. 3, 2, 1. Oh, I like that we have a soundtrack, so we'll take a look. And it'll be, you look like a good artist. No, but I'm really not. You know that. That's the reason why I became a presenter, a host. Yeah, I used to do technical drawing, but even with a ruler, it didn't work very well. Yeah, that was my worst subject. Yeah, I'm terrible at that. What about you, Carmen? You probably are at least a little bit creative, right? Did you know how to, start a work of art just by using 2 topics? No. I'll keep it short and simple. No, I don't work that well under pressure. Yeah, imagine that. Imagine doing that when you're pressured for time. I'm sure it would be very difficult. So we're going to have some time. As a reminder, if you're watching, they're going to finish, or rather, they're going to continue on stage, but we will continue with the next panel while they produce their art. But I'd like to thank Sabesp once again for supporting us on this stage. You can see their logo on stages 1 and 3. And of course, we'd like to thank you for being here to watch a great panel. This has been a great day filled with very interesting panels. I was here all day, watching 1 or 3 panels at the same time. And I have to tell you, it's hard to hear you from there. There's a lot of distance between us, so it's hard to hear you. But what I do know is that our artists are going to continue working backstage. Oh, and I'd just like to say something. Besides creating works of art, they're also in the booths making art. So that's important to mention that. You have to go and check. And let's give them a hand once again. Once again, thank you very much for being here. You're going to continue. I know that you're going to do very well, and I apologize for interrupting. But we're going to start our panel, and I see some great faces, people who are expecting the next panel, which will also be on all 3 stages. If you were here for the first day, you know that we were having 3 stages at the same time. But how does that work? Well, we have headsets, and then you can switch which one you want to watch. You can go to channel 1 or channel 2. But now, to give you a feeling of how important this next panel is, we joined the 3 stages together. So we're going to merge. That's great. So yeah, keep doing what you're doing. I don't mean to get in the way or anything. I feel like I've been left out. Yeah, I have to confess, I can't sing as well as you did. That's clearly not my forte. So I still need to find what my forte is. Yeah, I think each person matters. Everyone is important. Everyone makes their own choices. So maybe someday you can get to where I am. Yeah, I think I'll keep trying. My mom says that the most important thing is never to quit. So the next panel, I think, will be interesting to many of you. I saw that people were queuing outside to be here. So that means that we have special guests. This panel is titled, Twitch, What Makes a Successful Streamer? Yeah, I was laughing for the beginning because I'm not a successful streamer. I hope to be, but I'm just curious to see what they're going to talk about. We're going to have very talented, very good streamers here, so I'm interested in finding out what they're going to tell us. There's a lot of experience, there's a lot that we can hear about and learn from. You're a successful streamer, right, Carmen? Well, I'm a streamer. Well, okay, so you've met the first criteria. Exactly. The most important thing is to start out, but you never know where you're going. But you have a fan base. Said that she's going to find 10 minutes out of her time. Yeah, you know, I keep a busy schedule, but I'll make an exception for you. Yeah, you're not going to just leave us on stage. That's not how it works. Don't leave us here, but we're going to continue. This is a very special moment. It's been long expected. I was anxious to watch this one. Were you? Yes, I was. Very. But we didn't say who's going to be here, but you could go to bigfestival.com.br to see our program, and I think that's why you're all here, right? Before we even began. Right, and you still have time to get here. You know, it's better late than even more late, but I think we have our streamers on the screen. Let's introduce our guests of honor. Well, we have the cream of the crop. Deixe, Director of Partnerships and Content at Twitch. We have Gaules. It's not Haules. You're going to have to leave. Yes, we were talking about successful streamers, right? We also have Andrea Bistafa. Letiltis is here. Yeah, we see a great crowd supporting her, and we have a great partner, someone I really like, Kena SV, who has Keno SV. So I'm going to give you a hug afterwards. He smells great. I see that they're getting ready. People are excited to see them. So what should we expect? Do you think they're going to tell us the secrets to their success? Yes, I'm sure they'll give us a lot of tips because they have a lot of experience. And the main thing is just to receive these tips very well, learn from them, and of course, if you have questions, you can send them on our website, ask.bigfestival.gg, or if we have time, we might be able to ask them on the microphone. Great, so without further ado, let's welcome to the stage our dear speakers. Feel free to come to the stage if you're ready, and if you're not, feel free to come here later. I swear, since I've been here all day, I was going to say good morning. But it's great to say hello, because that's always relevant. Yes, well, good evening. I feel a lot of great energy from this festival. Right, so we're going to give you the stage. Stick around, stick around. Well, I think the best thing is if we sit down right there on that couch. And that chair looks very comfortable, so feel free. Excuse us. Well, thanks for the opportunity, everyone. Thanks. Well, I'm very happy to be here. It's an honor for us at Twitch to be a part of this big celebration of the Brazilian gaming industry. I've been in it for over 12 years, and seeing everything that the Brazilian market has become is an honor. It's an honor to be a part of it, just as all of you are. So, this is a celebration. Not just myself, but the entire Twitch staff is very happy to see our streamers and our partners. My name is Anna. I'm Content and Partnership Director.
Sucessos dentro da Twitch, construam as suas comunidades. E realmente aqui a gente vem falar um pouco, né? O que faz um streamer de sucesso na Twitch? Será que existe alguma receita do bolo? Será? A gente vai ter logo na sequência, porque na realidade eu estou aqui trabalhando no meu dia a dia, mas quem sabe é quem realmente está todos os dias fazendo live. Quem nos inspira todos os dias, né? Os grandes streamers. A Bistafa, a Letildes e o Keno também vai contar um pouco da sua experiência. E logo depois, óbvio, né? Gaulês, que realmente fez a grande história e faz grande história dentro da Twitch. Inspira muita gente e tem muita coisa boa para contar. Então, a Twitch, para quem não conhece ainda, apesar que eu tenho certeza que todos vocês conhecem a Twitch, está aqui no mercado desde 2011. A gente, na época, lançou como Justin TV, provavelmente muitos de vocês lembram de Justin TV. A gente é um serviço de transmissão live. E o que é mais bacana é como se você se reunisse com seus amigos em volta, mesmo à distância, né? Sentasse um ao lado do outro e batesse aquele papo legal. Aqui as comunidades, elas se reúnem e tem todos os tipos de conteúdo. Claro que a maior parte dos nossos conteúdos são de games, de jogos, mas a gente tem esportes, a gente tem música, tem muita coisa. É muito bacana ver como a comunidade brasileira, a comunidade de streamers brasileira é inovadora, é criativa. A gente tem muitas coisas diferentes aqui. Pessoal fazendo leituras, maratonas de leituras, as pessoas fazendo focus times, né, horas de estudo. Também tem uma galera fazendo coisas de esportes. O próprio Casimiro também é uma grande referência, né? Ele estourou, né, muito saindo dessa coisa dos games, né, só indo além dos games. E o próprio Gaulês também, que faz muita coisa, trouxe NBA, trouxe Fórmula 1. Então, na realidade, o que acontece? A Twitch é um lugar para todo mundo, todas as comunidades. Isso é o mais bacana. A gente tem, em média, mais de 31 milhões de pessoas que se reúnem na Twitch diariamente. E a gente se comunica, o entretenimento é o que faz a Twitch ser a Twitch. A gente tem dois vídeos que eu gostaria de passar por aqui, só para vocês terem uma noção do que realmente é a força da Twitch. Se a gente puder passar os dois vídeos que a gente separou, por favor.
A Twitch é a nova geração do entretenimento. É o maior serviço de transmissões ao vivo do mundo, onde a criatividade preenche a tela e as comunidades mais animadas compartilham suas paixões. É onde a cultura acontece em tempo real. Assim que os usuários estão online, diversos criadores produzem conteúdos interativos que só tem na Twitch. A Twitch proporciona o prazer de interagir com tudo, desde vídeos de culinária e maquiagem até esportes e música ao vivo. Na Twitch, as marcas não fazem só publicidade, elas se tornam uma de nós. Com influencers confiáveis, comunidades leais, interações ao vivo que aumentam o engajamento, patrocínios elevados que fortalecem os relacionamentos e com experiências verdadeiramente únicas que deixam os usuários sempre ligados na plataforma. A Twitch permite que empresas e comunidades possam criar juntos. Esse é o poder do ao vivo, só na Twitch.
Pois é, são grandes números que a Twitch tem. São vários criadores, mais de 11 milhões de criadores. A gente realmente faz de tudo para que essas comunidades se encontrem aqui. É incrível a quantidade de usuários, de viewers, né, de pessoas assistindo a Twitch todos os dias e encontrando seus streamers favoritos. São mais de 35 idiomas. Bom, enfim, muito conteúdo de qualidade. A gente está junto realmente com a comunidade. Esse é o grande segredo da Twitch. Isso é o que faz a Twitch ser a Twitch. A gente está juntos para tudo. Essa é a nossa grande missão aqui. Enfim, a Twitch, ela tem uma grande missão. E aí, falando um pouco, o que faz um streamer de sucesso na Twitch? Alguém sabe? Eu imagino que... Bom, eu não quero desapontar ninguém. A verdade é que não existe uma receita de bolo, tá? Eu acho que cada um encontra a sua fórmula de sucesso. Mas tem algumas coisas que a gente vê que tem muito em comum com esses grandes streamers, que são os nossos talentos da Twitch. Primeiro, os streamers de sucesso da Twitch, eles constroem a comunidade. Acho que o coração da Twitch é sobre comunidade. Comunidade de streamers e essas comunidades que os streamers constroem. A gente sabe que isso não é uma jornada fácil, né? Necessita de tempo. Mas o que é mais importante para construir uma comunidade? Os streamers de sucesso são autênticos. Eles são eles mesmos.
They find what they like to do and they just want to share their passions. And other people who have the same passion will start following them, watching their live streams and interacting with them. And I think that's what makes them stand out. Finding people who are very similar to you, relating to others, is what makes Twitch magic happen. Besides that, I also think that authenticity and interaction are very important. A successful streamer listens to their community and they know how important that community is. And they know that that's what makes them who they are. That's very important. And we see that each one has their own values. When they talk about themselves, for example, we see the several streamers who you probably know and watch. For example, Abaji is very creative. She loves storytelling. Her community also carries that DNA. We see Gaules, who inspires his community, who discusses esports, but also carries that pride of the community along with all of his achievements. That's really cool, and each one of them has their own values. Communities relate to these values. A successful streamer knows who they are clearly, and they know what they want their communities to be like. Another important thing to be a successful streamer is to create a safe space in your community. After all, we're talking about a chat, and streamers decide what you can and cannot do in that community. They're the ones who set the rules. And they're the ones who create a safe space so that everyone feels welcome. That's why the moderator plays such an important role. People who start out and don't have a moderator all the time, well, we are now focusing on features, allowing people to moderate their community through the tools in our service. And we want to provide that to any streamer of any size. That's very important if you want to start a live stream at Twitch. This is what we recommend, and successful streamers do this a lot.
Streamers create their own brand. And what we mean by that is they leverage their personality and let that come through their communication. Now, what do I mean by that? I'd like to play a joke here. When we talk about brands, what streamer says this tagline? Exactly, Casemiro. Now, when we think about the worst gamers in the world, does anyone here remember who this comes from? The darkness, exactly. Ale. What about this tagline? Get this little flower. Exactly, Kanzi. So each one of them forged this personality based on who they are. They know exactly who they are, and that's more important. But I think that this goes along with this transmutation period. I think that their identity sort of evolves as they live stream. So expressing your brand is important not only on Twitch. You need to think about your entire journey as a content creator. You need to think about your channel within Twitch, your visual, your image, and even create your own language. You know, the language, the tribe, the community that's following you will be adopting. And this is something streamers do a lot. Every community that you join have their own set of jargons. It's a world of its own. And also outside of Twitch and different platforms and social network platforms, that's very important. Successful streamers continue to communicate with their community not only during their live streams, but also after they end. Successful streamers also create relevant content. And the magic of Twitch has to do with going live. And when we talk about what going live provides you, we're talking about interactivity. Going on the chat and talking to people over chat. Even to encourage your followers to talk amongst themselves. That's very interesting. The other day, I went on a live stream and started talking, and someone gave me a sub gift, and I thought that was so cool because it made me feel welcome. It was an experience that really made me feel like I was wanted there. So we began to chat, and it was a fantastic experience, which is so cool. You should leverage that. Successful streamers can do that really well. Now, being real here, I am nobody beside the major talents on Twitch, and I'm sure that you're here because you want to hear from people who have been live streaming for years and have lots of cool and interesting stories to tell you. So on that note, I'd like to welcome to the stage our huge streamer talents, Andrea Bastafa, Litilts, and Keno. Please come on up. Thank you, guys. You can take your seats. Thank you so much, guys, for joining us here. Thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us here at Big Festival. I don't know if you have any shout outs to give. Hello, everyone. I see my moderators up front. Hello. Do you see people from your community in the audience? I can. That's amazing, isn't it? To put a face to the avatar and name is fantastic, right? Yeah, exactly, because all we see is their alias. Yeah, that's amazing. It's a magical moment for me to really put the place to the nickname that they have. That's the magic of live events, right? It's very special. And it's also great because we get the opportunity to exchange experiences. Volp is here. He's great. They're always there. Again, thank you so much, guys, for being here. Also, everyone from the chat who's now live here. Thank you, chat. All right, so I'd like you to share with us. And I'd like to start with Bastafa. But the idea is to make this like a chat, so feel free to jump in. In fact, we are a live chat, and your community rules, right? So if you could tell us a little bit about how things started for you with Twitch. Well, with Twitch, everything started in 2020. I was already creating content. I created exclusively literary content online at the time. And when the time came and we all needed to hunker down at home, I really felt like, well, we need to support each other. And everyone in my community who were already supporting me in the literary world, these were people who were already in the workforce and they were also studying. So this was a time when everyone was sort of on their own. So I was like, okay, let's try Twitch. My husband was the one who introduced me to Twitch, and he said, hey, this is super cool, and you have gameplay and all of that. And I thought, well, but I'm going to, talk about literary issues and co-working issues on a gaming platform. I don't know about that, but let's check it out. And it worked perfectly. We loved it. We sort of joined forces, and we've been doing that since then. We turned this community, which was almost exclusively focusing on reading and studying, into a community that's also talking about games, and we became a completely different beast. Yeah, I was talking to Keno backstage as well, and he was telling a little bit of the story of how he started. And one thing that's very common in the streaming world that I hear a lot is how these communities can help you. I think that you can maybe tell a little bit of the story of how you decided to start, and what was your life like at the time, and how live streaming sort of gave you this different lease on life. Yeah, I usually tell people that live streaming sort of saved me. It gave me a new reason for living, because I went through a lot of things and I sort of had a reset. I had gone through a time of depression, and I was talking to some friends of mine, and they kept insisting that I would go online. But this was something I had never done before. I sort of fell into it, and to my surprise, I felt deep love for that, and this was something that I had lost in life. I could no longer enjoy any of the things that I used to love before, and out of that, a new passion was born. It really felt exciting to do that, and so I sort of embraced it so tightly that I just couldn't stop doing it anymore. And that was 6 years ago, and it completely changed my life. Very cool. Now, was it similar for you, Latiz? What was really your story? How was your beginning? Well, it was very similar to Andre. I also started during lockdown, and I usually tell a similar story to what Keno said. We start really loving streaming. We don't usually spend 12 hours in front of our computer streaming unless we love it. And one thing I usually tell my chat community is that live streaming gave me a purpose I didn't have before in any of the careers I had. And this comes from giving people joy, even if just a little bit of joy to someone's day. If anyone goes on our chat and I can make them happy, even if for a little bit, that's, purpose enough. That's fulfillment enough. So as we said, the goal of giving a little bit of joy to someone and making their day a little bit happier, that's everything for us. Yeah, and picking up on that, when you started Latils, was it clear to you? And I keep saying that streamers have to be authentic. They need to know who they are. So when you started live streaming, was that clear to you, or was it something that you built over time? Well, I think we're always building it, right? We go into it not really knowing what we're doing. And in my case, it was sort of a game. I started doing it with my friends, and next thing I know, I was, getting a livelihood out of that. So, maybe turning something that used to be a hobby, just playing around with my friends into my livelihood is really something that you start doing over time. If anyone had told me, 2-3 years from now, you'll be on a stage talking about what it's like to be a streamer, I'd just say that they're crazy. Yeah, how it was this process for you, Andrea? Well, it was and it still is something that I'm building, because as I said, I went into it feeling sort of like a fish out of water. But over time, I was able to build that, together with the people that liked the same things that I did. And I also discovered that I liked other things as well, which is how I went into gaming as well. So it was and still is something that I'm building. And that involved those exchanges between you and people on your chat, and that is really what shapes who you are on your day-to-day life, right? So, Keno, was there anything that someone said or introduced you over chat, maybe a game or something that you lived with your community, and how was it like? How was that exchange like? Well, because we're talking about live streaming, what goes on the chat is usually what sets the tone for the live stream. So sometimes we'll see something on the chat and that becomes part of your content. And it's funny in the beginning because I used to be told off more often than not. The same friend that insisted that I started streaming, he would call me and say, pay attention to the chat. You're not paying attention to the chat. And so this interaction, the time that you spend going on the chat and paying attention to what people are saying was something that really made me fall in love even deeper with that. So you keep talking to people and asking about their day, and they start sharing And next thing you know, you're close friends, and the next day you have sort of an appointment to, give them their daily therapy and to get yours. Well, I think that we'll continue chatting. I'd love to stay here a lot longer because I have a number of questions for you. But before we wrap up, I wanted to ask you, if someone wants to go live streaming, or say you could go back in time, what would you tell yourself way back when, before you started live streaming, or when you were about to start? Is there any advice that you guys would give yourselves, or is there any lesson that you have learned that you would like to share? This is gold here. Well, if I could go back and tell me anything, I would just tell me to have more patience. Because when we start seeing live streaming as a career, we are really in a hurry. We want things to happen fast. And when we stop looking at the numbers and stop paying so much attention to that and turn our eyes to our community, we start seeing them affectionately and see that community being born, things just begin to happen organically. If I could go back, I would just tell Letitia that she should be more patient. So any advice I would give to someone just starting now would be, pay attention to your community. Your chat is the focus of your live stream. Anything can happen in the game, and that's okay. Just pay attention to that person because they're devoting their time to you, and that's priceless because they can't get that time back. So the most valuable thing you can offer anyone is your time. So if anyone has gone on your live stream and is, on your chat, just value that. The game is just secondary. Yeah, you see? I'd also love to hear from you, and also from you, Keno, if you guys could share, what advice would you give yourself in the past before you started live streaming? Well, it sounds funny, but if I could go back, I would just watch everything from the best spot. I wouldn't change anything, and it's not because I did everything right. I made a lot of mistakes, but each one of those mistakes shaped me and made me who I am today. But I can only see that now. I had no idea before. And every step you take and every misstep you make, that's what shapes you. And sometimes you will ask yourself, am I doing this right? Am I not wasting my time? But then you believe a little bit more and you keep at it. So I think you need to respect the process, and everyone has their own. For some people it takes 3 months, for others it takes 3 years, but it happens for either one of them. But we have to respect that and we have to live through it. But there comes a point when you just stop and say, okay, I get it now. And that's my case. I just say, thank you, God. And it took such a long time, and it even makes me emotional, but I would just take the VIP seat to watch everything unfold just the way that it did. Yeah, it's about patience and, keeping the faith. What about you, Andrea? Well, the difference for me is to not self-sabotage during the live stream, is to pay attention. And, you see people are starting to leave, maybe they're not liking it. And that reflects on how you're treating people. And just as Let said, I think that we should value at least one person. I mean, at least one person. If you have only one person on your chat, that person is devoting their time to you. So you should be happy that they're there. So self-sabotage is the worst part. We always feel like we are less than we actually are. And maybe we are a lot to even just one people, and that's already worthwhile. Yeah, I think it's about being happy, right? You're there to have fun. People want to see you have fun. They want to be there with you and have the opportunity to relate to you, right? Well, congratulations to every one of you. There's no question that you will continue to grow and your communities will continue to grow. You are a huge talent. You have huge talent. Being successful is not for everyone. I always say that. And you are a huge inspiration for us. Every day we may go into a meeting, and it's funny that we often forget. And it's amazing because you're living that every day, and we are there for you. So it's an honor for us to have you here. So thank you for joining us, for, really enjoying Twitch and, promoting Twitch. I really, really appreciate that. And I wish you all the success in the world, and you can always count on Twitch. They deserve it, don't they, God? Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, this was great inspiration for those who want to be streamers, right? Thank you to everyone once again. And now, this is someone who inspires everyone. We were talking backstage and remembering that a lot of people start streaming because of Gal's inspiration. So I'd like to invite him onto the stage. I mean, what an honor for me. Who am I to share the stage with such a huge talent? Thank you so much, Gal.
Good evening. Good evening, but we're going to have to play a video quickly before we begin. Let's do it. I started in a small room, and I did it through my resilience. Congratulations, Discord community. This is the biggest live stream in Brazilian history. So I really want to thank everyone. Everything you're watching here is only happening because someday someone said that we couldn't. So thank you who are saying every day that we can, that we're going to be here every day and that we're going to grow and become more and more. You're the ones who are supporting us. Thank you. What an honor. What a story. What a story. Thank you for joining us. I think the relationship that Twitch has with Gao is a story of love, and we really admire what you do. We love to see what you do. It's incredible. You're inspiring so many people, and, well, everyone knows your story quite well, right? So I can repeat what has been said many times. We really admire your story, but we'd like to know from you, well, the way you started your live streams are very similar to how Andrea, Letildes, and Kino started. So what was it like for you? How did you start building your community? What was it like to start building a community? Good evening. I think starting a community begins before you even start your first live stream. I was thinking about how you create content online, live, and when I selected Twitch, I started thinking about what I was going to do and how I was going to make people come together. I think it's about being simple. I mean, nowadays you can go to live streams and it just looks like someone in a room, and it literally is someone live streaming from their bedroom, but you need to have some preparation, you need to study, you need to put an effort into it. And when I started testing, Keno said that he would go back and he wouldn't do anything, he would just watch it. And I agree. I went back to my and started reflecting about my past, and I said, well, when I didn't have anything, I just put my name into it, and it created an issue, if you know the story. And then I said, I'm going to have another nickname or username that is not my name, and it's not a new one. I mean, I started using it in 1999, and then I started thinking about asterisks and obelisks, and I just thought there's a lot of value there. And I decided to create a tribe and inspire people through these values. So from my first live stream, I said, if someone is following me, and that's the simplest thing you can do at Twitch, right? You can go and interact, but when people subscribe, the most simple thing is just subscribing to someone who you like. So I got an alert that said, welcome, now you're a Gaulish. And people wondered what that meant. So whenever that happened, I would interact with that person. So I think building a community means interacting with people, participating in their life, caring about them. And I think that's what really made us grow. I think creating a community means that you care every day and being just a pleasant company, right? If you're someone pleasant, then you're going to make that person become 2, who will become 4, who will become 8. And that's what I always say. I think people say, I used to hear this a lot, like the day I have 100 people watching us, the day I have 1,000 people watching me, I'm also going to be very happy about my live stream. And I would think and say, well, if you don't have a good live stream for one person, you're not going to be able to have a good one for 100, 1,000, or 100,000. When I started live streaming gameplays, Counter-Strike gameplays, I wasn't able to have live streams of major events. So if I can't get people to watch the worst content in live strike, why would people watch me broadcasting the best? So that's how you begin. You have to think that your community is the most important thing. And even today, if I'm broadcasting or if I'm streaming an NBA game, a Counter-Strike match, which is what I love to do the most, I can be live streaming a very important thing. But if I get a message, from the chat, and someone says a relevant thing that needs to be discussed, then I start talking to them. And some people will ask me to just comment on the game. But wait, that person is important for me right now. Or this conversation can be important right now. So paying attention and speaking from the heart is very important. Knowing that you're there, interacting, creating content, and knowing that you're going to do that for many hours of your day and many days out of your life. So you literally have to love thy neighbor. Yes, you're a big inspiration, and whenever you have an achievement, your community feels that they achieved it along with you. I think you really raise that banner, and I think that makes people feel like they are a big part of your community and a big part of your life. I'm sure that many people feel like they're longtime friends when they see you for the first time, and I'm sure that they really are. But how did you build it? How do you create that sense of achievement for everyone? Was that always something that you had in mind when you began, or is it something that just appeared naturally when you were live streaming? Well, the importance that's given to everything that you do as a streamer, as a community, every moment, every record, every award is important, right? So you have to show that the community is a part of it, because they really are. They're the ones who make it happen. At the end of the day, you can create the best content in the world, and if no one is watching, it'll just be me and a camera and nothing else. A lot of people focus on the content and disregard the attention, or don't share the attention with others. So I've learned way back when I started competing that I've always been a leader. I've always been the head of the team. I've always been a leader of the pack. And I know that the more you share your achievements with others, even if people don't play very well or don't feel that they played such an important role, they were there. Everyone is important when that happens. So that's the truth of a community. I mean, people feel like a part of the achievement because they literally are. I think that's very important to recognize. You have to remember that all the time. When you're at an event like this or any other event, people say, what do you want to do? And well, I want to have meet and greets. I want to meet the people I know as much as I can. People ask me if I want to rest. I don't want to rest. I want to see my community, and I'll be here until the event is finished or until I can, because I might have a commitment. But it's about being with your community, showing who you are and how you're a part of it. So you need to care for it all the time. I know that I'm only here because of them. I know that I'm only at the event because of them. So if I'm live streaming something important, I know that I was only able to get there because of them. So when you have that in your mind clearly, I think it keeps you grounded and it helps you understand that, Twitch gave me everything I've had in the last few years. It gave me a new chance of writing my own history. But I understand that everyone in the community is someone who really matters to me. Their life stories, when we meet, the people we see. And people say, I'm very different from who I was in 2018. And I say it's impossible not to be, because every day I'm meeting thousands of people. How am I going to remain the same? So, setting an example, big or small, is all about that. I'm not a pop star. I'm not a star. I'm just a common guy. Yeah. I really like hearing how you how you change every day. Being authentic as a streamer is very important. So what was it like for you? One of the things that you mentioned and that you brought to the streaming market was that. And I think you inspired other markets like sports, people who wanted to transform and renew themselves. I think the most important thing was creating a competitive live stream, right? Not just a formal one, but being a part of the team, being a part of the crowd, and being there with your community, watching a Counter-Strike match. When you started live streaming, did you have these things in mind, or did they just happen? Well, I worked with esports from the beginning, and in 2012 or 13, I created one of the first esport live streaming communities, and I started to create things in esports that I thought would serve as inspiration. I mean, we can get inspiration from TV, from regular broadcasting, but we're the new ones. We don't belong in the past. We have to do something that connects to people in this new generation, and I tried to do it as much as I could in every different way. But at some point, big companies, publishers, developers, championships brought people from traditional sports to manage the streams. And what they did was just do what traditional sports do, what volleyball and the Olympics do. And I didn't feel like I belonged there, but I thought that one day I would get the opportunity. When I started live streaming, I said, look, I'm going to try to do what I really wanted sportscasters and companies to do. When I watch a match, when I watch a Counter-Strike match or a soccer match or whatever it is, I know what's happening. I know what the field looks like. I know which players are close to the goal. I can see what's happening. But what I really want is that feeling of watching along with someone, like when you go to a stadium. When you go to a stadium with friends, or when you go with, back in the day when we had stadiums that would receive small games, you didn't have a sportscaster, you wouldn't have a narrator, but you would talk to people. You would have someone on the radio who was keeping track of everything. You would have like a guy who's drunk, who wasn't understanding much, but was there keeping company. So that's what made me passionate for sports. So I wanted to bring this good company to esports, and when something is important in the match, then I'll shine a light on that. So I think that way of doing something that connects with people, I mean, you can't ensure that your team is going to win, or you can't tell if it's going to lose. We stream international championships where Brazil is facing other teams. In the last 5 years, they say that I'm the jinx, but I don't think Brazil has been doing very well. Often I go to a stadium, my team loses, but I go back and I say, well, I had a great experience. I arrived before the game. That's why you have, the gates, the people selling popcorn. I mean, that's the experience I have. It's about much more than just the score at the end of the match. When people watch a Counter-Strike match or any other modality on our channel, I'm sure that even if their team loses, their experience is good. They might be upset that they lost, but they had a good experience. So I think that made people look at the watcher's experience and not just about what you're broadcasting. The stream is important. Of course, it's the main thing, but you have to remember that people watching might have the best experience of their day right there. Right, you're an innovator in being yourself. Yeah, at the end of the day, traditional sports are starting to do what we started doing, which is great. Esports are becoming a benchmark for traditional sports. Wow. Congratulations, really. I imagine how wonderful it was to discover these things over time. I'm sure that this was a great process. Of course, we know it wasn't an easy journey. Live streaming is not easy. You really have to believe in it, and you have to dedicate your time to it. But, well, I wish we could be here for a long time. And of course, we're going to open up for questions as well. So I have one question here. With your entire experience as a live streamer, what are some of the lessons that you took to the rest of your life? Well, I learned to be a good person. I think regardless of what happens in your daily life, regardless of where you are in life, you can't choose what's going to happen to you, but you can choose how you'll react. So I think the lesson I use every day is to try to be a good role model, try to be a good person, and do whatever I can. There are things I can't do, but there are many things that you can do. So from the moment you start getting aware of that, and when you realize that you're going somewhere and that someone doesn't have what you have, I mean, you don't need to save people from hunger. You don't need to end hunger, but you can share your meal with someone who's in need. You might not be able to end poverty, but you can share a little bit of what you have financially, or share your time with someone who needs it. So I think it's about setting a good example. I was talking to Letty now. There's someone who's there's a driver who's bringing us to the event and taking us home. And yesterday, he said, my son really likes you. He wasn't saying much before that, but I thanked him. And today, I could just come as anyone else, but I went there. I took one of my scarves from Furia. I autographed it for him, and I said, take this to your son. Because although he here with us, he's a part of the community. He deserves the attention. So if I can do it, why wouldn't I? There are many things that we don't do for others when we can, regardless of what it is. When you see people who are by themselves, that can touch you, and you might start thinking, I can talk to them. Like in a classroom or at work, sometimes there are people who need your attention and you're not helping them. So I think that's what matters at the end of the day. When I come to an event like this, or when I go places and people say, thank you, what you do helps me, your content brings me joy, your story inspires me, I think that's what really makes a difference. The numbers are just what comes along with it, but that's not the main thing. That's great. Well, we're going to open up for questions, maybe 3 questions from the floor. Does anyone have questions? I see a raised hand. All right. Tell us your name, introduce yourself. My name is Bruno. I also have a Twitch channel, Veterinera. I'm a teacher, a circus artist. I have my own community, and I brought my life identity, the circus. I've been in the circus for 23 years, to what I do in live streams. So I have an elephant, I have a monkey, Godofredo, I have Siriguela, but I find it very difficult. I have several sketches, right? So I bring my classes to a live stream, but it's very difficult to capture and maintain that audience. So I'd like to understand how I can attract more viewers and get people to come back to our stream. Often they don't return, not because they didn't like the content, but it might be that I don't do it in a convenient time. But I'd just like to know what your tips are. I've been doing this for 5 years, and Gao, I have a dream. One day I want to be a part of your tribe. I don't know if it will ever happen. I don't know if I'll be able to continue live streaming in the future, but I just want to say that you're an inspiration for me and for everyone who live streams, I'm sure. And I hope that one day I can make this dream come true. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to say that you're a part of the tribe already. You may not be streaming with us, you may not be a part of our day-to-day operation, but you're already part of the tribe. Now, what I wanted you to understand is you have to know what type of content you're producing and how it fits with your community. Because when we talk about Switch, this is a tool of a platform that focus most importantly on the live stream, even though you have other types of contents there. So you create a content and the person can't really realize where they are and what's going on and how that community works. That makes it a bit harder for them to stay or to come back. I may not have understood very well what type of content you produce. You mentioned the circus, that you have a few sets. And when you mentioned that, to me, it feels like it may not necessarily be the best content for live streaming. So one tip I would have for you is try to understand what type of content you want to create and what's the difference between making it available live or not. Because maybe if someone comes along and you are putting on a set or saying something and you can't really interact with the people who are there, it may get in the way of you connecting with them. If they can't really understand, it makes things a bit more difficult. So I think you have to study what you're doing. It's very difficult for you to be engaged in that live stream. You have those numbers on the screen. You know whether there's one person or 100,000 people watching you. So maybe you start and there are 10 people. And at one point you change what you're doing and that drops to 5. And you keep asking yourself, what happened? What have I done? And that's difficult for everyone. What you have to understand is that it's about an exchange between what you like to do and what people like to see you doing. I've come to a time where, or to a point where, thankfully, there are a lot of people who want to see what I'm doing. But I'm sure that if I'm live streaming a match or a sports match or a Counter-Strike match, there will be a number of people watching me. And if I'm, playing a skit, there will be a different number of people watching me. And honestly, I don't care whether there's 1 or 10 or 10,000 people watching me. And you have to be aware of that when you're creating any sort of content. You have to think that, this is something that I like, but I also have to do something that people like to watch me doing. And it's that exchange, because if it were up to my viewers, I'd be live streaming Counter-Strike matches every day. So I understand that very well today, and my community has understood, and they might tell me, man, you've been playing that game all week and I don't like it, but that's okay. I'll come back next week. And I just think to myself, that's okay. I'll be here next week. And I'll also be catering to the tastes of other people who are not with the majority, who like to watch me play a sort of game or do something else. So the moment you are no longer afraid of that number you see on the screen and you start thinking about doing something that you like and that people like to see you do, I think that's a nice path to go over. That's very good. Any other question? Wow, I think we'll go all night. Hi, Gal. We spoke a bit earlier at the meet and greet. There were a lot of people. I don't know if you remember it or not, but I just wanted to ask you, I'm sorry, this gets me emotional. How did you manage to stay motivated with everything that happened in your life? Because I want to create content and have been wanting to do so for a long time, but I've seen my family sort of get in the way of that a lot. So I wanted to understand, how did you manage to stay focused and strong even after everything that happened to you? And I know that it's still difficult. You mentioned the situation. And he always tells me, oh, you want to try to help people, which is great. And I keep thinking, I could try to reach more people beyond my friends, who I always try to help. Anyway, I just wanted to hear from you. How did you manage to stay focused and steady enough to keep moving forward, even, when you weren't doing well, or, the drugs weren't working, or it was a bad day or anything? And also, how can you play War on PC? Because I tried to do that and I really wanted to play with you, but it will never work on my phone. But that was essentially it. Thank you. Thank you. What was the game? War. Oh, okay. Thank you. They asked me the same thing back at the booth, and my answer was, I just did what I felt I had to do. I think when you're at a time in your life when you don't really have a choice, you'll have to draw strength from anywhere within you. I think everyone's born a superhero, and you may think, I am not strong enough to hold this gate if it falls, but if your child is in danger underneath that gate, then you'll find the strength. And I think that sometimes our day-to-day life makes us feel that we won't be able to make it, but bad things happen to people every day. Bad things happen to good people every day. And I think you have to decide to fight. I think that if you have a dream and you have a mission, you have a sense of purpose, and most importantly, you have to understand that you're here to do something good. It's what I said in the beginning. You can't really determine what will happen to you, but you can decide what you will do. with what you got. I was saying this week that, I mean, people were really talking about the auction and Neymar. And during my live stream, I said, well, this is cool. If you look at Instagram, you will notice that back in 2018, I was, on the street, sometimes streaming from home, but I could only have one meal a day. And whenever I did that, I would call a street dweller to do that, to eat with me. I would say, well, I do not have a lot of money, but I can, order a sandwich and share that with you, or a glass of juice. But I remember I had this very large bit in an event. So when you understand that life is about sharing, is about doing good, that is going to heal you on the inside, and that's what's most important. When you help someone, ultimately, you're helping yourself. And I think that's what moves you forward. When I began to create content and play online, I noticed that people who were with me were having a better day because of it. And it dawned on me that I was making a difference on people's lives. And when that happens, it's impossible for you to not have the strength to go on. Guys, please understand, but they have to shut down the pavilion, so we won't be able to take any more questions. But once again, Gal, thank you so much. It's a huge honor to have you with us at Twitch. And I'd also like to thank all of you who are part of our community. It's a huge honor to have all of you and to be able to see you in person here. And once again, thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity that Big Festival has given to all of us at Twitch. Thank you, guys. Thank you for staying over time to stay with us. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great night.
Thank you. We're here to say goodbye. Take care of each other and enjoy the Saturday. And tomorrow we'll have another wonderful day. Thank you very much for everyone who's here. Yes, this has been a great day. In fact, tomorrow we're going to have much more. So you can join us. This has been a great event, and we'll continue with a lot more content for you. See you tomorrow.